monsters who in turn are going to start ripping up, and killing people throughout Phoenix, then it's basically the news which breaks in. Oh my god, man, look at all this stuff that's going on. The Immortal Hulk has unleashed all these monsters across the city of Phoenix. This is his fault. We don't know exactly what's going on here, but it's definitely his fault, right? And people will usually always believe the news if it's what they want to hear. And so because of that, it feeds right into what it is that Dario Agger's shooting for. And then he basically says, we have our final person coming in to discredit the Immortal Hulk, kind of going towards this idea of getting rid of the Immortal Hulk and replacing the Hulk with basically an agent of their own. We end up getting Xemnu or Zenmu or whatever it is. People call him the original Hulk. He's not. He's just like a criminal from his own world who was called a Hulk at one point, right? But not really. That's like saying the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, is like the Human Torch. Not really. It's Johnny Storm. That's really kind of what it is. But nonetheless, it's interesting. We're going to see a giant furry guy who's got hypnotic eyes and he's really smart. We're going to see him fight, face off against the Immortal Hulk. It's cool, I guess. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and it's been a little while since we covered the Immortal Hulk. It's been quite some time, and I figured, why not kind of get back into it a little bit, right? Especially because these most recent stories have been really, really good. The reality is Al Ewing's run kind of lost me for a little bit. I was like, it was kind of tough to stay a part of it and to kind of stay into it, but he's recently gotten me back into it, right? So what this does here is this is basically the return of Worldbreaker Hulk, right? So we get to see Worldbreaker Hulk come back, which is awesome. But this basically picks up initially with McGowan. Now, for those of you guys who don't really recall from a lot of the videos that we've done, McGowan was originally part of what was called Shadowbase, which was led by General Fordian. And the idea behind this was that General Fordian was a guy who had a personal vendetta against the Hulk, and Shadowbase was designed to be this kind of government-sanctioned organization that operated underground, and it was by all standards of measurement a Black Ops group that would essentially try to either capture or kill the Incredible Hulk, along with anybody else who was mutated through gamma radiation, right? So anybody associated with the Hulk family, more or less. McGowan ended up becoming the lead scientist, and then ultimately when General Fordian was destroyed, McGowan ended up siding with the Incredible Hulk, and she's basically been an ally ever since. What we didn't really know about McGowan's history is kind of how she got there, and so this isn't really the most important thing by any standard of measurement, but there is a moment that happens in the comics later that is important for this segment. The thing about her character is she initially started out working at, really working in a research lab, and was ultimately given the boot due to drug use. Now, the argument she created was that she did drugs in order to kind of cope with her gender transition, but regardless, she was fired for drug use and ultimately hired by the Kingpin. And that's when she started getting involved in MGH. Now, MGH is what we call mutant growth hormone, and that's been around for a long, long time in Marvel Comics, but it really rose to prominence in the events of Civil War, right? That's really where it blew up, where you had Nitro, who basically detonated, destroyed Stamford, Connecticut, and led to the deaths of 600 some odd people, and led to the Superhuman Registration Act. Ever since then, mutant growth hormone has kind of gone back to being sort of a background concept that's never really seen or used all that often, but it can be repurposed for a variety of effects, right? Some people use it to get high, some people use it to kind of amplify their existing abilities. There's all kinds of different applications for this thing. But what she also had was this idea that because she herself was transitioning, and because the cost of gene therapy and hormone therapy was so incredibly expensive, that she actually ended up, really as a direct employee of Kingpin, approaching him and her superiors and saying, we should essentially create a black market for hormone therapy. Now, this is highly unethical and could probably get you killed if it's done by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. But because of the fact that she's already knee deep, right? Might as well dig a little deeper into the criminal underbelly. Ultimately, Kingpin and those guys sanctioned it. And so when she ended up starting a lab for the purpose of really kind of building up this kind of a hormone therapy process, she was suddenly and really met by the arrival of Daredevil. Right now, this is particularly important because one of the things that she says here is that she says she remembers thinking that she'd never seen a superhero so close before, and she remembered thinking how much she always wanted to meet Daredevil. That's incredibly important. And the reason why is because what we do is we transition to the present moment when you basically have Xemnu. Now, Xemnu was given to us originally as the original Hulk, kind of like the Hulk before the Incredible Hulk. We've got a video on it, so you guys are welcome to check it out if you want to. In fact, I'll link the whole Incredible Hulk playlist down in the description so you guys can kind of go through all the Hulk videos we have. I want to say, and we might kind of combine those all into a full story video once we're done with once Al Ewing's finished. I want to say that the Incredible Hulk series is the longest full story series we have at something like 18 hours or something stupid like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. We have one that's over 12 hours, right? It's insane. Regardless, Xemnu being here, we don't really know a whole lot about him, right? We knew a little bit about him, but not a whole lot about him. He's one of these mysterious characters that's kind of appeared in and out through Al Ewing's run. But the overall gist here is that while the Incredible Hulk and Xemnu are fighting, that you've got Dario Agger who's watching the whole thing unfold. Now, Dario Agger is also called the Minotaur, and he's basically the CEO of Roxxon Oil. The important thing to understand about him, whenever you see Dario Agger, it means some nefarious stuff is going down. You know, so it's like whenever you see Mark Zuckerberg doing anything, right? The owner of Facebook, right? Like no matter what he's doing, whether he's buying groceries or shopping at IKEA, you can assume something bad is about to happen, right? There's some kind of criminal element tied to it because Mark Zuckerberg sucks. But the important thing here is that where you end up having the Hulk kind of overpowering Xemnu and getting the upper hand, one of the things to understand, Xemnu in terms of his physical strength, he's not really on the same level as the Hulk, but he does possess a couple of abilities. Now, one of the things that kicks off here is that there really is just, you know, seemingly a giant monster that was kind of unleashed in the city of Phoenix, Arizona. And then once you had Xemnu show up there, he kind of fought it off. The Incredible Hulk stepped in, and the Incredible Hulk kind of keeps talking about how, like, you know, White Hulk or white monster is always lying, that kind of a thing. And Xemnu kind of reaches out to the staff, I guess the Roxxon Network guys or news network who are kind of recording the whole thing, and kind of like beseeching them, and almost puts off this air of like he's just trying to do the right thing, but he's exceedingly helpless. There's nothing he can do to fight the Hulk. And so it's very much a kind of victim thing going on here. And everybody who's watching this is influenced by it. And they even go as far as to talk about how they recognize Xemnu. Even the Gamma team is sent in, right? Which is kind of like, it's really Gamma Flight. It's kind of like Alpha Flight's anti-Hulk kind of group, organization, whatever it is. But essentially you have like Crusher Creel, right? The Absorbi-Man, the guy that can turn himself into essentially any material. Like he shows up as well. And one of the things he comments about is how like he remembers Xemnu from like a show when he was younger, right? The Magic Planet. He's like, I watched you when I was a little kid. And it's one of these things where people kind of recognize Xemnu as somebody from a long time ago. Almost like this long forgotten hero that for whatever reason, people just don't really remember anymore. And him showing back up here and facing off against the Hulk is pretty intriguing because it puts off this air that it's like, okay, the Incredible Hulk is essentially the bad guy here, right? He's literally showing up and he's kind of getting into a fight in, you know, with what is basically everybody's favorite cartoon show or, you know, childhood TV host. And it's just bad PR, right? Bad publicity. So when the Hulk is yanked back by McGowan, she kind of tells him like, what are you doing, right? Like, why are you attacking Xemnu, right? He had the children's show. He's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to perform heroic acts. You're making yourself look like the bad guy. But all the Hulk really keeps saying here is like, he has to be destroyed. He has to be smashed. And one of the things that's interesting about this is when it comes to the Immortal Hulk, he's not necessarily childlike. The Immortal Hulk was perfectly capable of having normal and rational conversation. But a lot of his discussion here, really as far as McGowan is hearing it, is just Hulk is Hulk. That's all he's really saying, right? Hulk is Hulk. That's all she really gets out of what he's saying. And then ultimately he's like, the Hulk will go. And then ultimately the Immortal Hulk kind of pops back up again, right? So effectively it was Savage Hulk that was facing off against Xemnu instead of Immortal Hulk. But when Immortal Hulk kind of reemerges, then it's a clear and concise conversation. And one of the things he talks about is like, this is a little weird, right? Like even for the Savage Hulk and all this stuff, none of this really makes any sense. Like there hasn't been an instance where I faced a foe that had that kind of effect on me mentally, right? So like something else is going on here. And initially you have McGowan who's like, okay, well we should have like Doc Samson look into it. But the reality is that Hulk doesn't like Doc Samson, right? He considers him to be kind of nonsensical. Now Doc Samson is more or less the answer to the question, what if like a psychiatrist got the powers of the Hulk? He's not on the same level as the Incredible Hulk is. Nobody ever is in Marvel Comics. But with regards to Samson, like Hulk just always struggled with him and never really took him seriously for a variety of different reasons, right? But regardless of the circumstance, he's kind of like, no, like somebody impartial needs to be able to look at this, somebody competent. So he kind of tasks McGowan with going through this, right? And just kind of like looking through all this, right? Kind of going through all this different stuff and figuring out what's going on. And that's when McGowan, where she's talking to the Hulk and she keeps talking about things like, you know, well, the Hulk and he just kind of keeps saying over again, you know, Hulk is Hulk, Hulk is Hulk. Then like Immortal Hulk kind of wonders to himself, like, who the hell is Hulk? Like he doesn't really know who the Hulk is, almost as if he's kind of lost himself. And McGowan starts to kind of flash back and she says she starts to remember the situation with Daredevil as it really was. And it wasn't Daredevil who showed up, it was Xemnu who showed up, right? So Xemnu basically has the ability to manipulate the minds of others. And that's what she starts to pick up on, right? Like she literally goes directly to Doc Samson and starts having this conversation with him. And it's like, something's going on, man, right? Like there's this instance, right, there's a TV show, right? There's a TV show, like, did you ever watch a TV show called The Magic Planet when you were younger? And the response of Samson is, I'm pretty sure I did. You know, I don't really know with an absolute, but I'm pretty sure I did. And so she asked him, like, have you ever heard of something called the Mandela effect? Now, the Mandela effect is a real world phenomenon, right? It actually exists. And it's basically where collective groups of people remember a thing that didn't actually happen. The most notable example, and the reason why it's called the Mandela effect, is because there are huge portions of society that will tell you, if they were alive at the time, that they remember Nelson Mandela's funeral in the 1980s, but it never happened in the 1980s. He was in jail in the 1980s, right? Like, oh, well, I don't know if he was really in jail in the 1980s. I'm a little fuzzy on the timeline of Mandela, but he was basically alive, right? He died more recently, but like he didn't die. But there are huge portions of people who remember that. Either we're all living in the Matrix and the machines are screwing with our minds, or it's basically just huge portions of people remembering a thing that didn't actually happen. And so it's one of the things where McGowan having this conversation with Samson, where he kind of confirms that he knows what the Mandela effect is. What she says is, like, the Magic Planet, a show that nobody remembers but nobody ever watched, it never existed, right? It's all basically in our heads. So essentially Zenmu's like just putting this idea in their heads that he's basically a good guy here, right? Like, he's kind of putting all that stuff inside their head. And one of the things that really begins to kind of set the panic into everybody is when McGowan says that, like, this guy is essentially targeting people in particular, basically those individuals who are watching through TV or those individuals in the immediate vicinity, that it's entirely possible that, like, the Incredible Hulk's being impacted as well. Now, here's where things get a little finicky when it comes to the Incredible Hulk and telepathy. By and large, over the years, it's been established that a person can take over the mind of the Incredible Hulk, but they have to be an incredibly high-level telepath. And when I say take over the mind, I don't really mean like planting memories. That's kind of the big difference between like Xemnu and somebody like Professor X of the X-Men, right? I know Jean Grey has in the past, but in terms of being able to full on dominate the mind of the Hulk and be able to force him to do whatever it is that you want him to do, it doesn't really work that way. Like whether it's the Incredible Hulk's rage or his healing factor, even when you're dealing with somebody like the Purple Man, Marvel's kind of consistently established over the years that telepathy doesn't necessarily work on the Hulk the same way it does with pretty much anybody else. And that's one of the reasons why it's kind of given to us here that with Xemnu kind of using his abilities, at least attempting to use them on the Incredible Hulk, it didn't really work because the Incredible Hulk's mind doesn't really work that way. That whenever Xemnu or even a telepath or somebody like that is using their powers on someone, that they're basically using them in their current form, right? How they think and feel as a human being, as a normal adult. But the Incredible Hulk is more childlike than anything else. And so one of the things that kind of goes on here is you basically have Rick Jones, right? Now, Rick Jones had died at a previous point in time and had essentially been resurrected, kind of brought back to life by McGowan when she was part of Shadowbase, and has essentially kind of been part of the Hulk team ever since. But it's one of these things where like Banner kind of freaks out and smashes a mirror and then just kind of starts talking about how rational it is and how important it is, how the Incredible Hulk was trying to get the upper hand. But one of the things that the Hulk tells us here is that, at least the persona stuck inside the mind of Banner is that in reality, like Banner's under the control of like Xemnu, right? His mind is being manipulated by Xemnu. And so that's kind of the big difference here. That's one of the big caveats is Marvel oftentimes, despite the fact that they're in effect the same person, Marvel treats the Incredible Hulk and Bruce Banner as two distinctly different people in terms of how their brains function, their drive, their motivation. And so it's almost as if the Immortal Hulk is like a separate physical manifestation of Banner, which technically he has been in the past, but being able to telepathically control Banner is pretty easy in comparison to being able to telepathically control the Hulk. Now, what usually ends up happening in a circumstance like that is if somebody goes to telepathically control Banner and the Hulk realizes it, the Hulk will manifest, right? And the Hulk will keep that from happening. But sometimes it doesn't really work that way. And that more or less seems to be what was happening with Xemnu, is that he's manipulating Banner and kind of, Banner's operating under his control. The Incredible Hulk is seemingly the only one who knows what it is that Xemnu is doing, right? And so in his frustration where he's kind of stuck in, on the inside, which is basically the inside of Banner's mind, right? This kind of internal persona, again, kind of smashing against this glass, trying to get out in order to kind of retake control of himself away from Xemnu. Then suddenly like this kind of voice comes out of nowhere, right? And literally it tells him like Xemnu's rewritten Banner, right? That's not something that you can punch. It's stronger than you are. And where Immortal Hulk doesn't really know who that is, then like you basically end up having Worldbreaker who appears and is like, but regardless of the power of Xemnu, he's not stronger than we are, right? Like after all, I'm the strongest one there is, which is true, right? Like Worldbreaker Hulk, well, I would really say Heart of the Monster Hulk is the strongest version of the Hulk, but Worldbreaker Hulk, as he's presented here, is super strong, right? It's astronomically strong. And so it gets kind of nuts because it's one one of these instances where you have McGowan and you have Samson who kind of try to explain to Banner exactly what's happening, in the sense that he's more or less being manipulated by Xemnu. Now, this next little segment takes place over the span of about a couple minutes, right? So basically the span of the conversation that McGowan and Samson are having, or really McGowan, Rick Jones, and Samson are having with Banner. But you basically kind of switch over to sort of the internal mind of Bruce himself, at least with regards to where all the Hulk personalities reside, right? And what you have here is you literally have like Worldbreaker Hulk, you've got Immortal Hulk, who are just kind of traveling through this whole, huge different area and kind of understanding what all's going on here. And it's very much like a journey, right? Like it's a great big huge journey and experience. And it's kind of interesting and kind of wild the way that it unfolds. But ultimately, the effort taking place inside of Banner with regards to the Immortal Hulk, dealing with like Worldbreaker Hulk, the conversation they're having, this idea that it's not as simple as just punching his way out, that they have to essentially get to the source of Banner's mind, where Xemnu is kind of orchestrating his control, that it causes a little bit of turmoil with regards to Bruce, but more in terms of a mental state. One of the things we also end up finding out too is that like Joe Fixit Hulk has just kind of been locked away. The Xemnu managed to get a hold of him. So in essence, it's almost kind of like having a physical Xemnu in the mind of Banner, who kind of went through and started locking away different versions of the Hulk. But once they get to like the source or the main area, that you literally have Banner as a little kid who's just watching like Magic Planet with Xemnu. And Xemnu's just kind of manipulating him, right? Like Magic Planet, they're singing the song and all that kind of stuff. And Banner bought into it, subconsciously bought into it, because it was the childhood he always wanted. The childhood that he got was a childhood that he received from his father, Brian Banner, who just beat him all the time and beat his mom all the time, right? Like that's the childhood he got. But this is the escape. This is the way for him to basically get away. And the fact that there's so much trauma and so much destruction and really so many issues in Banner's life made it infinitely easier for Xemnu to get in. And that's one of the reasons why Banner is such an intriguing character and really relatable for a lot of people. I mean, none of us can relate to the idea of turning into a giant green rage monster and like trashing a town, but we can relate to the idea of like struggle and strife and going through just like the thick of it in our lives, and how easy it is, or how easy that we've been manipulated by other people due to their desire to essentially, achieve whatever it is they're looking to achieve by preying on our weaknesses. And so at the end of the day, the important kind of takeaway here is that Banner really is just a little kid inside his own head who just wanted his childhood to be better. He wanted his life to be better. Instead, he's stuck with the life that he has. And so what you get is the Immortal Hulk who kind of goes through and starts trashing everything, right? Like destroying, quote unquote, the method by which Xemnu is controlling Banner. But in doing so, once it's all trashed, he realizes there's kind of an access point there, right? A way by which he can crawl through and then effectively get out, right? And that's exactly what he does. And it's done in a pretty gruesome way. Like he literally claws himself out of Banner's body and just like rips himself out. And so physically becomes like his own manifestation, which more or less is kind of how that happens, just not really in such a gruesome way. Under normal circumstances, I mean, it's happened before, and under normal circumstances, he'll just revert back into Banner is really all that'll happen. But the important thing here is that he kind of tells everybody, look, like, yeah, Xemnu is manipulating everybody and he was controlling you and all that kind of stuff. That's why all you heard me saying was Hulk. You could understand what I was saying because Xemnu was screwing up your head so you wouldn't basically know what was actually going on when it was me trying to talk to you. And so it's kind of a crazy thing, because then you have Rick Jones kind of examining this corpse, which is really weird. He's like, man, like, isn't it fascinating, all the permutations? It's kind of weird and kind of wonky. But at the end of the day, Hulk has essentially come to the realization that that basically Xemnu's working on behalf of Roxxon, right? Working on behalf of Dario Agger. And so ultimately they take the fight directly to Roxxon Oil. Now, one of the things that goes on here, and one of the things that had kind of happened behind the scenes, is that Xemnu had kind of been going through and more or less transforming all the staff into like his own kind of screwed up, twisted looking henchmen, right? But they all are more or less like beholden to him. The Hulks go through and kind of start trashing everything, but then you get to Dario Agger himself, who's having a conversation with Xemnu. And one of the things that he's talking about is like, why is any of this happening, right? Like I thought we had an agreement, right? We had some kind of system set up where basically we would destroy the Incredible Hulk's public image. The general public would turn against him since they're in favor of him at the moment, and then we replace him with you. And you are essentially a person masquerading as a hero in the world, but doing things to our whim, right? To what it is that we want. But ultimately, Xemnu doesn't really care, right? He's still like going through and converting people. He had managed to kind of internalize the conversion process. And so literally like because he's like part machine, like he just kind of bends over and then like his whole back opens up and then just pulls things in. And that's exactly what he did with Dario Agger, right? Like he literally just bends over, his back opens up, and then it just snatches up Dario Agger and then just drags him down inside to convert him into like one of these crazy looking weird things. It's pretty dark, right? Not gonna lie. It's pretty crazy. And it's cool, but it's pretty crazy. Now, ultimately the Incredible, or really the Immortal Hulk, and then manage to smash their way directly into Dario's office, only to find that he's all just, I mean, he's all messed up, right? I mean, this guy he's all, I mean, just look at that, man. Like, this dude's just he's just a bloody pulp, right? That's all this guy is. Even the Immortal Hulk is like, my God, man. And then that's when you basically end up having Xemnu kind of pops up, right? And initially kind of goes to control the Immortal Hulk. Now, one of the funny things that's kind of revealed here is that with Xemnu having his control over Banner, having control of Banner is only having control of one facet of the Incredible Hulk or the Immortal Hulk, because there's so many different permutations of his personality there. Not only that, Worldbreaker Hulk managed to kind of slice off a section of Banner's mind that was basically kept safe and hidden away from Xemnu. And so the result of this is that when Xemnu goes to essentially take over the Hulk's mind, and he does, he successfully manages to take over him, while at the same time talking to everybody on TV, using his hypnotic powers to kind of manipulate everybody on TV, the Immortal Hulk starts to succumb. And that's when you have Rick Jones, who shows up and is like, that's enough, right? Like, you're making a really bad mistake if you keep doing this. You don't really know who you're dealing with. And at the end of the day, like, Xemnu's like whatever, man, it's the Immortal Hulk, right? Like, your little green light isn't going to do anything to me. You're going to feed him gamma radiation. Like, I mean, that's cool, but like, none of that really matters. And ultimately, you know, Xemnu's kind of like, I mean, you can take his body if you want, but like, I have his mind, right? So give his body all the gamma radiation you want to. I don't really care. I've got control of this guy's mind. And that's when Rick Jones reveals only what was available, right? Look deeper and look who's coming up for you. And that's when you have like literally Worldbreaker Hulk, who just looks directly at Zemo through the Hulk's eye, and it's just like, welcome to the magic planet? No. Welcome to my planet. And literally, Worldbreaker Hulk emerges and just bam, one-shot Xemnu. Just like that, right? Just like one-shots this guy. And that's it, right? That's it. It's one shot, right? Like, literally, the Worldbreaker Hulk manifests, one-shots, and then goes back. Now here's the thing about this, right? This is one of the reasons why this is so cool. Under normal circumstances, I would look at this and I would say, okay, you know, whatever, it's a thing that exists, you know, and it's cool to kind of see him for a moment. The reason why this is so important is this is Al Ewing effectively establishing that at any point in time, the Immortal Hulk can and will pull out the Worldbreaker persona, right? That's going to happen somewhere along the line. Worldbreaker Hulk will full on come back. He'll make a return. But that's kind of the nature of Banner, and that's kind of the nature of the Hulk, is that it's like drawing index cards, right? And sometimes it's done arbitrarily, sometimes it's random. So like the Immortal Hulk will turn into Savage Hulk, who'll turn into like Joe Fixit, who will turn back to Savage Hulk and then into Banner. Sometimes it's just done indiscriminately. Other times, depending on the circumstances, a particular Hulk will emerge because Banner wants them to. And that kind of feels like one of the directions that Al Ewing is moving in, where Banner can, in a lot of ways, control which version of the Hulk comes out. It's kind of nuts. And it's a really, really cool concept to bring in to the Incredible Hulk mythos, because outside of Professor Hulk, there wasn't really very many instances where that actually happened. But the big takeaway from this, and one of the big moments from this, is that where the Immortal Hulk's just like done, right? Walks away, kind of goes back to his base, calls it a day, that Rick Jones stays behind. And Rick kind of starts talking to Dario Agger, right? This giant corpse thing, and says like, you know, the crass little billionaire who thought the four winds would forever bow to him. So you summoned them, and in they have blown. But you couldn't control Zenmo, so you certainly can't control me. Not now and not ever. And so what he basically reveals is that in this circumstance, like this Rick Jones that we see here is not actually Rick Jones, right? Instead, like, it's basically somebody impersonating Rick Jones. And the person who's impersonating Rick Jones is actually the leader.
Peacock is the exclusive streaming home of Oppenheimer, winner of 7 Academy Awards, including Best Picture.
3. The president needs to know what's next.
2. And Best Director Christopher Nolan.
What's next?
1. Oppenheimer, streaming now exclusively on Peacock.
My primary function is to create a balance and avoid a war.
There's some new players in town, and they brought the plague.
Why are you back?
Because I missed you.
When I act, I do so with purpose.
You got my attention. You don't want that. What happened to Kingston?
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with the Immortal Hulk. We're getting caught back up again. I know we were kind of dropping off from this. So this is one of those weird stories. Not really even weird. Well, it is weird, right? It's Immortal Hulk. Like, Al Ewing's Immortal Hulk is so wonky, but it's so cool at the same time. Like, it's so different from any other Incredible Hulk story that I think I've ever read in my entire life. But this one kind of picks up seemingly in the middle of everything. And what you basically have here is this instance where something popped off, and the Incredible Hulk basically let off, or Immortal Hulk basically let off like this gamma explosion, right? Basically detonated like a gamma bomb. And the result is that no one really knows how to handle it, right? All you really have is Rick Jones, and you've got the Incredible Hulk. And so it's kind of like, okay, like, what's happening here? Now, you do have Jackie. For those of you guys who don't remember, Jackie's basically the friend of the Immortal Hulk. She was a member of the press and still kind of is, but she's the one who's kind of become an ally of the Hulk family, which was kind of a way for Al Ewing to have this situation, or to write these kind of stories where you would at least have some story out there that wouldn't shine a negative light on the Incredible Hulk or on the Immortal Hulk, and kind of just like show him as he is, as opposed to how the public generally perceives him. Whether or not it's popular among the public is something that Al Ewing's never particularly explored, but it is kind of cool to see. The important thing is that because of all this, Gamma Flight ultimately responds, right? Now, Gamma Flight is, by all standards of measurement, basically an anti-Hulk force, right? I mean, Gamma Flight has had different histories and different rosters over the course of Marvel Comics, but in its current form, like it has been over the course of the entire Immortal Hulk run, it's an anti-Hulk force. And that's why you have guys here who are some pretty heavy hitters, right? You've got Titania, who we've talked about in the original Secret Wars story from 1984 because she's been around for so long, who's basically just a super strong chick. You've got the Absorbing Man Crusher Creel, who was one of the most criminally underrated characters in all of Marvel Comics, really until Immortal Hulk. That's the reason why this story is so awesome for Crusher Creel. It is a story that focuses on the Hulk, right? This is Al Ewing's Hulk run, but he's done so much work to expand on Crusher Creel that it's amazing. And then you have Puck. I never really understood why Puck was on this team. But you have Puck, right? Just this really short guy. But the result here is that, of course, they basically kind of go after the Incredible Hulk with the intention of taking him out. Now, the entirety, like Jackie herself is like trying to keep this from happening. But at the end of the day, Gamma Flight's their main prerogative, right? Their number one goal here is to incapacitate the Hulk, to essentially take the Hulk out. And so in this conflict, he basically rips off the arm of Crusher Creel, which he's never going to lose his arm forever, right? All he has to do is just bond himself to metal, and then his arm will regrow, or any substance out there. It doesn't really matter. Titania gets pissed off because her and Crusher Creel have been banging for a long time, and so ultimately she goes after the Immortal Hulk. Now, while all that's happening, Jackie notices something. Jackie notices that Rick Jones is smiling the whole time. Now, one of the things that we learned in the last video is that this is not actually Rick Jones, right? Rick Jones is possessed by the leader, by Samuel Stearns, one of the main enemies of the Immortal Hulk, but we don't really know how that happened, right? We don't really know exactly how it is that the leader managed to take control and basically possess Rick Jones. But then you also have Crusher Creel, who comes with this like amazing idea, right? He's like, okay, he's like, think about it, Home Slice. He's like, you're the Absorbing Man. You can absorb and turn into essentially any material out there. The one thing we've never seen him absorb and turn into is adamantium. I guarantee we will at some point along the line, just because of all the work that's being done here. But he's like, I can absorb and turn into anything. And then he realizes I can also do it with gamma radiation, right? If it exists, I can turn into it. And so literally he just absorbs all this gamma radiation like he's done before, and then just emerges as like this giant, huge mountain of a man. Now from there, we switch back over to Shadow Base, where the main Hulk family's kind of residing, right? Doc Samson and so on. And then suddenly you have like basically this guy, Del Fry, who's currently sitting in a giant tank. Now, Del Fry was a character we were previously introduced to in the early launch of Immortal Hulk, right? And it's been a little while, so kind of a refresher here. Del Fry was basically a kid who, or really a high school kid who was playing football, and his dad essentially injected him with gamma radiation under the idea that it would basically enhance him a little bit, but it would prevent any of the major injuries that he would likely sustain while playing football, right? So ligament tears, broken bones, different things like that, and it would give him the best opportunity for success. The problem with this is that he died. Like immediately, right? He died like immediately when that happened. And so what ends up going on here is that the Immortal Hulk and his allies had essentially stumbled across this kind of gamma radiation signal, and then came across the grave of Del Fry, dug him up, and they've just kind of been, I guess, experimenting on him to a degree, or trying to get get a better understanding of him since they don't really know anything about him. But by and large, he's just kind of been in the background. Well, suddenly he pops up, right? He just emerges, like literally emerges from his tank, disintegrates one of the scientists, and then immediately goes after the whole group. Now, one of the things that we find out here, kind of a little bit of a flashback, is that when you do get this origin where he was exposed to gamma radiation by his dad and then ultimately died, that the reality is the green door opened behind him. And instead of the one below all passing through, it was the leader. So somehow or another, the leader managed to find his way to the realm of the one below all. And we'll actually find out how that happened. But basically, Del Fry has been reliving the same moment over and over and over again that was essentially his death. And so the leader kind of steps in and then basically possesses Del Fry. And that's how Del Fry is coming to life at the moment right now. The leader is literally going through and just attacking him. Right now, initially, like Leonard Samson, like Doc Samson, doesn't know who this is, right? He just thinks it's like, you know, Del Fry who's just kind of popped up. And maybe like Del Fry's been listening, quote unquote, that he wasn't actually dead, right? He was really alive the whole time and just kind of in a form of stasis. But then as soon as leader starts talking about things like, remember how I made you who you are, right? Because he's the one that more or less made Doc Samson, that the result is that Doc Samson realizes it's the leader. And that's when he kind of starts to panic a little bit. Of course, he ends up going after him. But the reality is there's not much Doc Samson can do in the face of the leader, especially with a guy like this, because he immediately seizes Samson and says, okay, now it's time to play the game. And then basically snatches him and takes him to the below place, right? To the realm of the one below all, where the one below all just kind of resides there. And for the most part, it's a little bit of you know, some exposition, but not a whole lot here, right? Instead, it's more of just kind of playing mind games and just basically saying that, like, you know, the leader has managed to reach the realm of the one below all by passing through a green door. And again, not a whole lot there. There's not much in the way of explanation, but one of the things that he does kind of hit on here is he introduces this idea of what's called the red door. Now, again, this is kind of a big deal. And the reason why is because if you guys recall what's been going on with the Immortal Hulk so far, that whenever a person who's exposed to gamma radiation dies, that they basically end up being taken to the realm of the one below all. There's this kind of connection that exists between the one below all and gamma radiation itself. And it all kind of goes back to the formation of the Hulk. But the long and short of this is that when a person with gamma radiation dies, quote unquote, they go to the realm of the one below all and a green door opens, which is basically a means for them to pass into the real world. This is why being possessed by the one below all is such a big deal, because if a person like Doc Samson were to arrive there and then become possessed by the one below all, they could pass through the green door and enter into the real world and then have this virtually nigh omnipotent level of power. The result of this is that with the door being changed to red, what it essentially means is that if Doc Samson were to pass through it, what it basically means is that either Doc Samson cannot pass through the red door, meaning he can't come back, and that seems to be the case because, you know, the way that Samuel Stearns describes it is he says red for danger, red for stop, from this side at least. So basically meaning that like no magic can return him to life, that he's basically stuck here, or the possibility exists that if he does pass through the green door, he would actually die and go on to the realm of Mistress Death. That more or less seems to be the case. We're not given an actual explanation here. All we really have to go by is what, you know, the leader says, which is the red door means you can't pass through it, right? It'd be like walking into a wall. You can't go back to the realm of the living. You're essentially stuck here. The result of this is that the Incredible Hulk, kind of going back to Immortal Hulk facing off against Absorbing Man, it's a cool bit of a conflict here. It's interesting, right? I mean, you see the Immortal Hulk literally fighting a giant, you know, form of like gamma energy. But one of the things that happens is that with the leader in possession of both Rick Jones as well as Del Fry, when one of them is talking, the other one is as well. So you literally have Rick Jones who's just kind of talking to somebody who's not there because of the fact that Del Fry is talking to like the people who are there, right, in the gamma base. And so ultimately Charlene, who again is kind of the science, like the head science group of the Hulk family, ends up kind of initiating this teleportation, right? There's this kind of thing where she basically ends up ripping Del Fry away, literally like translocating him. At the same time, you end up having Doc Samson, who basically cracks the one below all version of the leader over the head. And so what it does is it creates a kind of energy effect, right? Where basically the leader, as he's in possession of Del Fry, as well as him being in possession of Rick Jones, kind of reflects this pain, right? This anguish. Because if you consider these guys to be like facsimiles, then the leader, as he exists in the realm of the one below all right now, is like the leader prime, right? So it's like if the leader duplicated himself and then you attacked the main leader, the other duplicates would feel the same pain, right? I don't know if that really makes any sense, but that's basically what's happening here. And so ultimately they're kind of teleported away, and then one of the things that kind of goes on, and this is all really kind of the plan of the leader, the idea of counting on what Gamma Flight would do, with the Incredible Hulk being pushed continually over and over again, and the rest of the team being distracted. Nobody really being there in order to talk him down. Jackie tries to, but the leader knows Gamma Flight, and he knows the history of the Immortal Hulk well enough to know that Gamma Flight is not going to listen, right? Their main goal here is to destroy, or at least to kill Immortal Hulk, which is really just kind of incapacitating them, which they're aware of, and that nobody's really going to bring this to a peaceful end. And that's exactly what happens. Gamma Flight basically kills the Immortal Hulk, and then the Immortal Hulk is teleported to the realm of the One Below All when the green door opens. And so again, that's kind of his bit of a situation here. Now, what you also have is this really interesting concept where you have this being that's effectively chained up, right? Like literally chained up in this giant steel container and essentially held there. And kind of talks about how like they can feel everything that's going on, right? They can feel everything taking place. It's kind of called the inner world, which is basically the mindscape of Bruce Banner, right inside the mind of Banner himself. And that this individual was essentially captured by the leader and chained up in this location and basically kept there, right? Indicating whoever this person is, their power is far beyond anything the leader can really pull off here, right? And so what you end up getting is kind of the leader in the form of Worldbreaker Hulk, which is pretty nuts. And by all standards of measurement, we'd have to assume he contains the same level of power as the Worldbreaker Hulk does, right? Otherwise, why give us this form of the leader? Why would Al Ewing make him look this way? And it's one of these things where, again, the Immortal Hulk is kind of experiencing these dreams or this kind of memory series in his mind and speaking outright as he's experiencing that, right? But ultimately, he's taken to where Joe Fixit and Bruce Banner are chained up inside of Banner's own mindscape. Now, this is kind of the crazy thing, and this is an important thing to understand here when it comes to the Immortal Hulk. I know it seems a little strange, but what's basically going on here is a foreign entity has infiltrated the mind of Bruce Banner, and then in turn is controlling it. That's not uncommon for the Incredible Hulk mythos, not insofar as some foreign entity taking over the mind of Banner, but in the sense of one of the personalities in Banner's mind essentially taking over all the others, right? And we've seen that happen in different forms. We've even seen these personalities merge into a singular personality, which is Professor Hulk, right? We've seen what happens when these kind of things calm down, right? When these kind of things take place in the Incredible Hulk's mind. And so basically, Joe Fixit is chained up here, Bruce Banner is chained up here, and now the Immortal Hulk is chained up here. And the whole idea here of the leader is to take Bruce Banner and send him through the green door and into the realm of the One Below All. Why it is he's doing this, again, we don't fully understand. We'll find out here in a minute or two. But in that moment, Bruce Banner cries out for help, right? Cries out for help from anybody who will listen. And then in comes this guy who was chained up, who's basically revealed to be the Devil Hulk. Now, here's the crazy thing about this. The Devil Hulk is one of the more interesting concepts or interesting versions of the Incredible Hulk in Marvel Comics, but you don't really see a whole lot about him. The way it's kind of given to us here, because the Mindscape is one of these things where the personifications of the different versions of the Hulk are directly tied to the emotional state of the Immortal Hulk and really just the experiences of Banner over the course of his life, that the Devil Hulk in a lot of ways represents all the torment and suffering he's experienced over the course of his life kind of manifested. In a lot of ways, it's almost given to us as this idea that the Devil Hulk was the first version of the Hulk to manifest in the mind of Banner when he was being abused by his father. And then once he actually was exposed to gamma radiation because of the gamma bomb, the Incredible Hulk manifested. Then you got things like Joe Fixit and so on and so forth. But the Devil Hulk is the most emotionally powerful of all the versions of the Hulk that exist out there. And so that's why you essentially see this kind of fight breaking down between what is basically Worldbreaker Hulk, who's more or less possessed by the leader, and then Devil Hulk. And Devil Hulk literally crushes Worldbreaker Hulk. I mean, just pummels this guy. Absolutely pummels this guy. It's not even close, right? Because it's just sheer raw emotion here. And that's one of the big differences, is that with Worldbreaker Hulk, it was technically the Incredible Hulk at his angriest, but he had also achieved this just kind of pure form, right? In the sense that it seemed like the Incredible Hulk at his angriest, but also his most calm at the same time. And I know it sounds like an oxymoron to say that, but that's why, like, when you go and you read, Worldbreaker or World War Hulk by Greg Pak, that the Worldbreaker Hulk is basically like, I wouldn't really say like peaceful, but he's methodical. Like, it's just one of these things where it's like, okay, like I'm so pissed off that I'm rational now. And that's like a whole nother level of being angry. But nonetheless, it's one of these kind of crazy things here where you basically switch over to the leader and we kind of find out how all this popped off with it. Now, the idea behind this is that those individuals who are able to access the realm of the One Below All through gamma radiation, that it is most usually only allowed by those individuals who are of pure gamma radiation, right? Meaning that they are rooted in the Incredible Hulk and the gamma radiation he contains. The leader is a little bit different here. The way it's explained here is that the leader essentially synthesized a means by which to basically create a green door and enter the realm of the One Below All. But when he got there, he met Brian Banner. And one of the things about this is that Brian Banner kind of depicts this idea that when he was doing all these crappy things and when he was kind of tormenting the Immortal Hulk, at the beginning of Al Ewing's Immortal Hulk run, that is because he was possessed by the One Below All, which we know that was the case, right? We know that to be the case. But one of the things that Leader doesn't really understand is what is it that the One Below All is looking for, right? And how is it that a person can kind of reach into the real world and then manipulate the Immortal Hulk from here? Because the Leader wants to just destroy, like he's always wanted to destroy the Immortal Hulk, right? That's kind of his main goal. And that's as basic as that ideology is here, the way he goes about it is genius. Given the fact that the way that Brian Banner explains it, the One Below All needs a physical body. That the One Below All doesn't actually have a physical form itself. Instead, it's just raw desire and exceedingly terrible desires, right? But it's just more or less raw emotion. What it needs to do is bond itself to a host and then in turn use that host to enter into the real world. That the One Below All in its current form cannot pass through a green door and then just enter into the real world and then just take on some kind of a physical form and conquer all of the multiverse. It doesn't work that way. And so that's when Leader realizes, I can get behind this. And so literally Leader basically tricks Brian Banner and then completely absorbs him. And so the idea is that in some of these instances when Brian Banner appeared in the Immortal Hulk run, that it was actually the Leader in possession or appearing to look like Brian Banner. Not only that, now that he's consumed Brian, he has what's called the mark of the One Below All. And then in turn, he reveals his goal is to actually achieve a means by which the One Below All can enter into the real world and then conquer all of reality. Kind of harkening back to the story that we did where the Immortal Hulk was on a cosmic level and basically destroyed the entirety of the multiverse when the multiverse is reborn in its 9th iteration, that basically Leader realizes the only way for the One Below All to achieve its full totality of power is if it is in possession of the Immortal Hulk. And that's the whole goal behind this, that the Leader wants to help the One Below All succeed. The only way to do that is to mess with, to basically end up snatching the Immortal Hulk and Banner, bring them to the realm of the One Below All, and then allow the One Below All to essentially possess them and then go into the multiverse and destroy everything in existence, right? He literally wants to help the end of creation. And so again, kind of jumping back to the current moment, that when you have the Devil Hulk just absolutely pummeling Immortal Hulk, the big fear that kind of pops up here is you end up having the arrival of the Leader manifest into the form of Brian Banner. Now, it's not one of these things where it terrifies the Devil Hulk to the point where he starts crying or anything like that, but the Devil Hulk was born out of the abuse of Brian Banner. And really, in a lot of ways, it's part and parcel to Brian Banner. And so that's when he's kind of like where do you think, like, all this rage and everything that you are me, right? You are my rage incarnate, right? You're my wrath. You're a reflection of me and as abusive as I was. Where do you think you got your personality from? How do you think you became the person that you are? You know, where is the lie in all of this, right? If you tell me that I'm not you, you know, or you're not me, and that I'm lying to you, where's the lie? Look at yourself, look at me, right? Look at the abuse that I put you through, and look at who you are. Look at the things that you've done, right? You are a reflection of me.
Yeah.
Now where we at? Now where we at? Now where we at? Now where we at?
Yeah. Fit the Mexico world hillside. Shadow.
What you trying to do? Now where we at? We up. Get how you live, nigga. Now where we at?
I'm in my groove, shit tight, but I'm letting loose. No need to keep it real and not to worry what a nigga do. Try to keep the hustle flowing up and down the avenue. Guess I'm a different type of dude. Comments, yeah, I gotta do what you say I'm copping to. Yeah, I'm on that type of shit. We talking green shrooms and about a fucking 100 hits. Or she chilling outside, beers in my living room. This is real life and I ain't talking watching cartoons. I swear your boy a fool and I'm just getting started. Bitch, you about to pass out when I'm cranking up the party. Catch me smoking like a Marley. I'ma get it when it's said and done. Till that point in time, I guess I'm balling out and having fun. The way these niggas looking, I guess they ain't having none. Judging by the rest, I guess your nigga fucked around and won. This is the third world, nigga, don't forget it. All that shit you niggas talking, bitch, my niggas really get it.
Now where we at?
The hillside, Circle City Avenue, where niggas treated criminal no matter what a nigga do. We had another check, hustle like I'm Big Drew. Rolling up my weed and I'm about to pop another dude. Taking up the step, get the shit by any minute. Standing on my business like the roof, the only way to get it. Yeah, we know it's ever since we fucking started. Let me show you niggas what it like when throw it in the party.
Yeah, now we up. Now we up. Now we up. Now where we at? Now where we at? Now where we at? Now where
calling us the sorcerers of third world hillside, my ninja, and it's more of us. I swear to Tommy, you turn a ninja into a mommy. It's zombie diamond, but you could just call me zombie. Never threatened a weapon, I never had to check in. Not a teacher, but you could come through and learn a lesson. I might just burn it all down like it's Armageddon. Fuck the world unless it's the 3 planets. How you not with the squad? I don't know how you met. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. I had to kill this whenever I heard it. You know your boy Op, always on some nerd shit. The metal stronger than a motherfucking forklift. Can't stop until we on the damn Forbes list. I thought I told you to not approach us, your boy a poster. Child reppin' for the reckless and the wild. Out a number to the world whenever you feel in doubt. I got some good news, something you should read all about. It's thorough this and thorough that, my guys got the clout on. All the rebels be calling us the rebellion. I feel like the bomb, so I'ma just keep shelling them. Lick after lick, I'm not talking about candy. The metal came in handy, I'm a savage like Randy. Who are those guys and what the fuck are they planning? Get up out the way or get kicked in the fanny. Your full metal jacket, make racket in the daytime. And can't stop till I'm floating way past the ley line. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. That last stream was mad, you need that we did. This strike matters, this one I break a rib. This one smart, could destroy your inhib. This one kinda dumb, it don't even take skill. This technique concrete, it'll pay the bills. This one to make you stay still, stay sealed. All of that damage, can't believe that they healed. Throw with everything, got advantage on the field. We got the skies on lock, rapping like a pyro, but leave them all in shock. Mr. Scissorhands did it for the dividends, count it all up, we so brilliant. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. My mind haven't been right since last week. Hello? Yeah, I'm calling about my application. I had put it in, trying to join Third World, you know what I'm saying? I had talked to one of y'all members. I had spit some bars. And yeah, I remember. It sounded like y'all was laughing at me, man, when I was rapping. No! I ain't gonna lie. Never, and sir. Hung up on me. But I was just trying to see what was going on with the application, you know what I'm saying? What I gotta processing do next. It. Yeah, just hit me back. Hit me back when y'all can. Yes, sir. Alright, Third World.
Switch. Nice work. I'm smoking. Switch.
Yeah, yeah. How I do this shit be out of line. I do this shit like all the time. I'm better by the day, like the finest wine. Never mind the petty talk of this and that. They daily with the cap, but I'm too busy living life like I won't get it back. Give me that Marvin Gaye baseline, groovy shit, dope rhymes. Everybody take they shot, but most just kill time. Life is underrated, must portray it like you made it. Liquor filled with lemonade, cause I just wanna fucking break, but I can't get it, not today. Sun is up, it's time to slave. For my son, I die today. He might ride Elijah, ayy. That's good looking, by the way. Daddy took it, now we paid. Coming up from making plays, and now we seeing better days. Hope that ox is moving on. Hope they found a better way. Let a nigga write a song without the threat of death. Today was always told to do it now, cause today might be my last. So you see me catching vibes, stacking money, busting ass, rolling shit that I can't pass. Where it's greener than the grass on the other side. I ain't proud to say it, but I'll probably die over pride. They want me down in the dirt where a nigga won't survive. Look at me now, bitch, got him terrified. Don't give up, give in, don't give up, don't 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 give in. Catch me doing me, no matter what they say. No matter what they say. No matter what they say. Don't give up, don't give in. No matter what they say. No matter what they say. No matter what they say. I'll be doing
Hey, he just want to roll out the ring, bro. That's all he want. Oh, man. You watching him the rest of the trip, bro.
Like that. Now, come on, use a special one. I know you want to. I got the shield and I'm healing, so I ain't tripping. Go ahead and bring him in. Now, what I like about Aaron Black, like I said, I'm tagging. Let's get the duel started and get critical here for a couple seconds. I ain't gonna. Okay. Ooh, that did too much damage. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's see if I can still do brutality. Yes, sir. Drop you in your head. Bring out ammunition. Blah, blah, blah. Money. I just didn't get the bonus because I ain't do no brutality. But you know, we finna do the brutality. We gotta do the brutality next so we get the bonus and have us another good day. So let's get to it. Okay, I did it a little too early. I supposed to wait on him to come up, but it is what it is. Free special too, you know what I'm saying? Oop. They gonna hit everybody here, everybody get T-shield, you know what I'm saying? Everybody here and get some money. I just think.
Please.
Oh man, I'm so high right now. I have no idea what's going on.
I should've never let you know how I feel on the low. Been tryna hide them, no. My emotions, you know. I've been bottling up for sure. Y'all told me it ain't good. I had to let it out, though. All I get is misunderstood. I know you wish that I would let my emotions go. I'm scared it might overflow. You see, I've been acting distant. I see you from a distance. This shit here be persistent. Just trying to go flow on this shit. This shit here overdosing. I'm speaking up on these emotions. I swear I feel like I'm in the ocean. I don't really wanna know if I'm going or down. I don't know how they know. I've been trying to get it, what do I know? I've been pulling up with it like mini mo. Got one bitch, call that bitch Uno. I'm like Bob, I've been building walls for all these years though. So I had to fuck around, let one in. So I know she knocked them barriers down. I'm misunderstood. Know you wish that I would.
I was knocked out earlier, but we are back. We are back.
My throne is where I say it is. I was born to rule. Fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No time for we. I have the payload. Everyone relax. They reward for that day.
Someone has to be right.
I was born to rule.
Your end is within my reach.
I'm on the payload. Get over here. Let's go win this thing. Crazy.
Come on now.
60 seconds remaining. Looks like some. Oi! Get on the payload. It's getting Shake the grit out of your knickers and move!
No one can hide from my sight.
Step right.
10 seconds remaining.
What was that? What was that? Game just started.
Misery made manifest.
Well, I had to trying to share the stream to Twitter. Twitter.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. My throne is where I say it is. Stay away. Think you can keep up? Taking flight.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
I'm eager to see what problems we encounter on this mission.
Stay in range. If you wander off, I can protect you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Everybody holds. Nobody runs.
Damn. Come on.
Finally, a decent scrap. Scaling up.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Wow, that's crazy work, bruh. That's bullshit. Come on, bro. She just got played with that.
Lucky shot. My turn. Move out.
I might have to change from double blink.
Ascending.
Together then strikes him down.
Enemy turret ahead. Watch yourself.
Come on, guys. We gotta lock in. Team. Team.
I will never tire of this.
Moira by your side.
Duplicating Diva.
Fire in the hole. Take cover.
Damn. Come on, gang. Lock in, lock in.
Heroes never die.
My journey continues.
Lock in, gang.
There is no challenge I cannot face.
Come on, squad.
The others are taking their time.
We gotta start locking in, gang. I already knew she had lucky with that move.
Nerf this!
Arriving at Coliseum. Prepare for battle.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go. Finally, they made me attack. After all day.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross.
Our mission awaits us. I've got meds. Who needs them?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Let's get this done.
Positioning healing pylon.
Don't let them push it any further.
You won't get the best of me.
Sojourn en route.
We're falling behind.
The enemy pushes ahead.
Like a Junker Queen.
Coming down just ain't big enough. Disrupting.
Capture circuits engaged.
Justice rains from above.
Please kill her. Come on, bro.
Let's get back in the saddle.
Good shit, squad. Finally, a great team. What? I wouldn't call you scallywags great.
The flames of liberation rise. I will give you shelter.
Time for the reckoning!
Why are you targeting me, lady? I'm gonna send Bob out, then I'm done with Ash.
Team kill. Now to show him
They
that
pay
I'm
back the
business.
favor.
What's up? Stop that barricade in its tracks. Justice reigns from above. Bob, do something. Fixating on target.
I was made for
I can always count on you.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Nice work.
huh?
Destroy
We're going
that
back to back
turret.
with the team kills.
Over there. We will shield you. For now.
Let's kick this off.
For you.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Turning
Yari. Let the Kitsune guide you. It's go time. Justice reigns from above.
We are making progress. Show them what you can pushing. You are staying with me. I'm overloading. I'm hotter than a furnace.
Fire!
And ready to go. Burning
Molten core.
Face the
back
sunrise.
down. Not a chance. Maximum power. I'm on fire. Destroy that turret.
Come on, mine. Come on, mine.
One of our enemies is being revived. A good pop always. Let's put a stop to that. You're all set up.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Iliari. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Please stop.
I still have some fight in me.
Healing fire on the floor. Justice reigns from above. Yippee!
I'm overloading.
We got it. Ready to
Time to let off some steam.
Stop it
Oh,
from
they're
pushing.
dead.
Hurting my turret! My precious work! Time to let off some steam! Sensei Quidditch! My baby's destroyed! I'm hotter than a furnace!
Lead us to got the robot.
Show them what you've got!
Working on your injuries. Keep close.
I'm overloading!
60 seconds.
Enemy turret ahead. My ultimate
Robot is on the move.
Helden sterben nicht.
enemy turret ahead.
I'm overloading!
Crap City.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm on fire.
Let's get to work! Installed and
Adaptive
ready to go!
circuits engaged. Iliari.
Overloading!
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I'm on my game now. What did we learn? If we stop them, we can end this.
I take care of my friend.
Burning the bell!
Do not leave the robot
You're all set. Let's get to work!
Face the sunrise.
I'm overloading!
Disrupted. It's go time.
Hurting my turret! Turning up the heat! This is it! Protect the robot! I feel great! I'm on fire! Hurry! Take the robot!
Crap. I left the robot. Robbie, I'm getting cooked.
Play of the game.
How did Junkie Queen get the quick?
Time for raging. Move out.
Ass fuckery. How the hell did Junker Queen get it? Let's see where they put me this time. Champagne diet. get in there.
This ends now.
Bruh! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get there!
I've been knocked down before.
Get there! Bruh, I just got in here, man! What the fuck? I just got in here, bro. No, ain't no GG's, bro. I just got in here, man.
Play of the game.
Railgun charged.
BS, that's what that was.
Traveling to Nepal.
Traveling to
Prepare
Nepal.
for battle. Select your hero.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you.
So, don't take it personally when I get the most kills, okay?
He's ready to commit some crimes.
Hi.
You really should take better care of yourself.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Let's ride! I'm Dinah Zyker. Maintaining damage boost. She's gonna blow! Making a full recovery.
My fuse is lit! Since overloaded!
Feeling more powerful?
Hostile on the point! I came for real!
I'm here to support. Whoopsie daisy! Ich kümmere mich um dich.
be heard. Taking the objective, not on my watch. Catch easier than waves.
How y'all doing? Hey.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
You want that louder? Who else wants a piece of this objective?
Fuck, bro. Alright. I can't even boot this heavy dude, bro. He's too heavy to boot.
Let's get loud.
Make them regret facing us.
I feel great.
Initiation!
Crank up the game.
I'm ready to leave too. I ain't gonna cap to you, bro. Why
Best round lost.
I could use some help.
Score 0-1.
Louder this time.
The end draws near.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Aerial positioning.
This is my favorite part.
Contact. There's one.
Let's get some healing beats going. Sped you up, you did the rest.
Let's have some speed.
Get out of my way!
The objective is now active.
I'm on the point. Louder this time.
Enemy contact.
Amp up this beat. This is my favorite part.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Ready to engage.
I'm not taking this back. Break up the game. Why are you so angry? Turn it up, turn it up! Use some help! Oh, let's break it down!
Heroes never die.
Nerf this!
Rocket barrage incoming.
This is my favorite.
Welcome back.
Round 2. 1.
1.
Let's go.
Score 1-1.
I guess it takes all kinds to make a world.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
You want that louder?
Show them what you've got.
The objective is now
Crank up the game.
Hello.
I'm overloading!
My rockets are fueled.
Rocket barrage incoming!
You're not a support cat.
I'm on top of the world.
Why are you so angry? Oh, you want to hear this?
Oh,
you stagnation! That's not right.
Why?
Heroes never die. Neutralizing projectile.
double.
Perfect.
Victory.
That's how you do it.
Play of the game.
Do it.
Justice reigns from above.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. That's enough for me with old Dub. No cop. Probably play some Dragon Dogma. Yeah, we might run some Dragons
Basketball
Dogma.
is back.
Yeah, as soon as we get back, we're gonna run some Dragon Dogma. Fuck it.
Smoke. Switch. Yo, look. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. On God, the streets need us. To keep it real street up. Yo, look. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. On God, the streets need us. To keep it real street up. I told him, fuck all that popcorn, play pen rap. Like daycare, I promise we strap. Diana Monopia, go click clack. Nigga, after that, you gon' get clapped. Ain't gon' be no get back. Now this premeditated crime on wax. Tell them I'm talking grime on that. You snake niggas got no spine, no track. I see you slithering. You like to tell behind the rat. Now niggas wanna kill me behind the rhymes I spat. The dimes I splat. You mad cause our styles don't match. Heisenberg science kid taught me how to stretch shit. Fuck a food stamp, I'll be rich by breakfast. The only way to stop it is to catch this. I'm slipping and sliding through aquariums like a shellfish. Ray gun, leave you all melted. Group glowing green like a Celtic. I'm so impulsive, I can't help it. I'm a megalodon, you a scalefish. Don't get cracked by the tail whip. I just took down a sail ship. You should've seen the way they bail quick. In shark territory, might as well quit. Keep your mouth shut, we don't care about your 12 cent. I'm the man, bitch, check the third world pamphlet. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. Oh God, the streets need us. To keep it real street up. Fuck you! Keep fucking with shit! You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. Oh God, the streets need us. Keep it real street up.
And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand. Got to help Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes, it helped Daniel get out the lion's den. It helped Hurricane get off the island. Switch.
bit of Dragon's Dogma, my dudes. I appreciate every single one of y'all for hanging out with me during this 48 hours of streaming. It's been an experience. I promise you it has been.
It seems Ibrahim's scrap store offers confidential appraisals of jewels and the like. Follow me, Master. I shall guide you to the location.
Wait.
I suppose 'tis so.
I might have to fix these settings. Let me see. Alright, so hopefully that helps a little bit. Nah.
Follow me, if you would.
Okay. Hopefully. Trying to make it run a little bit more smoother. Hold up. Yeah, we gotta fix this. Hold up. This is nuts. Hold up. Nah.
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it? I would be glad to demonstrate the efficacy of my mage skills, should you desire magical assistance. I would gladly be of aid, Arisen.
If your pack grows over full, simply ask me to sell off your surplus item.
Bro, What can I do to fix this? Let's see.
Pray, follow me.
If it keeps acting like this, I gotta try to fix it.
Are you coming, Master? Our path is here.
Look at this shit, bro. Oh, I see. see if we can't fix this. Look at this bullshit. Wow. Come on with this now. Yeah, cause y'all doing too fucking much. It's that bullshit, man. Get out of my head. Alright, bro. Look at this shit. The mesh quality.
It seems Ibrahim's scrap store offers confidential appraisals of jewels and the like. Follow me, Master. I shall guide you to the location.
I suppose 'tis so.
I suppose 'tis so.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
I'd say we collect as much as we can carry.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful should we encounter another speaker.
We're good right now. I add you to my favorites.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
Pray, sir, seek out the Jadeite orb for me. Well, as for where to look, you could try asking about...
I've seen better days, that's for sure. Suppose I ought to earn my... What was it I had to do? Here we are.
Welcome. If you think me a liar, then buy something and see the truth for yourself. Ah, I see you desire one of my masterpieces. Very well.
Let's see if I can sell anything. Make a little bit of that bread back that we just spent.
Hope to see you again.
Jadeite orb is safely in hand.
All I need my help, I suppose.
Wow, we gotta figure out where the guy is. And we gotta sell it to.
I end up feeling weary, even after a day of wait.
There you are! Pray, tell me, have you found the Jadeite orb? Oh, thank you, thank you! Now my freedom is assured. Pray, take this. A note isn't much. Right, I'd best get going. Sir, though we may...
I hope Sir Offal shall lead a life
Nice.
free of cares, now that we have released him from his shackles.
My heart is light as a feather after that exchange.
Sweet. Quest.
So, how goes it? Did you manage to retrieve the Jadeite orb? Very well. Pray continue your...
So, wait, so multiple people need it? Let's see if I can find a little shop. Here it is.
Welcome. If you think me a liar, then buy something and see the truth for yourself. Many thanks to you.
Might you get...
So, how goes it? Did you manage to... I see. That is most disappointing. No matter. Your failure has cost me but little. Farewell, Arisen. May our... Farewell, Arisen. May our paths ne'er cross again.
F you.
Farewell, Arisen.
Would you mind coming over here?
Well, are you leading me?
I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but the trial of archery is nigh. If we would bear witness, we must first go to the ruins where Sir Glindor trains. Pray, allow me to show you the way.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
Hold fast, Arisen. I will be with you in but a moment. The undead have risen to face us.
This foe will recoil from pain.
Well fought, Arisen.
I dare say the Arisen could have defeated this lot without us.
That was sad.
I hope you weren't expecting mercy.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe, well and true.
No doubt, this
Well and
triumph will spur us into the next. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
Twas a glorious success.
Would that we might always be so in step, eh?
Such a magnificent tapestry of stars.
'Tis no great shock to me.
'Tis no great shock to me.
I shan't let them pass.
Feast your eyes on this.
Follow me, if you would.
Follow me if you would.
If your pack grows over full, simply ask me to sell off your surplus items. I'll have the gold for you in a trice.
'Tis this way. Pray, follow me.
Pray.
party is well balanced. I can see.
I got too much stuff on me.
You know weaknesses that might be exploited.
Capable comrades are a boon indeed.
I suppose 'tis so.
I suppose 'tis so.
Over here, if you please. This Oxguard was beset by assailants it could not shake. And this is the result.
Be on your guard, lest we meet a similar fate.
We ought to proceed with caution. Have you a different destination in mind, Master? Very well. I shall follow your lead instead. The trial of archery is nigh. If we would bear witness, we must first go to the ruins where Seglindor trains. Follow me, Master. I shall guide you to the location.
Well, if you insist. I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
I'm only glad I don't have to lead the way for a change.
As a matter of fact, curious thing, one of my former masters chose to hire only women. I wonder why.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Follow me, if you would. Phantoms!
There is the only light above all else. You'll not live to regret this.
We have found a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
In traversing other worlds, I came to know of a treasure chest in this area. Perchance you'd like to see it. Pray, follow me. I know the way, so there's no chance of our getting lost.
Right, camp. Elite camping. Elite.
What say we get some rest? I'm not sure I could face a trek with my belly so full.
Agreed. We ought to give ourselves a chance to recover.
We ought
ere
to give
continue
ourselves
on
a
our
chance
journey.
to.
You're welcome to take whatever you like from my pack, Master. I'd gladly see you put what I find to good use.
The hell is going on up there?
Pray, follow me. This way, Master. Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
If I were you, Master, I'd not leave this unread.
Shall we take a closer look?
Yeah.
Stand strong.
Not forced to prowess. When tarred, be sure to avoid open flames. trial of archery is mine. If you would bear witness, we must first go to the ruin where Sir Hindle trained. Follow me, Master. I shall guide you to the location.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
Hit me with it.
You have my protection.
That was thrilling. I did not know I could feel so alive.
Ooh.
Would you mind coming over here?
What's up in here?
A cave. Shall we proceed into the depths?
We'd best be prepared to make our own light before we proceed.
Like...
Yes, Master! Goblins!
We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Feast your eyes on this!
What is he doing?
I've an inkling this place will yield a rarity or two.
Well, well, that's quite a discovery.
Well worth the effort of breaking it.
Huh. Oh, I guess I already been here before.
Over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unscathed.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Methinks we can move this boulder if we work together.
I say we give it a push and see what happens.
What boulder?
I will protect you.
Oh, I hope you weren't...
Well done!
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
You look lost, what?
In truth, I'm unready to part from this place. Might I not be allowed to explore it further?
The covetous nature of life is quite human. Maybe that is the least among them. My knowledge from other worlds tells me that a forgotten riftstone lies near here. Shall I lead the way? I'd fain lead the way, if you would be so kind as to follow me.
The Vanguard is yours. Lead on.
Over here, if you please.
The Vanguard is yours.
Following along, I trust. Take care not to lose sight of me. Goblins, Master!
One cannot be too careful.
At once, Master. Follow me, if you would. Fast, Arisen! I will be with you in but a moment. We have reached our destination.
Nice.
An unlikely location for a path. Mayhap it leads to a hidden hoard of treasure.
Pray keep your wits about you. We needn't go barging in.
Damn. You gotta go back through the...
Do you mind coming over here?
cave.
It is hard to find my footing in this darkness. Pray, follow me.
Pray, follow me.
Now that was a satisfying bit of exploration. Though I should hope we need not always be so thorough.
It was an ordeal, but naught tides one over like the promise of a stiff drink by a warm hearth.
Fall back, and I will heal you with my magics. Wait right there. Nicely done. Think nothing of it. You've been doused in oil. You must steer clear of fire. Execution.
Our combined might is beyond any foe.
Pray.
Follow me, if you would. There's no need to go the long way round, when a shorter route is readily available. Follow me, Master.
The Master, goblins!
Arisen! Are you alright?
Reinforcements? Would that we had such resources?
When tagged, be sure to avoid open flame.
meager challenge if I ever saw one. It'll be over in moments.
Cut his tail off. Yeah.
You have my support. You truly are formidable, Arisen.
Feast your eyes on this.
Feast your eyes on this. Good stuff, Warden. Yeah. You done good, but. Oh my, go back to sleep, I go lie.
Frey, follow me. I shan't let them harm you.
You keep your life, and I take the rest. We need reinforcements over here.
What are we fighting? Let's do that.
You'll not live to regret this. Of course, it falls to me to do this. Isn't that always the way of things? Can't say I'm thrilled, but I'll get it done.
Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
Let's go.
Here we are.
You've come. Shall we be off? Follow me, and pray take care not to fall behind. One can easily lose their...
The Sacred Arbor will be a sight to behold, I'm sure. Let us trust in Sir Glyndor to see us there.
Twould behoove us not to fall.
Wolf brought in!
Our ice attacks are wasting control. compares to the thrill of victory. One cannot help but feel indomitable.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes. I will protect you.
What are you attacking? Oh, I see.
Sunset draws near.
Ears pricked.
Hold fast, Arisen! I will be with you in but a moment. I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this along.
We'll find a use for it, I'm sure.
Guys, I'm about to stop it here, man, and I'm about to...
Fear not. I'll think of something.
I gotta get my sleep, man.
El, alacar ilmen elote falomentare nun fir nambawe, elelia yavtolme? Nandeu in morteren ecialis, nun fir ananduin.
Isilrod vane nun lia casinque erenon. Ia fendel nar salma vi fir orne fa indel.
Alacar fionoaro osto urene.
Oh, but this one comprehends Elvish. Impressive. I suppose I needn't summarize my conversation with Luamir just now then, if your companion interpreted for you. Now, come. The place the trial should be held is just up ahead.
Kemen Ross Orni Ataher, Ostolia Hiroth.
Whoa.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful, should we encounter another speaker.
Add to my favorites.
The trial of archery shall be held here. I bid you wait just a moment while I prepare my entry. But I've just noticed. Where are all the custodians? They ne'er leave their posts. Could it be aught amiss?
Nenwen mor Iwanon. Alcarwa fir nun eldaya menelume sur Cariln. Martir fa nun fionor, minas vena eralote. Alcarwa fir nun eldaya menelume sur Car...
No. Darren? I cannot stand idly by while my sister is in peril, my friend. If e'er I've had need to call upon your aid, there is no time. I shall mark the location of the Ogre's Den upon your map. Make haste. Her life hangs in the battle.
Bet. Bet. Guys, we're gonna knock that out. We're gonna go save her in the morning whenever we get up. Oh, I would take my butt back to sleep. I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired. Dad. We're gonna knock that out in the morning whenever we get up. Till then, I'm about to knock out.
lines. And the idea was to basically use it for their own ends. Now, of course, the question that Tony Stark has is, where is the rest of Extremis? What's going on here? Now, eventually he manages to find himself mixed up with some of the guys of Advanced Idea Mechanics who have reached beyond and actually have a place called New Avalon. Now, Tony Stark himself as Iron Man has intrigued quite a few people. And this particular instance is really more of like a battle. It's more of like a conflict. What these guys have done is they have taken Extremis, they've made it into actual armors, and then brought in basically people who specialize in a multitude of different things, whether it's hand-to-hand combat, being a pilot, whatever the case may be. And the idea here is to run a gauntlet. Can they be as good as Tony Stark? Because keep in mind, in the realm of Marvel Comics, when it comes to like mechanized suits or technology or something like that, Tony Stark is the #1 guy in terms of weaponizing technology. Now, in terms of overall intelligence, it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, in All New, All Different Marvel, they established that Moon Girl's like the smartest girl on the planet. But prior to that, it was like Reed Richards, Valeria Richards, and Doctor Doom who held the #1 spot. You know, who it was actually #1 would change based on the story. But those three were generally the smartest people on the planet. In terms of weaponizing technology, Tony Stark is the #1 guy. And the Iron Man suit is the title to beat. If these guys, these pilots in these Extremis suits can beat Iron Man, then it means that this weapon is a success. That, you know, Extremis, as it's been used by this organization, will effectively work. They can in turn build more suits, hand those over, and gain new contracts with the US government to really replace what it is that Tony Stark does. Now, the cool thing about all this is that it basically creates a scenario whereby Iron Man himself is basically able to function at peak capacity. And what I mean by this is Tony Stark's armors are usually modular whenever it comes to, like, you know, the different equipment and stuff that he uses. And what that means is that different aspects of the suit can be detached and something else can be put in its place. And that's really the nature of it here. It's an invitation to use all the tools at his disposal and see if he can face off against each one of these individual guys. And for the most part, he's successful. He manages to stave off the attacks of almost every single one of these guys. The goal is that if he wins, he ultimately gets to take the Extremis with him. And so the cool thing about this is that some of these guys specialize in hand-to-hand combat, and the suits reflect that accordingly, in the sense that they're really more kind of in Tony Stark's face, punching, kicking, so on and so forth. Others are better at flight, at diverting attacks, playing more defensively. And so it's really kind of cool to see how these armors relate to what it is that Iron Man has. But at the end of the day, they are not Tony Stark. They do not have the ability to capitalize on their own skills in the same capacity that Tony Stark has the ability to capitalize on his. And so, of course, fighting these guys really serves as a distraction. And what he basically does is just kind of snatch up the Extremis kit and then just take off. I mean, really the most dishonorable way to end the conflict is just kind of grab the thing and then just bolt. And that's really it. I mean, it's kind of it's kind of a crappy thing to do. But what this is designed to do is basically give us a tour of how Extremis can be used in different ways. This next guy actually uses it for medical purposes, and it's really kind of cool. Again, because of the fact that Maya had sent Tony Stark a notification saying, hey, look, here are the versions of Extremis that have managed to get out. Here are their, you know, unique identity signatures. It's basically just tracking down these different locations, traveling to those locations, and facing off against people. The other half of this is we actually get to see a little bit of expansion on the various suits that Tony Stark uses. For example, one of these suits is one where he basically has the ability of camouflage, where he can bend light around himself. Now, if you're interested in the different suits that Tony Stark uses, I have like 4 or 5 videos that I did where we basically run over each one of his suits and what it is that they're capable of doing. Again, this one in particular is one that we had referenced previously, where he's able to basically bend light around himself to either make him invisible or to camouflage himself and create holograms. But once he ends up getting into this particular building where this Extremis kit is being located at, and he gets down to the basement, he actually finds a girl in bed, but then also comes across some members of his rogues gallery. Now, this is also kind of cool because it shows us some of the other ways that Extremis can be used, not in the sense of creating suits of armor, but in the sense of enhancing people's already existing abilities. The Living Laser, Firebrand, Vibro, these are guys that have their own intrinsic capabilities and powers. For example, Firebrand manipulates fire. Under normal circumstances, she's no real threat to Tony Stark, but with Extremis enhancements, her powers are pushed that much further. Not only that, because it's designed to enhance the human body, her physical agility, her strength, so on and so forth, all these things are increased. Now again, Tony Stark is coming out of all of this having dealt with Extremis before, and so it's not like he's taken by surprise the same way he was with Malin. Instead, all of his suits were upgraded to be able to withstand virtually any scenario when it comes to the Extremis tech. He'll sit down and he'll encounter a situation that he's never met before. He'll overcome his situation, and then he'll sit down and say, okay, under what circumstances could I encounter this scenario again? What million ways could this scenario play out? And then every last one of his suits will be upgraded to meet that particular scenario. In this instance, because of the fact that this is Rogue's Gallery, he's fought all these different guys time and time again. again, his suits are already equipped for the most part to be able to handle that. In truth, you know, these guys are taken out pretty easily. I mean, they're defeated pretty readily. But of course, with a living laser having charged through a wall, what this does is it tells Tony Stark that he probably charged through multiple walls, meaning that just following the holes in the wall is basically what it is. But the fact remains that once he gets inside this room, this is an instance where not everybody who captures Extremis uses it for nefarious ends. And this particular guy has a daughter that's basically dying of cancer, and the idea was to use Extremis for the purpose of trying to find a way to cure her. The issue here is that this guy does not know the ins and out of Extremis. He's smart, but he doesn't quite know how to use it or how to modify it in a way that will benefit his daughter. And so what he did is he actually kidnapped several people, or used several people, and injected them with Extremis, hoping that he'd be able to find a way to basically cure his daughter. The issue is that, you know, for the first person, it didn't matter. They effectively ended up dying. For the second person, they were cured, but his daughter is extremely sick in the same capacity as the first person. And so really, you know, what seems to be the case is that there's no way for his daughter to be rescued. In comes Tony Stark with an inoculation that's basically going to cure this guy's daughter. But the problem with this is that this guy broke the law. Despite his desperation, despite the fact that he wanted to keep his daughter safe, at the end of the day, he still broke the law. And so the result of this is that he's basically going to be arrested and taken to jail, but his daughter's gonna live. So again, it's kind of a cool scenario to see how Tony Stark deals with these different versions of the Extremis virus. Now from here, we switch over to the catacombs in Paris. If you guys ever get a chance, you should definitely look it up. There are people who will like party. Like they'll go and they'll have parties and stuff like that, and they'll go into the catacombs, especially like if they're not from France, they'll get lost and they'll die. They'll starve to death because it is a labyrinth down there. It's absolutely insane. With regards to this whole thing in Paris, Tony Stark, of course, realizes that one of the signals is coming from the catacombs. Now, the catacombs themselves are a small, tight space, which means there's no real room for maneuverability, and so Tony Stark plans accordingly and basically adopts one of the newest versions of the Hulkbuster armor. Now, this is a Hulkbuster slash a general tank all-purpose suit in the sense that it's not designed explicitly for the Hulk, but it certainly can help. And so once he gets down there, what he finds is a veritable bloodbath. I mean, it's absolutely insane. There's just body parts, just pieces of scientists all over the place. Well, of course, this leads him to coming across something like 12 or 13 women who have these different etchings carved on their faces. Now, this is when things get kind of weird, and in truth, it's played pretty fast and loose. I mean, the idea from one of the scientists seems to be that they were trying to resurrect the Great Black Infinite. We're not told what that is. Honestly, it doesn't matter. It's really just kind of Kieran Gillen saying these are crazy religious fanatics, you know, and as a result, they ended up just creating monsters with no understanding of what it was that they were doing. But this tells us that basically when Extremis, when Maya Hansen was forced to recreate it by AIM, and it was sold by AIM, it was, hey man, whoever wants to buy it can have it. We don't care what you do with it. And so again, it's really kind of wild here just because of the fact that one of the scientists that's left tries to take out Tony Stark. Of course he fails, but in doing so, where this scientist had all these different, you know, etchings and stuff around the door in order to keep himself protected, with the door destroyed, the protection's no longer there. And this guy's basically just kind of torn to pieces. Now, this is when we get into one of the darker sides of Tony Stark. And the reason why is because of the fact that, of course, he has his new AI essentially replicate the symbols that were previously on the door to create a kind of, you know, protective aura around himself, after which, you know, all these different young women just kind of enter a pacified state. But because of the fact that Extremis, if allowed to manifest for too long, basically corrupts and destroys the minds of the people who have ingested it, what it basically means is that there's no saving these girls. They're too far gone. In truth, all Tony Stark can really do is just issue a mercy killing. And that's exactly what he does. He basically just begins using a high intensity laser to incinerate these girls' heads. Now, this is dark, but it's also as humane as Tony Stark can possibly be. They don't feel a thing. I mean, one minute there's a bright light, the next, that's it. That's all she wrote. And so it takes 20 seconds for it to charge, which means that if he's issuing out 11 or 12 shots, he's got to wait a little over 2 minutes in order to basically take out all these different folks. And so because of that, it's pretty intense and it takes a toll, because for him, he's basically killing people. And if at all possible, Tony Stark always tries to keep people alive unless there's absolutely no choice. And in this instance, there was really no choice. And so what ends up happening is this last little Extremis kid actually takes us into space. And it's really kind of cool the way that this happens, just because of the fact that one of the people, or at least really one of the guys, you know, that has taken this is a guy named Eli. Now, of course, Eli and Tony Stark go back quite a bit in the sense that they've been both, you know, comrades, and they've, you know, been soldiers at arms, so to speak, on the front line of the technological arms race and different things like that. But Eli is actually using Extremis for a pretty interesting concept. Historically speaking, Extremis has always been weaponized. Ever since the virus was created and released, people have always weaponized weaponized it. Now, I mean, in this instance, we see people who are trying to use it for medical means, but 9 times out of 10, it's being used in some form of weaponry. What this guy, Eli, wants to do is actually use it for the purpose of exploration. In his mind, humanity's limited on the planet Earth. We talked about this when Iron Man joined the Guardians of the Galaxy, and actually the way this story ends will go directly into Guardians of the Galaxy, so I might put it in that playlist just for the sake of it. But the fact remains here that with regards to humanity on Earth, humanity is very primitive, relatively speaking, to like all the other species. I mean, you got to think, the Kree Empire stretches systems, solar systems. The Skrull Empire is the exact same way. The Shi'ar Empire is an amalgamation of different races. And here you have humanity stuck on a singular planet. This guy using Extremis is to basically say, why be limited by such a basic thing? Why would you want to weaponize Extremis? I mean, use it for exploration. And so the goal is to reprogram Extremis so that it can be modified in the human genome to allow people to walk on Mars without suits and basically begin the process of colonizing other planets, looking to the future. Now, under normal circumstances, Tony Stark would agree with this. And in fact, he says that. He says, look, I would agree with you. I'd be behind you 100% of the way under any normal circumstance if this was sanctioned by the federal government, if like Reed Richards had a hand in it or something like that. But if I can come in here, then that means Doctor Doom can come in here. It means that like Magneto could come in here. It means any number of villains could just walk in and take it. And then suddenly they've just got a ridiculous amount of power. What this does is it leads to the most logical outcome, a conflict between Tony Stark and, Eli and his various forces. Now, of course, again, this is Tony Stark playing it smart. It's him sitting down and saying, look, we're in a space station out in the middle of nowhere. They're not going to shoot bullets just because of the fact that if they did, all it would take is a pinprick of a hole in a wall, and then suddenly it's just explosive decompression. Oxygen just goes violently escaping out of the hole. Next thing you know, the whole space station blows up, and it takes all of us with them. And so in his mind, he knew that they were simply going to go for incapacitating him. Well, because of the fact that he's wearing a mechanized suit, they would use electronics. And so as a result, he basically reconfigures his suit to cope with any kind of electromagnetic interference, which allows him to maintain the suit's functionality, and then in turn, take all these different guys out, after which he grabs the Extremis kit and takes off. And so what ends up happening here is Tony Stark goes back and has a conversation with Pepper Potts. And it's really kind of cool to see this because he says, look, after Civil War, after Secret Invasion, after being director of S.H.I.E.L.D., being forced out of S.H.I.E.L.D., after starting Resilient, then having to leave Resilient, after faking my death, after all these things that have happened, I'm ready to take a break. Like, I'm ready to clear my head. I'm tired of being on Earth. I'm ready to go out. I'm ready to do something else. I'm ready to go experience something else, do any number of things. And so what he does is he basically dons a suit specialized for interstellar travel, for traveling the spaceways. And he essentially just leaves the planet Earth. He basically just takes off. And as a result, this is when he joins the Guardians of the Galaxy.
How did you get this number?
I was told that if I ever needed help, to call you. You're a man who can fix things. I didn't know people like you really existed.
They don't. There's nobody can do what I do.
Who are you?
I'm here to take care of your problem. Who called you?
We clearly have a situation here. We have decided that the only course of action is for you both to work together.
No. It's not how I work. This is not how I work. Oh. It's a different thing now. It's gonna be a long night. Where'd you get the drugs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where did you get the drugs? Talk. There's an art to this you may not realize. But the art's saying the same thing over and over. Let's see your technique. I showed you my luggage cart trick. Admit it. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, fine. It was very cool.
Where'd you get the drugs?
How long have you been partners? You got like the same clothes, kind of talk the same.
So?
Like basically the same guy.
We're not partners.
For what is a man? What has he got?
There are people out there who, if they suspected I knew what he knew and I knew what he knew, they would have us all killed immediately.
What?
I faced it all, and I stood tall.
Stop him!
So you secret partners?
We're not secret partners.
Do you have an amazing business idea,
This is awesome.
but no idea where to start?
It was completely overwhelming. So I went to Shopify.
My new website is live. Look how cute it is.
Today, my business is thriving.
Just sold out of fruitcakes.
Being able to put your heart and soul into something, it will change your life.
Okay, so continuing our trend covering some older Iron Man stuff, we actually pick up with a story called The Secret Origin of Tony Stark. Now, technically speaking, this was something like 12 issues long, and it's actually split into like 3 or 4 different storylines. In the first part, it's like 3 issues, and then 3 issues, and those are 2 story arcs. And then in the second part, it's like 4 issues and 2 issues, and those are 2 story arcs. But we're not going to worry about all that. We're just going to kind of finish the first 2 and then go to the second 2 and then call it a day. So it'll make sense as we go through it. And in fact, you really won't even notice the transition from one storyline to another. But the cool thing about this one is that, remember, this is when Tony Stark had basically taken off from Earth and joined the Guardians of the Galaxy for a time, and then he actually ended up defecting from the Guardians of the Galaxy. And so what this does is this actually picks up in the aftermath of the Avengers versus X-Men storyline. Now, basically that story just dealt with the idea of the return of the Phoenix Force. Now, that whole Avengers versus X-Men storyline branched out into a litany of different things. The fact remains that with Tony Stark, after the events of Avengers versus X-Men, he had basically just kind of bailed out. And so what this does is show us that there are galaxy sweeping ramifications for the things that go on with regards to planet Earth and the things that various heroes do. And so of course, with Tony Stark kind of, being really chatty, talking up a woman from a different world, what's kind of cool about this is that this is a group called the Valdi, and they are really kind of like the harbingers of a lot of different races that have existed over the years in Marvel Comics. And in fact, that's really kind of what Kieran Gillen's throwing in here. It's a little bit of a retcon. In terms of the different races in Marvel, whether it's like the Shi'ar or the Kree or the Skrull, whatever the case they may be, we always kind of assumed they just evolved in their own section of the universe, and in a lot of ways they did. But what the story about the Valdi does is it tells us that somewhere along the line they came into contact with the Shi'ar, which is why the Shi'ar look like the Valdi. They dress like the Valdi. The fashion aspect imprinted on them. There were other elements of their own society that imprinted on the Kree and on the Skrulls and so on and so forth. And so it's one of these things where, well, I wouldn't say the Valdi were like progenitors for all beings in existence. Their role within the universe certainly helped to influence other races around the universe in terms of their evolution and how they progress. The funny thing about this is that this chick's like one of those crazy religious girls, but for Tony, it's really just kind of like one of those one-offs, where like you get with her, then you bail, and you never have to deal with her craziness. The problem with this is that when she sees what he looks like under his mask, she freaks out and she just starts reading him the riot act. She's just like, "You're hideous under your mask." Which really kind of sucks. It really kind of blows, because he was expecting, to have a happy ending to the night, which he doesn't really get. But ultimately, he's basically attacked by the Valdi directly, at least by some of their cops, and brought before their high priestess. And what we end up finding out is that the Valdi, like so many other races across the Marvel Universe, especially the Shi'ar, basically worshipped the Phoenix Force. And so the idea here is that because Tony Stark and the Earth-based superheroes effectively destroyed the Phoenix Force, he is going to be held accountable for that crime in particular. Now, what this does is this actually brings in a character called Recorder 451. Now, the Recorders are created by a race called the Regellians, and in fact, they actually date all the way back to 1966 with Thor number 129, which is when they were first introduced. And what's funny about that, because we're really just kind of coming out of it, their introduction actually centers around Ego the Living Planet, which is really kind of interesting. It's really kind of funny how it all ties together. But back when Ego first popped up in Marvel Comics, he was just like a sentient planet that just existed in this place called the Black Galaxy, and they called it that way way because everything that came into contact or came into that galaxy was basically absorbed and ingested by Ego the Living Planet to both provide him with the energy he needs as well as absorb their knowledge and expand his own intelligence. Now, of course, this eventually dead-ended into a story where Thor and Galactus fought Ego, and then Galactus just like strapped a rocket to his back end and sent him just hurling across the universe. It was weird, but the fact remains that the Rigelians were really more of like explorers and colonizers, and so the idea was that if the Black Galaxy is there and Ego the Living Planet threatens their existence, their goal was to essentially go out and explore the rest of the cosmos in order to find other worlds to settle on. And to do this, they created recorders. And the recorders are basically these robots that would just go out, they're more or less probes, they would go out, they would explore some predetermined destination in space, they would report back, their memories would be wiped, and they would repeat the process. That's all that they would do. Well, this particular guy, 451, for reasons that are not initially given to us, and in fact, reasons I don't even think are given to us at all, for whatever reason, he didn't go back, and instead he just kept exploring the cosmos. And so he's been around for millennia and basically just seen everything there is to see. And so we're actually going to find out that he plays a major role in the whole secret origin of Tony Stark. But 451 just kind of showing up and talking to Tony Stark is done for the purpose of actually breaking him out of jail, or at least trying to find a way to get him out of there. And so what happens is once he's brought before this tribunal, more or less, he basically demands trial by combat. And in doing so, he's paired up against, a handful of different people. Now, all the different trials he goes through, all the different battles he goes through are done for the charges he's facing. And he's facing dozens and dozens of charges, destroying a deity, heresy against the Voldy, and, just being a dick. I mean, there's all different kinds of charges that he's facing here. And so because of that, he actually ends up going against a multitude of different foes and beating every last one of them. Now, the reason why is because of the fact that while Tony Stark himself has no real combat abilities, the Voldy race as a whole doesn't fight. They're not a conflicting society. They're very much like Norrinrad's race before he became the Silver Surfer. Those individuals who basically sought out to just kind of engage in peace and study, really more of like arts and so on and so forth, as opposed to conflict. They're just a bunch of hippies. So because of that, Tony Stark's able to take out almost every last one of these guys just because of the fact that in his own escapades as an Avenger, he's able to hold his own. But because of the fact that he's able to defeat all of these guys, what ends up happening is the Voldy call in someone called Death's Head. Now, Death's Head was created by a guy named Simon Furman, and this is actually a really cool story. Simon Furman was working for Marvel's UK imprint back in the 1960s or 70s, and that was basically Marvel's attempt to branch out into the United Kingdom, into England, and create stories that people would care about. That's where like Captain Britain came from, and the Excalibur team, and all that kind of good stuff. But the fact remains here that Death's Head was created as a Transformers character, and Simon Furman actually threw him in the Transformers comics. The problem was that at the time, comic books were becoming more and more popular, and the Transformers were growing into their own by quite a huge margin. I mean, it was like issue number 100 and something by the time the 1960s rolled around. And so because of that, the fear was that if Death's Head stayed in the Transformers comics exclusively, then he would basically become a Transformers property. And so because of that, Marvel would essentially lose the rights to him, because back then it was kind of like creator-owned content. So if a guy made something and threw it into a comic, so long as it stays in that line of comics, it becomes the property of that line of comics. And so what Marvel did is they actually cranked out this super quick like one-shot that basically had Death's Head inside a Marvel comic, which in turn meant Marvel could say, now he's the exclusive property of us. They in turn filed a copyright claim on Death's Head and then made Death's Head a Marvel character. And so it was really kind of cool the way they pulled that off. It was like She-Hulk, right? Like they wanted to do She-Hulk in the TV show, so Marvel cranked out a comic to make She-Hulk a Marvel character, and so then they had to go and just get permission from Marvel in order to include her in, and Marvel got all the money from the She-Hulk appearances that ever showed up outside of the comic books. But the fact remains that Death's Head is basically just a giant robot, and he's really a bounty hunter, but standing some 30 feet tall, he's a lot more powerful than Tony Stark is. So again, it's actually kind of crazy. Now, something else to point out here is that Tony Stark is forced to fight without his armor, and even those individuals that he's going against are forced to fight without weapons. So it's actually kind of a cool little tidbit here. But the fact remains that with him more or less being saved, this comes by way of his new AI called Pepper, which is basically just a way to maintain his connection to Pepper Potts when he's out in space. It's a totally it's an autonomous AI. It's not really Pepper Potts, it's just kind of modeled after her. But the way the Recorder 451 breaks Tony Stark out is by capturing something called the Heart of the Voldy. And basically, this is a massive energy source the Voldy use to keep their society going and to keep their energies going, and does so by basically feeding on the excess energy of the Celestials and various other cosmic entities in the Marvel Universe. Well, the Celestials are none too happy about that, and apparently they've been searching around for the Voldy forever. With the Heart of the Voldy, they were able to keep themselves basically hidden and protected. With the Heart of the Voldy gone, the Celestials obliterate the entire place. They just kind of show up out of nowhere and destroy everything. So it's actually pretty wild and it's pretty messed up. But ultimately, Tony Stark just kind of has to leave, just kind of has to let him go and fly off. And so what this does is it leads to him coming into direct contact with Death's Head himself. Now, of course, Death's Head had basically just kind of bailed out when everything was going to pot, when it all was kind of going to pieces. But Recorder 451 basically kind of took off and then kind of poked fun at Tony Stark a little bit, like, hey, you know, catch me if you can, that kind of a thing. Well, the universe is a massive place. And so because of that, Tony Stark allying himself alongside Death's Head will give him resources to like the kind of things that bounty hunters only have. And he's eventually able to track down Recorder 451. What we end up finding out here, though, is that Recorder 451 basically set all this up. 451 essentially, as soon as Tony Stark and Death's Head show up, Recorder 451 hacks into Tony Stark's suit, takes control of his AI, and then it also turns out that he had basically paid Death's Head to lead Tony Stark here in the first place. And so the reason why is because of the fact that Recorder had to create a circumstance where Tony Stark would come to him. And the reason for that is because Recorder 451 has a very important piece of information. This piece of information being a message directly from Tony Stark's father. And so the crazy thing about this is that Tony Stark's just kind of made to watch just because of the fact that Recorder has control of his armor and that kind of thing, and Stark really can't leave. But initially, we're not told exactly what it is that his father said. Instead, we're just kind of like given this jump over where it's just like, okay, and that's what he said. And then of course, Tony Stark's kind of reacting to it and freaking out. But what we end up finding out here is that the parents of Tony Stark had a very hard time conceiving. Howard and Maria just could not conceive a child. And so much like Doctor Strange trying to find a way to heal his hands, Howard ends up traveling around to various people. And this is kind of cool because it's a lot of the most intelligent scientific people in the realm of Marvel Comics, but they deal mostly with biology more so than anything else. The Eternal City, you know, where all the Eternals live, you know, these basically angelic-like beings in the Marvel Universe don't really have a way to save him. The High Evolutionary, a guy that basically deals with growing human beings, cannot do anything to help him. Now, the fact remains that we actually end up picking up with Howard Stark kind of falling to the bottom of the barrel, where a guy's like, hey man, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy, and this leads him to Las Vegas, Nevada, where he comes into contact with this guy who's basically a Grey. Now, as far as I'm aware, this is the first appearance of their race inside Marvel Comics, and they're not significant here, but the Greys actually operate out of a casino called Area 52, or Area 52 in Las Vegas. Now, the funny thing about this is that it's like that rule, you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And if you've ever been to Las Vegas before, there's crazy people everywhere. And so like someone walking around as an alien, no one's gonna bat an eye. They just kind of blend in perfectly. What the Grey basically says is that there is a robot, of course we know that now to be Recorder 451, stuck inside this particular casino thing that looks like a UFO. And the idea is to basically break in and steal this recorder. Now, of course, the cool thing about this is that the recorder is not established to be the guaranteed way for Howard and Maria Stark to have a kid. Instead, what happens is the Grey says, hey, look, this robot supposedly has like traveled around the universe and seen everything. And so if there is a way for you to achieve whatever goal it is that you want to achieve, because, you know, Howard doesn't tell the Greys that he wants to have a kid or anything, he basically says, look, this recorder would be the way for you to be able to pull it off. And so ultimately what ends up happening is Howard Stark assembles his own team. It's kind of cool because it's like this 1960s kind of situation with all these different things unfolding. Now, keep in mind, because of the fact that this is the 1960s, the Marvel Universe is still relatively new at this point. I mean, in terms of superhero immersion. So like mutants are just now showing up. So things are still relatively new in terms of how it's all unfolding. But this is kind of fun because it turns into this sort of like heist mission, right? It's kind of like Ocean's 11 meets Marvel Comics, which I love Ocean's 11. And so I love this kind of scenario. This guy, the Grey, goes in and distracts the various members of his race who are here and are running this casino, and essentially says, hey, look, this guy stole our robot, and he took off over to this one location, and so we have to go find him. Now, what had happened here is one of the guys of Tony Stark's team used an image inducer and basically made Recorder 451 invisible, as well as him and Howard Stark. And so what this meant was that when the Greys showed up inside the room where the robot was supposed to be, to their eyes, it was invisible, and it was gone. And so again, this is cool because it shows us that like some of the thievery and stuff and like some of the schemes are like pretty cool in terms of the kind of stuff that they were pulling off. And so ultimately they break it out, and we actually end up finding out that like Maria Stark, Howard Stark's wife, is basically like part of the whole thieves game. Like she's very much involved in this whole Black Ops-esque, you know, scenario. She's a pilot and all that stuff, and so it's really kind of cool. But again, we're only given one half of this story, and the reason is because after Tony Stark is given all this information, the recorder says there's a lot of other things that we did, a lot of other things that we ended up getting involved in. And where Tony Stark initially asks, okay, you know, what happened next? What's the next stage? How does all this lead into presumably the birth of me? The recorder's also a little kind of cloak and dagger here, you know, where he basically says, yeah, this all does kind of lead into you, but we have a destination that you're going to, and so for right now, you got to go to sleep, man. So he basically knocks him out, and they end up taking off to their destination, which of course turns out to be the final battleground of the war between the Celestials and the Aspirants. And this is actually really, 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 really cool. It's one of the coolest elements with regards to this whole thing. Of course, we'll find out more about that in the next video. In the meantime, what we actually end up doing is jumping back to Howard and Maria Stark, and we get the last little tidbit of this story, at least in terms of what led into Tony Stark. And what we end up finding out here is that with them basically kind of rescuing the recorder, the answer he gives is, yes, I will definitely help you guys create a child. Now, the cool thing about this is that the recorder's not doing it for altruistic reasons. There's actually a motivation behind it, and it stems directly from the nature of the planet Earth. The recorder, having traveled around, you know, the cosmos for so long and having seen so many different things, recognizes the placement of Earth. And that's really the kind of case when it comes to Marvel Comics. For whatever reason, the Earth is just strategically placed in like the best possible position when it comes to wars and conflicts. And so the recorder being here is done for the purpose of not creating a superpowered being, but creating a person that can basically have the intelligence to make the Earth a futurist place, to look to the horizon and find ways to basically speed up the Earth's development in terms of weapons, technology, defense systems, laying the stage for everything that would make Tony Stark who he is. And so because of this, what Recorder basically says is, I'm going to essentially give you a child and then modify it on the genetic level to be predisposed to a higher level of intelligence. Now, for any parent who's being told, we are going to make modifications to your child before it's born, that is a terrifying concept. Regardless of whether or not it's going to benefit your child or it's going to cause harm to your child, it's a terrifying idea. And so because of that, to have genetic modifications to their kid really just kind of freaks them out, and it really kind of bothers them a little bit, but ultimately they end up going through with it. Now, what we're going to find out is there's a little more that was going on behind the scenes, and the way that Kieran Gillen does it is absolutely genius. But the fact remains here that we end up having Maria Stark going through the insemination process when the child is basically bestowed inside of her, and 6 months later, she gives birth to a kid herself. Now, this kind of wraps up by the fact that the Greys eventually catch up to the Starks themselves, and the reason why this is so important is because the Recorder sits down and says, no one can know that this baby is here. No one can know that this child has basically been modified by me. Anybody who knows about it is going to have to be killed. As far as they're concerned, they need to believe that you have a happy and healthy, normal baby. And so if the Greys have stumbled across this, and if the Greys have realized that I, as a Recorder, am involved in the birth of your child, then they're going to put two and two together, and even if they don't come to the absolute truth, they're going to become information brokers. They're going to say, a Recorder from a super advanced race is on Earth and helping a human couple give birth to a child. It probably did something to that kid that made it super advanced. And so again, it's actually going to speed up the timeline of the various races that would see the Earth as a threat and try to destroy it. And so in response, Howard Stark and this Recorder travel to this location of where the Greys are at and essentially kill them all. Now, Tony Stark's reaction to this, it's a lot of doubt. And so because of that, it's kind of a funny situation, because in this whole scenario, the Recorder basically says, hey, look at where you are right now. You're literally an engineer down to the genetic level. You were designed to just be that smart. And so again, it's really kind of cool to see a lot of this changing going on with regards to his character, a lot of this expansion being added here. And so ultimately, once we get to the question of, well, what happened next after the whole scenario with the Greys, Kieran Gillen ends the story. So we will find out in the next video what it is that goes on further with the whole idea of Tony Stark, because where this seems to be pretty self-explanatory and pretty interesting on the surface, when we get in depth, it's going to get a lot more interesting, because I will say this, nothing here is as it appears.
Enter a prompt here.
If a girl calls me a snack, how do I reply?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Am I doing AI?
What's a good excuse to cancel dinner with my friends?
We're literally sitting right here.
There's no wrong way to prompt.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
To be. Okay, So picking up with the second part of the secret origin of Tony Stark, really Stark's origin, the Recorder and what's really going on with the motivations of Recorder 451. And what we end up finding out here is that following the birth of Tony Stark, they effectively call it a day. Like the Recorder's just kind of like, okay, he takes off and that's really it. I mean, because his job's done. And it's really kind of cool here because with everything that's happened, the question of Howard and Maria Stark is, what do we do now? It's really kind of cool because I feel like that's the question that almost every parent asks, you know, and I think that's one of the things that makes, you know, parenting pretty exciting. But the whole idea here, at least from what Recorder 451 tells Tony Stark, is that he was engineered for a particular purpose. And the purpose was to basically pilot something called the God Killer armor. Now, the God Killer armor is a really, really cool concept because it's basically like anti-celestial tech. But the reason why is because of the fact that, remember, Recorder 451 looked around and basically said, people are going to become jealous of the Earth, they're going to become concerned about the Earth, but because of all the inhabitants, because of the superpowered beings that exist here, the Earth could one day become a beacon of peace in the universe. Now, we know that just by way of like Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four, that Avengers World will be formed. Avengers World will happen, but we're given this cool bit of history about the Marvel Universe. Now, something else is going on, and in fact, we'll actually cover this in our story about the Ultimates, when we basically get to a retcon of the universe. Ultimates is basically retelling this entire origin story. When it comes to the whole concept of the God Killer armor, back in the early days of the universe's existence, that is to say, this version of the Marvel Universe, which I think is the 7th iteration of the universe, a war broke out between the Celestials and the Aspirants. But the Aspirants and the Celestials were both vying for dominance of the universe. Now, what the motivation of the Aspirants were, again, we don't know. They're a very enigmatic race of people. All we knew is that the Celestials basically procreate by taking control of a planet, impregnating the planet with the energies of a Celestial, and then when that Celestial emerges, the planet's destroyed, and then there's one more Celestial in the cosmos. The idea was that for the Aspirants to basically stop that from happening and to defeat the Celestials. But during the war between the Aspirants and the Celestials themselves, the Aspirants had developed the God Killer armor that stands 25,000 feet tall. And this God Killer armor served the purpose of basically destroying Celestials. And the war was massive. It was a universe-wide war. Now, what we learned in Ultimates is that this conflict is simply the 7th time it's happened. That back in the beginning of all things, when the very first universe came into existence, that universe was basically called the Firmament. And that universe created Aspirants and it created Celestials. Both of these beings were designed to basically view the first Firmament as being, you know, kind of like an all-encompassing entity. That is to say, they basically worshipped it. The problem is that some of these beings, namely the Celestials, began to operate with autonomy, which is to say they basically broke away from the influence of the first Firmament and became their own beings. And so because of this, the war between the Celestials and the Aspirants was actually a war between those who were loyal to the first Firmament and those who were not. And so because of this, the Celestials basically won. The first Firmament was pushed to the brink of all existence, and the cycle repeated itself each time the universe took form. So each time the universe collapsed and a new one was born, the entire cycle repeated all over again. The exception to this is that the first Firmament existed outside of all space and time and outside of the main universe itself, and just watch the multiverse collapse and be reborn 6 or 7 times, leading up to the formation of the all-new, all-different Marvel Universe following the events of Secret Wars. And so, of course, what we find out is that with Tony Stark being here, with Recorder 451 still maintaining control of his suit of armor, what happened is that when Recorder 451 went to the planet Voldy, led Tony Stark there, and then stole the heart of the Voldy, the reason for that is because of the fact that the heart was needed to power the God Killer armor. And the idea here is that Recorder 451 essentially engineered Tony Stark so that he and he alone could pilot the God Killer armor, station it on planet Earth, and become essentially a warning to anybody who shows up on Earth that there would be massive ramifications. Because you got to think, anybody who showed up on Earth with the intention of attacking it would be obliterated by the God Killer armor just because of the amount of power that it possesses. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Of course, in the middle of all this, we're met by the arrival of Death's Head. And the reason why is because of the fact that with the character of Death's Head, it was Recorder 451 trying to wrap up all loose ends. Death's Head is, for all intents and purposes, the best bounty hunter in the entire Marvel Universe. And because of this, with him being as capable as he is, the Recorder basically put a bounty on his head. And so this really kind of shows us the arrogance and the hubris of the Recorder to basically try to eliminate the greatest bounty hunter in the universe by sending other bounty hunters after him. And so again, what this does is because of the fact that Death's Head is just a giant machine, the recorder hacks into him and essentially shuts him down, really just kind of makes him into his own personal slave. And so again, the commands that have been given to these individuals that the recorder hacks into, namely the suit of Iron Man and Death's Head, is do not allow me to be harmed, do not harm me, and carry out my orders. Now, they're given free will to do anything they want to, but if Tony Stark tried to kill Recorder 451, the suit wouldn't let him. If Death's Head tried to kill Recorder 451, his body wouldn't let him, but he still maintains his own mind, he still maintains his own intelligence and his own thoughts and desires, and even free speech. He just can't kill Recorder 451 and has to follow all of his orders. And so because of this, Tony Stark's required to think fast. Now, because of the fact that the suit itself responds to Tony Stark as much as it responds to Pepper Potts, it's really kind of like a redundant system. If the Pepper AI essentially becomes corrupted, Tony Stark can basically purge it and then operate the suit on his own. And that's exactly what he does. Of course, the Pepper AI pretty much kind of goes with this idea as well, because it's the only way to save what it is that's happening. But Stark essentially shuts down the suit and then just runs, and that's it. So at this point, he's really just kind of stuck on his feet. But the funny thing about this is that when Death's Head had shown up and had basically fought on behalf of Tony Stark, even for only a moment, he made reference to the fact that Tony Stark's own weapon systems had followed him there. Now, the reason why was because with the Pepper AI basically taken over by Recorder 451, the AI was still able to function and use all of its normal resources. And so what it basically did is it realized, if Recorder 451 hacked into me, then I can basically recall all the armors of Tony Stark when it doesn't realize what's going on. And Tony Stark can basically just jury-rig the armor so that they can work without having to worry about, Recorder 451 hacking into them. And that's exactly what he does. He basically begins grabbing all these different suits of armor to essentially wire them all together as a dummy system so Recorder 451 can't use them. But the fact remains that with regards to Death's Head, because it's essentially acting to try to destroy Recorder 451, it essentially acts around the parameters that it basically just kind of takes 451 and just dives off the side of, one of the ledges, hoping that it'll destroy Recorder 451 at the same time, because when they hit the bottom of the Godkiller armor, they'll have been traveling almost 5 miles because of how tall it is. Of course, Recorder 451 says unhand me, and that's that. That's the end of Death's Head. But again, what this does is it shows us the intelligence and the ingenuity of Tony Stark, but it's also this idea that not everything is what it seems. And the reason why is because Kieran Gillen is hinting at the idea that either something went wrong with the plan of Recorder 451 or Tony Stark is not the child of Howard and Maria. And the reason why is because of the fact that the child of Howard and Maria was programmed to be able to access and to pilot the Godkiller armor. When Recorder 451 sends the Godkiller armor careening into a planet, hoping that Tony Stark will seize control as pilot, merge with the armor, and then deter it away from the planet itself, Stark tries it and can't control the suit. He cannot control the ship. And so because of this, the indication here from Kieran Gillen is that Tony Stark is not the biological child of Howard and Maria. Now, this is really interesting because when this first dropped, it was the talk of the town. Tony Stark is not the child of Howard and Maria? That's crazy. But the fact remains here that with Tony Stark unable to pilot the suit of armor, ultimately, it ends up destroying the planet. Now again, this is where the whole views and the whole perspectives begin to shift. And the reason why is because of the fact that from the perspective of Recorder 451, Tony Stark did not stop the Godkiller armor from crashing into the planet because he chose not to, not because he couldn't. And so again, this is really kind of interesting because it makes Recorder 451 very human in the sense that he's just kind of ignoring facts in place of what he believes to be true. Because in truth, he doesn't know what's going on. It also shows us how durable and how strong the Recorders are. I mean, they're nigh unstoppable just in terms of their physical structure, in terms of their durability. Now, there's all different kinds of things that he can do, but ultimately, alongside the assistance of Pepper, the hacking system of Recorder 451 is destroyed, which in turn frees her from his control and really just kind of sets the stage for the Recorder system to be almost completely obliterated. Now, before this happens, Tony Stark actually grabs the Recorder, drags him over to one of the interface devices, and forces the Recorder to bear witness to the fact that Tony Stark cannot control it. Like, you couldn't tell him the truth, you had to make him see the truth. With the Recorder basically realizing that Tony Stark is not the child of Howard and Maria, the question becomes, then who is? Who is the child of Howard and Maria? Now, at this point for the Recorder, it doesn't matter. I mean, his life is basically done. I mean, it's really just kind of over. And so because of the fact that he says, look, I acted in what I thought was the best interest only for me to find out that I basically screwed up, my purpose is null, it essentially just kind of deletes itself. And so because of that, Tony Stark really has no way out. I mean, the doors are sealed. Sure, the God Killer armor is sent away from the planet Earth, but it's also told by the Recorder to begin the process of jumping to another dimension, to jump to another reality, and it'll take Tony Stark with it if Stark's not able to get out. And so again, building on this intelligence of Tony Stark, of course, he ends up grabbing the Recorder and then hooking up its hacking system and breaking himself free. That's really it. It just kind of gets him out as fast as he possibly can, and then they basically just bail out. But something else that I also want you to notice here is the idea of a Dyson sphere. When the God Killer armor was first introduced as part of this story, it was basically hidden away from all things in existence inside of a Dyson sphere. Of course, the Dyson sphere serving the purpose, or serving multiple purposes, of being able to like absorb solar energy, you know, built around a star, that kind of thing. But it was designed for the purpose of keeping the God Killer armor hidden. The reason why this matters is because this is yet another instance when Hickman will reach into existing stories from the Iron Man comics and the Captain America comics and so on, and roll them over into incursions and everything. When the Infinity Gauntlet, when the gems shattered and they weren't able to use a gauntlet anymore, Tony Stark decided to build a Dyson sphere around the sun and then channel the energies of the sun to destroy incursing planets. So again, it was really kind of a cool idea in terms of how it all just kind of reaches together and how it all kind of comes back in. But what we end up having here is Tony Stark arriving back on Earth, only to find out that where he had basically taken off before his birthday, she essentially just kind of held his birthday celebration off until he got back. And then it's the Avengers and everything. But the important thing here is that Tony Stark begins to remember what it was that went on with regards to Recorder 451, the idea that the programmed child of Howard and Maria Stark was made for the purpose of being able to access the God Killer armor. The fact that Tony Stark wasn't able to do that meant that he was not the biological child of Howard and Maria Stark. Now, the reason why he comes to this conclusion is because of the fact that Recorders are robots. They're not designed to be human. They're not designed to make mistakes. In this instance, with everything that it was that Recorder 451 had done, there was no reason to indicate that it was wrong about the idea that only Howard and Maria's child should be able to access the God Killer armor. And so after going through all this documentation and going through all this different paperwork, Tony Stark comes to the only logical conclusion that he can, that Howard and Maria Stark do have a child, and that child is not him. And so what we do is we jump back to the initial scenario when Recorder 451 appeared to Howard and Maria Stark and offered the option of allowing them to have a child, but stating that there would be some genetic modifications that would be made to it. And in this discussion between the two of them, they effectively just wrote notes to one another asking the question, can it be trusted? Do you believe that it has our best interests and hearts? And so again, it really showed the idea that from the very beginning, Howard and Maria Stark did not trust Recorder 451. Now, ultimately, they ended up going through with it. The change to the plan came by way of Howard Stark himself. And again, this shows us just how smart he is. And so what we end up finding out here is that when Maria Stark was impregnated with a child, and then Recorder 451 began the process of genetically modifying that child, Howard began to go through with all the notes that he was given by Recorder 451 and began meddling around and investigating in terms of what was happening, and found a hidden line of code that was basically designed for the purpose of killing the child of Howard Maria Stark when it was around 30, when it was in his 30s, maybe close to 40. And so it was basically a suicide gene. Now, we know by virtue of reading the story, the gene was created by Recorder 451 so that it would be able to grab the child of Howard Maria Stark, whisk it off to the God Killer armor, make it part of the God Killer armor, presumably infusing its mind with the armor itself, making it a pilot, and then its physical body would just shut down, so there would be nothing left but the mind stuck inside the God Killer armor. What Howard did is he basically created a serum of sorts that would disrupt this gene. Now, the crazy thing about this is he does not tell his wife. He does not tell Maria Stark about what's going on, but it's not because he doesn't trust her. He does it because of the fact that Recorder 451 kept extremely close tabs on Maria Stark, because of the fact that the future of all the Recorder's plans hinged on this child being born happy and healthy. And so what ends up happening here is that when the baby's born, it shows some struggling, it shows some wheeziness, and it's effectively born with cellular degeneration. And this is when Howard Stark says, I found a weird kind of scenario, a weird line of code inside this kid's genes. I tried to find a way to neutralize it, and instead, I basically incapacitated our child. Their mind will stay intact, but they'll never be able to use their physical body. The other half of this is that if Recorder 451 ever found out about this, it would likely kill Howard and Maria Stark and start over again with somebody else, presumably somebody a little more naive that can't quite investigate on the same level that Howard Stark did. And so in order to maintain maintain their position in terms of keeping everything under wraps, what they ended up doing is they took their biological child, Arno Stark, they put him in their own little hospice of sorts, and then in turn, they adopted Tony Stark to keep their cover, to make it look like everything was going along as planned. And so the implication here is that Tony Stark is just as smart as he is because he's just that damn smart, because he's just that intelligent. But putting two and two together, for the first time in his life, he encounters his brother, Arno Stark. And this is so cool because Arno's first, really statement to him is, just so you know, I would have worked it out like a decade ago. And so for the most part, they get on with a pretty good start. Now, of course, a lot of this seems to be because of the fact that Arno is quite aware that Tony Stark was never told about what was going on. So he's coming into this completely blind. Stark never knew about what was happening. And so the result of this is that with these two brothers being extremely intelligent, then the question becomes, if this is what Tony Stark was able to do in isolation, and he does not seem to have the intelligence that his brother has in terms of being so capable, what in the world could they possibly do together? And so what this does is this sets the stage for the next story by Kieran Gillen called Iron Metropolitan. Okay, so getting into the Iron Metropolitan, what I want to do before we start this is I want to run over the 10 rings of the Mandarin. And the reason why is because of the fact that what Kieran Gillen is going to do is basically turn the rings of the Mandarin into the equivalent of lantern rings in Marvel Comics. Now, the reason why I say this is because of the fact that the rings themselves are actually going to start seeking out people in this particular story and going into the rings of the Mandarin. And the lantern rings in DC Comics serve the same purpose. You have the ability to instill great hope. That's the Blue Lantern rings. You have the ability to instill great fear. That's the Sinestro Corps rings. Because of that, it's really one of these scenarios where Marvel's just kind of borrowing from DC, but it's done in a way that still works. Now, with regards to the rings of the Mandarin, there are 10 of them, and each of the rings has its own distinct property or ability that makes it separate from any of the other rings. Now, in truth, I compared all the information from the Marvel Wiki to the comics, so the Marvel Wiki is actually right this time. And so we're just going to kind of go with the list that they have there. But the Remaker is basically a ring that allows the Mandarin to manipulate the atomic and molecular structure of matter, but it cannot transmute elements or affect objects encased in force or energy fields, meaning it cannot turn something into gold. And if something's behind a force field, it can't do anything to access it. The Influence ring allows the Mandarin to generate and project various beams of concussive force. Pretty straightforward. The Spin ring causes the air to move about at high speeds like it were in a vortex, and the vortex can be used as an offensive weapon, as a means of levitating objects, or as a means of propelling the ring's wearer through the air, basically giving them the power of flight. The Spectral ring allows the Mandarin to project a beam of energy capable of destroying the bonds between the atoms and molecules of any particular object, causing inanimate objects to disintegrate. The problem with this is the ring has to recharge for 20 minutes after each use. Of course, this is basically a caveat that allows Marvel to keep the Mandarin from being a guy who can just manipulate matter on the atomic scale anytime he wants to. Now, the Nightbringer ring allows the Mandarin to create an area of darkness, presumably using Dark Force energy to do so. Now, Dark Force energy is almost like Vanta Black in a lot of different ways. For those of you guys who don't know what that is, Vanta Black is a shade of black that's so incredibly dark that anything that's sprayed with the color Vanta Black basically just looks like a hole in reality. It's crazy how dark it is. Like, there's one image circulating out there somewhere of a basketball that was sprayed with Vanta Black, and it looks like it's just a hole in reality. It's crazy how it looks. Like, it's really kind of mind-blowing. But for those of you guys who are reading Secret Empire, Dark Force energy is what was used to basically encase all of New York so that Doctor Strange and everybody was just kind of trapped in another dimension. So again, it's really one of these things where it just harnesses other dimensional power. But the Daemonic ring allows the Mandarin to generate and manipulate various forms of electromagnetic energy. The Incandescence ring allows the Mandarin to project blasts of infrared and produce flame or ignite combustible material. The Lyre, which is actually going to be one of the more interesting rings in this story, magnifies the Mandarin's psionic energies, allowing him to mentally manipulate the thoughts and actions of others, and will actually hint on how that was used by the Mandarin himself here in a little bit. The Lightning ring allows the Mandarin to project blasts of electrical energy. It literally does exactly what it sounds like. It generates lightning. The Zero ring allows the Mandarin to project waves of intense cold and ice, including trapping foes in ice blocks and sheaths. So it basically just kind of allows the Mandarin to manipulate cold weather. That's really it. It kind of like gives them the power of Iceman in a lot of different ways. Now, having run over that list real quick, the whole basis behind the idea of really Iron Metropolitan exoskeleton is to show us what the potential could possibly be with the Arno and Stark brothers. Remember, of course, in the last video, we talked about how Tony Stark had learned about his brother Arno, basically the genetically engineered brother that's the biological child of Howard and Maria Stark, and that Tony himself was basically just adopted. And so again, this was really kind of cool because it served two purposes. The first was creating a more compelling story, and the second was actually bringing to us the idea that Tony Stark is as smart as he is because he's just that smart. It's just genuine natural intelligence. So again, it's kind of a cool scenario. But with regards to the future that really beholds the Earth for these two guys, remember, Tony Stark was basically told by Recorder 451 prior to its death, more or less, that the Earth was a potential beacon for peace across the universe. And we know, just by virtue of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, that time will eventually come, something like 10,000 years in the future, or 5,000 years, I don't remember what it is, but there's actually a place called Avengers World. But with regards to getting to that place, what we end up having is really like this glimpse 30 years into the future, where Tony Stark and Arno have basically generated peace across the planet Earth. They have this massive city called Troy, and this city basically creates pure energy for the world to use. It really creates a kind of utopia. The downside to this is that they currently have an AI called Helen, and Helen is modeled largely after Recorder 451, but as Tony Stark puts it, was designed to basically stay away from all the glitches and the mistakes that will come along with artificial intelligence. Of course, this turns out not to be the case. Helen goes awry and begins the process of tearing up everything that Tony Stark and Arno Stark have built. Now, of course, in response to this, they end up sending out, some 20,000 Iron Man suits. They're piloted by AIs modeled after Pepper Potts, after James Rhodes, but in the end, it doesn't make any difference. Everything they've worked for has been destroyed. And so what we end up learning is that this is actually a simulation that both Arno Stark and Tony Stark are experiencing, and in every single instance of this simulation, the AI Helen that they create ultimately goes awry. Now, the reason why this is important is because Tony and Arno take two different stances on this. Arno's response is, you cannot toy with AI. Every single simulation we've run, the AI will always become sentient and it'll always run amok. In Tony Stark's mind, there's going to be a way around it. There's got to be a way to basically set up that AI so it will not go down that path. It will not become a villain, more or less. And so again, it's really kind of wild because we learned that Tony Stark had basically brought, Recorder 451 back to Earth for the purpose of really doing nothing more than just kind of experimenting on and learning about the technology that it has. Because remember, with that recorder having been around for millions of years, it assimilated all different kinds of technology from across the universe, technology that humanity hasn't even experienced yet. The only way to access it is in Recorder 451. So again, Tony Stark basically has preview to technology and advances that humanity would otherwise never have access to. But at the end of the day, his mind is still that they can create this utopia for the world, and they can literally transform Earth into a beacon of peace across the universe. But the first step is finding a way to salvage and to access all the technology within, Recorder 451 and basically save Earth itself. And so from here, this is when we begin the process of switching over to the idea of essentially Marvel's version of the Green Lantern rings, in the sense that one of the Mandarin rings arrives to a woman by the name of Abigail Beryl Burns, who really goes by the name Red Peril, essentially, as she puts it. She's really more of like a journalist, but she goes through and writes about corporations that engage in seedy actions and different things like that. But she's really just kind of pissed off at the world, and she hates capitalism and different things like that. And so the result is that she's given a ring, and she's deemed to be Mandarin 7, and the idea is to essentially take revenge against Tony Stark. Now, we don't really know why. We don't know why these rings are taking revenge against Tony Stark, and in fact, the rings have never become sentient before. The rings are only ever objects that were used by the Mandarin to basically fight against Tony Stark. So this is wholly new. This is brand new stuff by Kieran Gillen, and it's actually really kind of cool to see it all unfold. But what we also end up finding out here is the first stage to Tony Stark's plan of basically revamping the world is traveling to Mandarin City. Now, this is kind of interesting because when Matt Fraction first introduced Mandarin City, there wasn't really a whole lot to go on there. It was just there. one day. The Mandarin just kind of had a base of operations in Mandarin City. The only indication we were given was that it was someplace off the coast of China, that the Mandarin presumably used some kind of seedy, means, used, his liar ring, for example, the ability to manipulate the minds of others to basically give himself that island or to take it from China. And that was really it. But during the whole Long Way Down storyline, when the Mandarin basically kidnapped both Ezekiel Stane, the son of Obadiah Stane, and Tony Stark, and forced them to begin building these giant, mechanized suits that would allow the Mandarin Mandarin essentially to engage in world domination, they effectively turned against him. But where Tony Stark was working to defeat the Mandarin using technology and taking down these various powered suits and so on and so forth, Ezekiel Stane actually fought the Mandarin and killed him. And so what it did is it basically left Mandarin City with a giant power vacuum. And so what started happening is that all these different warlords and these petty criminals who were living under the Mandarin began to vie for power. And so you had triads, who were showing up, these Asian-based gangs and so on and so forth. And really, Mandarin City just kind of turned into a giant war zone. Now, Tony Stark going in here alongside Arno Stark, who's basically piloting some of the Stark armors, is designed for the purpose of basically clearing the city out, seizing control of Mandarin City, and then basically turning it into like this refuge, turning it into this safe haven. And so what we end up doing is we travel to basically the core, which is, within Mandarin City more or less. And what we have Tony Stark doing is taking the Pepper AI, removing her from him, putting her inside the core of this system, and renaming her Helen. And so because of this, it's really kind of Tony Stark falling down the path of becoming the guy that's eventually going to lead to this Helen robot losing its mind and destroying everything. So again, it's almost one of these scenarios where it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. From here, we kind of skip forward, a little bit, or at least we kind of pick up in the modern day where Stark had previously, kind of cleared out Mandarin City. But the fact remains, with all the construction and everything that's taking place here, once Mandarin City is basically cleaned out, and once it's renamed to Troy, we end up, of course, having Tony Stark making a declaration to all those who are present, making a declaration to the press that Troy is going to serve as a beacon. It's going to serve as a place where those people who are living in destitution, those people who are living in squalor, they can leave their struggling areas and they can come to a place that's new. Now, this is really kind of cool because it's really one of those scenarios where Marvel, or really Kieran Gillen's, building on what's already been established. And that's really kind of the way it goes. In Marvel Comics, there was really a place called Asteroid M, or Avalon, depending on what you choose to call it, that was created by Magneto. And it was designed to be a safe haven for mutants away from the oppressive regime of humanity. Now, of course, this basically put humanity in a state of fear. When you end up having, almost all forces basically withdrawing from an area, that means something really bad is going to happen. And so because of that, humanity, looking at it from a wartime perspective, believed that, Magneto was pulling all the mutants off of Earth because he was in turn going to cleanse the Earth in its entirety, just eradicate everybody on Earth. And so of course humanity struck against Magneto. Magneto struck back, issued a blanket EMP around the planet. The X-Men intervened, and that led into fatal attractions when Wolverine lost his adamantium. So again, it was really kind of a cool scenario in terms of how it all kind of unfolded and what led to what and different things like that. But this is still very much the same thing. Tony Stark going into an existing territory that's basically in a state of flux, co-opting it, and then making it his own. The issue with this is that while all this goes down, we end up finding out another ring had basically bonded to somebody else, this person going by the name of Mandarin 1. Now, of course, we don't know who this person is, but Tony Stark immediately recognizes the signatures of the ring. Now, of course, Abigail takes this opportunity to effectively attack Tony Stark. So it's really more of an alliance without an intention to be an alliance. And so she's just kind of jumping into the moment and using the distraction as a way to basically take on Stark. Now, of course, donning his Iron Man suit, we end up finding out how far Stark has come, because remember, all of this comes out of Extremis. And so while Tony Stark had long since abandoned the Extremis technology, the fact remains here that what he ends up doing is basically creating a stealth suit for himself that he's been wearing the entire time. It's just you didn't know it was there because it's a stealth suit. So it's actually kind of cool. But from here, things are pretty straightforward. I mean, in the sense that he's able to run off, Abigail for a time and basically kind of retreats. And that's really about it. And so the question that Tony Stark has is, if that was a ring of the Mandarin, then what happened to the rings of the Mandarin? Now, the reason why we ask that question is because of the fact that the rings are extremely dangerous, and they're not like lantern rings, right? Like if you were someone who just walked up and picked up a Green Lantern ring, if it doesn't deem you as being a person that's worthy to wield it, you wouldn't be able to use it. The rings of the Mandarin don't work that way. Anybody can put it on, and suddenly they've got all the powers that come along with it. And so what Tony Stark does is, alongside James Rhodes, investigate the SHIELD Weapons Vault Omega. Now, this is a multifaceted vault, and the reason why is because of the fact that if you've ever wondered what happens to the weapons of massive villains who launch an attack and they're defeated and so on and so forth, they're all basically stationed in different vaults, and there's a lot of places like that around the Marvel Universe. But because the rings of the Mandarin do not require any measure of worth in order to be able to use them, or at least previously they didn't, once Tony Stark and James Rhodes begin to go there and they basically start looking around, they see all the rings that are there. But having an AI scan it means that the AI will see what's truly there and will not see what their eyes see. And this is when we learn that the Liar Ring had basically been duping everybody, that once a week, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. will go down there, they will investigate, they'll check and make sure all the rings are there, and if they are, they'll seal everything back up and they'll leave. The Liar Ring had basically been making it appear as though all the rings were there to the human eye, messing with people's psychological mindsets. But an AI does not have a psychological mind. It's literally just tech. And so because of that, Tony Stark and James Rhodes are basically informed all the other rings of the Mandarin are just out there. Of course, the Liar Ring being the last one to take off and do its own thing. Now again, this is kind of wild because the rings are essentially becoming sentient. That's never happened before. Again, we're in uncharted territory here. And so what we end up finding out here is that where Abigail, or Red Peril, of course, has been chosen to wield one of the rings of the Mandarin, her allegiance is not so cut and dry. And that's what makes things kind of cool, is because usually in Marvel Comics, when a villain or when a person is given absolute power and they have an agenda, they usually become a bad guy. Abigail is not that way. She got a ring of the Mandarin and she has this ring's abilities, but she's a journalist first, and whatever she is now, second, a villain or an anti-hero, whatever you want to call her. And so her idea is to investigate the city. What's really going on? Does Tony Stark have an ulterior motive, or is he actually doing the right thing? And what we end up finding out is that the way this city is designed to function is designed to basically create perpetual energy. It's designed to be a city where people won't have to pay utility bills, where it'll basically feed people by generating food. They won't have to go and buy groceries. It'll be 100% self-contained, renewable system. And that's something no one's ever seen before. This is a tried and true utopia. And once Abigail begins to realize this is when she comes to the conclusion that the city is quite literally designed to make everything better for anybody who's in it. So Tony Stark is actually benefiting humanity instead of profiteering off humanity. And so what this does is it really changes the perspective that Abigail has of Tony Stark. She still looks at him as just kind of like a weapons manufacturer and a profiteer, but in this instance, he's trying to do the right thing. And so tearing the city down would actually hurt people as opposed to help them. And so what we end up having is basically her being led to the other individuals out there who have the rings of the Mandarin. For example, a guy who has the Remaker ring calls himself Lord Remaker. And so again, because of this, this leads to really just kind of like a massive conflict between, these other members of the Mandarin Corps, and I guess we could really kind of call it the Mandarin Corps, but these other members of the Mandarin Corps, Iron Man, with Abigail fighting alongside Iron Man. And this is really kind of cool because again, she's very much an anti-hero here in the sense that she's really kind of working against Tony Stark as much as she's working for him, in the sense that she's on his side, but only for the short term. But in this massive conflict, the building that houses Arno Stark effectively comes crashing down. So this is kind of crazy because the implication here was that this would be the death of Arno Stark, and it would be kind of a pretty lackluster scenario if that were the case, just because of the fact that Arno's proven himself to be one of the most intelligent members of the Stark family. I mean, really, he's in a lot of ways, I would surmise, smarter than Tony Stark. And so because of this, nothing that Stark has done here with regards to Mandarin City, the city of Troy, none of this would be possible without Arno. Stark couldn't pull it off. Of course, we end up finding out that Arno actually survived the blast. And what he'd been doing is he had been working on his own version of an Iron Man suit. But it's not really a traditional Iron Man suit as we think of it. Instead, it's basically just a massive tank. Now, of course, this is kind of funny because it's half wish fulfillment and half practicality. One thing you got to think of is that Arno Stark spent his entire life confined to a bed in an iron lung. And so all the intelligence and everything he had more or less went to waste because he could never use any of it. But it didn't keep him from imagining what kind of life he could have. In this scenario, with the work that they've done, with the work that Arno Stark and the work that Tony Stark have done together, being attacked by this Mandarin Corps, we essentially have Arno building his own Iron Man suit, this massive battle tank, and just kind of like riding high into the conflict. And it's actually really cool to see because again, it's practical. It's not designed to be this super maneuverable suit because there's already a ton of those. It's designed to be a suit that can basically control the different models that are out there. The reason being because of course, the Helen AI has more or less been taken down at this point. And so because of that, the Iron Man suits are just kind of flying around on autopilot. Some of them are being shot down, some of them are shooting at the wrong targets, but having a suit ran by Arno that can consolidate the AI of all these other suits into a singular source means that he can control all the other suits. And so what we end up having here is one of the members of the Mandarin Corps basically just kind of vanishes out of nowhere. And no one really knows where he went to. Of course, Abigail begins to poke around and finds out that the guy has been decapitated. Not only that, her hands are basically cut off by some unknown source and her ring is taken from her. And so again, what it seems like is someone around there, somebody somewhere, is consolidating all these Mandarin rings unto themselves, which begs the question, are they the ones that activated the Mandarin rings in the first place and made them sentient? Initially, we're we're not given this explanation. Instead, all we end up having is Abigail without hands. Of course, her hands are basically cut off, but she continues to kind of scream at Tony Stark about her, agenda and so on and so forth. And that's really about it. But at the end of the day, because of the fact that Troy has just kind of collapsed the way that it does, because of the fact that Abigail made the case that, look, you're building a city here, that's great for everyone that lives here, but the target's always you. Everybody's always coming after you. So long as you're here, you're making Troy a target. Because of that, Tony Stark basically kind of gets up on a podium and says, look, I tried running a city, it was really too much of a hassle, so I quit. And then just leaves. And that's really it. Instead, he leaves the running of the city to his brother Arno Stark. And so with that in mind, what we end up finding out here is that where the hands of Abigail were cut off, one of the members of the Mandarin Corps was decapitated, the person who had done this was actually Malekith the Accursed. Of course, as we know, one of the Dark Elves from Svartalfheim. And so what this does is it basically brings the Asgardians into the mix. And it really kind of asks the question, what would happen if a being who's already godlike in terms of their durability and strength were to gain virtually godlike powers because of the rings of the Mandarin?
Higher shipping rates may be the cost of doing business, but at what cost?
Turn shipping to your advantage with low-cost ground shipping from the United States Postal Service.
Okay, so we are at the final story of Iron Man before we get into Superior Iron Man. But it's kind of funny here because a lot of people who talk about Arno Stark, the brother of Iron Man, this is the story where it just ends and we never find out what happens with him. It's one of the biggest irritations that Iron Man fans have. A lot of this is because of the fact that Superior Iron Man was just like a holdover story until All New, All Different Marvel kicked off, when we had Avengers, New Avengers, Secret Wars, all that kind of stuff. But the idea with this is that in the last video, we had basically dealt with the Rings of the Mandarin. Now, for the most part, where this continues that story, the Rings of the Mandarin had always been this interesting scenario. I mean, I would go as far as to say that in a lot of ways, the Rings of the Mandarin were based off the Green Lantern mythos. That is to say, Hal Jordan having a Green Lantern ring, the Green Lantern ring can make constructs. The reason why I say it's largely based off that is because in Marvel, really in DC, if I'm going to be honest, for the most part, when people think of like superheroes that wear rings, they associate that with the Green Lantern Hal Jordan, with the Green Lantern mythos. The general idea here is that the Rings of the Mandarin made their debut actually all the way back in 1961, I think it was, in Strange Tales number 89. And that actually dealt just with the idea of the McLuhans, I think is how you pronounce their name, I can't remember. But the idea is that the Rings of the Mandarin serve different purposes. Each ring can function accordingly. And what this story actually does is it fleshes out the nature of the fact that the rings have some measure of sentience. Initially, we open up with Malekith the Accursed. Now, what we don't know is how this ring managed to get to the realm of the Dark Elves. But the fact that the ring's captured by Malekith is a pretty big deal. Now remember, these are not like the Green Lantern rings strictly in DC Comics, right? Like in DC, a Green Lantern ring will pop up to you and it'll say, you, whoever's watching this video, you have been selected for the Green Lantern Corps, something along those lines. But then if it turns around, decides you're not worthy, it'll just leave you and go find somebody else. With this, it's not the same way. The rings seek people out, but people can just capture them. They can just take them and use the rings for their own purposes. Now keep in mind, something to take note of here, and what we had talked about in the last video with the character of Abigail Burns and a lot of these other members who had been chosen for these various rings of the Mandarin, they had basically received their rings, and the rings were acting in accordance of people who had a grudge with Tony Stark, whatever that grudge may be. Maybe they just didn't like him as a person. In this instance, it's actually they had a Broadway play and they fired the director because he was one of those weird hipster art guys, and the result was they were like, hey look, nobody wants your interpretation, they just want a cool show. And so they ended up canning the guy. The result was that he was just pissed, and he was given one of the rings of the Mandarin, picked it up and just started using it against Iron Man. So again, it's not really a very strict process. The overall gist with this is that with Malekith basically taking one of the Mandarin rings, the goal is to use all the rings for himself. Now, what this does is this picks back up with Arno Stark. Now remember, at this point, Arno Stark is very much a background character. If you're new to the whole thing of Iron Man so far in our different videos, Arno Stark was basically revealed to have been the brother of Tony Stark that we never knew about. Basically, Arno is biologically engineered. He exists for the purpose of basically being super smart. He was basically kept away. This combined with the fact that he was basically given a short lifespan meant that he was confined to a bed. He really couldn't move or anything. This was because of the fact that Howard Stark had messed around with the genes and added a few modifications, and the result was that Arno did not come out the way that he was supposed to. But the general gist of this and the general idea is that this focuses largely on the efforts of Tony Stark to basically travel to Svartalfheim, travel to the realm of the Dark Elves, basically capture Malekith Malekith and take the Mandarin rings back, because that's what Malekith has been doing. At this moment, there are 4 Mandarin rings that are out there that we know about. And what we know is that Malekith has been running around Earth, killing those individuals who have those Mandarin rings and then taking them. Now, of course, this also ends up bringing in a girl by the name of Siobhan. And Siobhan is like a weird situation when it comes to Marvel. It's like her dad sold her soul to the devil, then her dad turned out to be evil. It's this weird thing, but it goes all the way back to like 1992. And I cannot remember the name of her story for the life of me, but she is very obscure in a lot of different ways. But she's one of these characters that exists out there in Marvel Comics where she's really knowledgeable about being able to blend technology with magic. And the reason this matters is because of the fact that for Tony Stark, while he could basically go tell Thor, say, hey, look, man, Malekith of the Dark Elves is basically running around and grabbing these Mandarin rings and he's going to become super powerful and then probably invade Asgard, Tony Stark and Thor are not on the best of terms. Remember, this all comes after the events of Siege. And so for the most part, Asgard was destroyed in Siege. Now, Tony Stark helped to rebuild it, but the idea is that Thor, for the most part, still really just doesn't like Iron Man following the events of Civil War, where Thor learned that Iron Man had basically cloned Thor and created this cybernetic or the cyborg version of him. So again, they're kind of on weird terms. Now, in truth, for Tony Stark's worth, in this scenario, the argument that he makes is that this could very well lead to a massive Asgardian thing, because there's the Council of Realms and all that kind of good stuff. And if he shows up on Thor's doorstep and says, hey, look, Malekith is capturing Mandarin rings, well, then it turns into this big political thing. It turns into this Council of Realms coming together, and then it's like, okay, you who represent the Dark Elves, what do you have to say about this? And then it's, well, we don't really know what you're talking about. We haven't really done anything. Then it's debating, and then it's deciding if they're going to do anything. It's all that bureaucracy, all that talk. Why deal with that? Why not just go directly to the heart of the problem? The issue with this is that this mission was supposed to be a stealth mission. And so because of this, when Tony Stark lands in the realm of the Dark Elves, he lands in the middle of everything. He literally lands in the throne room of Malekith. And this is a terrible situation for him, because under normal circumstances, if he was preparing to do this, if it was his intention to directly go against Malekith, he would have worn armor that would have allowed him to do that. But in this instance, this is Black Ops armor. This is armor that allows him to basically camouflage. This is armor that doesn't make sounds. And so because of this, showing up in the middle of a throne room with armor that's designed for secrecy as opposed to combat does him almost no good. Now keep in mind, one of the discussions that we had, or one of the common threads that went through our discussions when we ran over all the different armors of Iron Man, is that all the armors are built for combat on some level, just because of the fact that Tony Stark never knows if he's going to be on a recon mission and he's going to have to, engage in some measure of combat. But there are armors that are better suited for combat than others. And so again, that's the basis behind this. This armor is not best suited for combat. At the same time, teleporting Tony Stark to Svartalheim is huge, because there's really only 3 opportunities. The power cell, the power basis used to do this is massive. And so it can only be done 3 times, meaning that if he sends something to, back to Earth, or if something is sent to him and it uses 3 charges, there's no way for him to get back. And so the result of this is that he really has no choice but to fight Malekith, or at least, fend off as best he can, and then eventually bail out. Now, of course, the reason for this is because of the fact that Siobhan had basically been working on a weapon of sorts, on some kind of technology that would allow him to basically stun these rings, to temporarily incapacitate the person that's wielding them, and then take the rings away. But something else to point out here, and this is where we get into the whole sentience of it, the rings basically speak with one another. Now, historically speaking, I do not believe this was an element of Mandarin originally. But with the rings communicating with one another, what we're basically getting here is this idea that the rings all basically harbor a grudge for Tony Stark. Now, why they hate him, again, we'll get into that as we get through this. But one thing that ends up happening is that the various forces of Malekith really kind of descend directly on Tony Stark. And so, of course, again, kind of fleeing, running for his life, doing the best that he can, facing off against these forces here and there, using guerrilla warfare tactics, he's able to hold his own to a degree. But in the end, he ends up calling on Siobhan to basically teleport an item for the 3rd time directly to him. So of course, this basically uses up all the charges and does not give him the ability to necessarily teleport out. And so what ends up happening here is we basically have Iron Man donning this armor. Now, of course, I don't know if this armor was directly specified in terms of the version that exists, but it's basically anti-Asgardian armor. That's really what it's designed for. This is armor that's designed to face off against all forms of magic and sorcery, especially anybody who hails from any of the other 9 realms. And the reason why this matters is because, given the nature of this armor, it's directly dangerous to the Dark Elves themselves. Now, the reason why I say that is not necessarily because of like the repulsor blasts of the suit or anything along those lines, but because Dark Elves have an inherent weakness to iron. And so because of the fact that they're weak to iron, this combined with the suit basically being designed for combat means that Iron Man is easily able to overpower and incapacitate every last one of them just by dispersing these iron particles out into the air, covering them in iron dust and different things like that. So again, this is really cool because it really kind of hits home into the idea of where Iron Man stands. One thing to keep in mind when it comes to the character of Iron Man, and this is something that people tend to forget, is the general public, the average person. When the Iron Man movie was announced, one of the biggest issues that Marvel had when they made the film was convincing people that Iron Man was not a robot, that it was actually a person. A lot of folks didn't really know about him. He was a pretty obscure character in terms of the general public, the non-comic reader. And so when you start talking about where Iron Man stands in relation to various superheroes, most people say he's a guy in a suit of armor, and at best he could go against Captain America, maybe Thor, depending on the circumstances. What this tells us is that with his ingenuity, his intelligence, Tony Stark can stand toe-to-toe against some pretty big guys. He's not like Galactus level, right? Like, you're never going to read a story where Tony Stark is like, yes, I have an armor that can withstand Galactus. And if there is a story out there, that story's getting covered. But as far as I'm aware, that story doesn't exist. The general sense here is that just kind of using the weakness of the Dark Elves to iron to his own advantage, he's able to systematically begin taking each and every one of them out, which ultimately leads to him basically capturing Malekith and then stripping the ring away from Malekith. Now, of course, this leads to Malekith basically teleporting away. The idea that one of his servants just kind of shows up with another ring that she had essentially captured for herself. Malekith ends up grabbing this ring with the intention of using it, but this is the disintegration ring. This is the spectral ring. Now, this is actually one of those rings that has an interesting caveat. For the most part, the rings can be used kind of endlessly. When it comes to the spectral ring, because of the fact that it's designed to basically break down matter on the molecular level, if Marvel were to turn around and say this ring can be used at any time, then you would literally have a person just running around dissolving everything in existence. And so what they did is they created a caveat to say the ring can be used, but it has to be charged, or it has to charge itself for 20 minutes after each use. What ends up happening is that this ring had already been used by the servant of Malekith when she tried to attack Tony Stark. And so the result is that when the ring initially pops up, or when Malekith puts it on, he's got 20 minutes left until he can use it again. This also coincides with what appears to be the arrival of the Asgardians. Now, of course, this is not actually the Asgardians. Instead, these are basically the 6 other ring bearers of the Mandarin rings, the 6 rings that we haven't seen yet. But one of these rings is the Liar Ring. This is the ring that serves the purpose of tricking the eyes of individuals who the ring is used on. In this instance, it's used on Malekith, tricking him into believing all the Asgardians are there. Now, of course, with these various members who have all popped up, again, a lot of these guys are enemies of Iron Man himself, but a lot of them are just general bad guys. But when it comes to the arrival of these other Mandarin rings, this is basically what's been happening, where the rings have been communing with one another, quote unquote, where they've basically been talking to each other. Their ultimate goal is to defeat Tony Stark. But with the other 4 rings having been captured by Malekith and being used by Malekith for his own ends, it basically disrupts the plans of the other 6 rings. And so the goal was to essentially attach themselves to 6 other individuals who in turn would carry out the wishes of the ring, capture the other 4 from Malekith, and then allow the rings to function in unison and then achieve whatever goal it was they wanted to achieve in taking down Iron Man. And so the result here is that this basically boils down to a circumstance where the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Iron Man having these rings, he can't necessarily put them on his fingers because in truth, I mean, he can't really use them through the suit. And so the result is that he kind of has to rely on Malekith in order to basically help him out. Now, this is when we start invoking the things of like magical promises and so on and so forth. In Marvel Comics, one of the most notable villains that basically uses trickery and deception when it comes to magical promises is Mephisto. And what Mephisto will do is he'll pop up and he'll say, okay, I'm going to grant your greatest wish. And you'll say, okay, I wish I had $1 million. And Mephisto will say, okay, he'll give you $1 million, but you won't live long enough to use any of it. That's the whole caveat that comes with his character. With Malekith, it's much the same way. He'll grant your wish, but there's going to be a trick. There's going to be some kind of deception to it. And so, of course, with this in mind, and with Siobhan operating on Earth, basically helping out Tony Stark throughout this whole escapade, what she does is use her knowledge of magic and technology to essentially create this sort of binding contract, which is to say, when Malekith says, I agree to help you out, to help you get out of this alive, that there's no trickery to it. There's no backdoor deal. There's no fine print. And so Malekith is basically bound to this. He couldn't violate it even if he wanted to. And so because of that, he essentially whisks Tony Stark away, you know, when he gives Tony Stark the ring, and they essentially teleport out. And so the landscape is now left open for these other 6 Mandarins to begin achieving their own goals. Now, of course, what it does is it basically brings all the rings back back together again. And so with these rings basically being brought back, the idea is that now Tony Stark and Arno working together look to basically recapture these rings and then use them for their own ends. And that's what ends up happening here, is that with these other Mandarins that are out there, their goal is again to basically take down Tony Stark. And so because of this, working together, Tony Stark and Arno effectively invade their base of operations. Now this is done in several different ways. You have Arno and you have Tony who are piloting their own suits. Of course, Arno's suit is specifically designed to cater to the fact that Arno doesn't have the ability to walk or really move around at all. But then you also have things like the Trojan Army, for example, this massive army of Iron Man suits that were specially designed for the city of Troy, that city that we talked about in the last few stories. Of course, you also end up having, you know, Abigail Burns, who basically shows up. Again, it's one of these really cool moments because you sort of see this giant kingdom of these Mandarins just come crashing down around them. And so ultimately what we end up finding out is that the person who was in possession of the Liar Ring is actually a guy named Mark. Now Mark was a character who was introduced in Invincible Iron Man Annual #1, I think it was, in 2010, and that came from Matt Fraction. And the whole idea with Mark was that he was initially introduced as a guy who was essentially going to be like a stand-in for Happy Hogan to a degree. One thing to keep in mind is that Happy Hogan died in Marvel Comics. Like, he's been dead for a while, I'm pretty sure. The goal was to basically begin the process of moving Pepper Potts, give her an actual future. And so in that story, Mark had basically proposed to her after the two of them had spent time together, and of course she accepted. The issue with this was that Mark's perspective of Tony Stark was that Tony Stark was a guy who was really just kind of a dick. And so because of the fact that this built up the idea that Tony Stark was so crass, that Tony Stark was so cruel to Pepper, what ended up happening is the Liar Ring chose him to be able to wield it. And so that's the guy who's been running around using this ring the entire time. This leads to Tony Stark defeating Mark, and that's really all it is. But what this does is it basically begins the process of answering the question of why it is these rings hated Tony Stark so much. And this gets into the nature of the Regellians. The Regellians basically started sending out all these recorders. Of course, we talked about this during the Secret Origin of Tony Stark, but they started sending out all these different, you know, recorders for the purpose of mapping the universe and observing everything and then bringing that information back. In this instance, because of the fact that the rings are basically technological, the explanation essentially goes like this. Back when the rings were originally created and the Mandarin just kind of stumbled into them accidentally, discovered the rings, and then started using them for his own ends, the rings basically began to receive an imprint of the Mandarin. He basically kind of began to instill his personality onto the rings himself. And it was the idea that the rings began to absorb the idea that Tony Stark was just a bad guy. They just wanted to take him out. This combined with the actions of the recorder 451 from the Secret Origin of Tony Stark, this same recorder had basically sort of leaked its personality into the rings themselves as well. And so the result is that the rings basically just kind of became sentient, and then the goal was to just take out Iron Man. That's where all that comes from. And so the result is that once everything begins to sort of get figured out, it all really just kind of begins to wind down, and that's really about it. Of course, the rings are basically left in the possession of Tony Stark himself for him and Arno to do what it is that they want to do with it, to basically use them for their own purposes. The problem with this is that, again, this is the last time we see Arno. We have not seen him since. It's basically just Iron Man and Arno going off to do great things, and we never find out what happened to Arno. We never see or hear from him again. And that's the biggest issue, is because when All New, All Different Marvel picked up and Invincible Iron Man started, we never found out what happened to Arno. We don't know if he's back in his hospital bed. We don't know if he's still hanging out. He's never been seen or heard from. He's literally a non-entity and All New, All Different Marvel. Now, of course, Brian Michael Bendis has said that he's going to go back and revisit the whole issue with Arno, the whole concept of where his character is and what he's been doing, which is cool, and I'm really excited about that. But, you know, for right now, this just jumps directly into Marvel's Axis event and then goes into Superior Iron Man. So Superior Iron Man is like one of the best stories ever, and it's hilarious because, like, you guys have been screaming at me to do Superior Iron Man, like, Rob, we need the Superior Iron Mans. And it's pretty funny to me. It's pretty interesting because it really is just a great story. Now, here's the deal. Superior Iron Man comes out of two things. The first thing is the second wave of Marvel Now, and the other one is Axis. Now, we haven't done Axis yet, and really the only motivation for me to do Axis was to lead into Superior Iron Man. So I'll leave it on you guys. I mean, Axis is a pretty cool story. It's interesting up to a point, but with Axis, it basically dealt with the aftermath of Avengers versus X-Men. Remember, in Avengers versus X-Men, we basically ended up seeing Cyclops as really in possession of part of the Phoenix Force, killing Charles Xavier. Now what this did is it basically sent Professor X in sort of this no man's land, in the sense that what ended up happening is that Red Skull basically took the brain of Charles Xavier and then rechristened himself as Onslaught. He basically had Charles Xavier's abilities. Of course, there were other things going on, like creating concentration camps, things like that, but the idea was that in order for Red Skull to be defeated, there was actually a spell that was cast by Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch. And what this did is it basically inverted people's moral compasses. So good guys became bad guys became good guys. In the instance of Tony Stark, his comic book character basically became Tony Stark from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's essentially what happened. Now, the funny thing about this is that when the spell was reversed, again, basically meaning that people will return back to the way that they were supposed to be, Iron Man shielded himself. And so the result was that when everybody went back to normal, Tony Stark stayed being a jerk. Now, the reason why Marvel did this is because at the end of the run of Iron Man that we had just finished, so the whole thing with like God Killer armor and Arno Stark, the secret brother of Tony Stark, different things like that, Marvel had about 12 months between the end of that story, the end of that run, and the start of All New, All Different Marvel. And the idea was that with Secret Wars coming, Marvel was basically winding down stories. That's why you saw things like the last days of different characters, the last days of Asgard, the last days of like the Punisher, different things like that. And so what Marvel did is instead of just crafting this, grandiose story with Tony Stark and last days, different things like that, instead Tom Taylor was brought on board and just gave us like this short run of Iron Man where he was basically just a jerk, and it's amazing. So so with all that exposition out of the way, again, what this does is it actually picks up with San Francisco. Now this really just kind of follows Tony Stark moving from New York to San Francisco proper, and he actually takes up residence at Alcatraz. But it initially picks up with She-Hulk facing against some villain named Teen Abomination, which is kind of a weird scenario. But of course, when Iron Man's head gets knocked off, people start to panic, only for us to find out that it's not actually Tony Stark himself. Instead, it's one of his autonomous suits. What we end up finding out is that he's partying with like a bunch of super hot chicks back at his place. Now, of course, this leads into Pepper Potts. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about here for a second, and we'll cover this a little bit more as we get into the next video, is something called Stark Resilient. But Stark Resilient was the Matt Fraction run of Iron Man, and we actually hadn't covered that. That was the run of Iron Man that took place before the one that we just did. And in truth, it's really like the aftermath to Civil War. So it's basically Tony Stark as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the idea here is that with Stark Resilient, it was basically Iron Man trying to quote unquote turn over a new leaf. It was Tony Stark back then basically saying, okay, I don't necessarily want to be the weapons manufacturer. What I want to do is I want to start creating products that can just make life better for the world. So when it comes to like the Marvel Cinematic Universe Iron Man, when it got to the point in the first film when he basically created the Iron Man armor, the actual real Iron Man armor, and then told Obadiah Stane he wanted to drop weapons manufacturing, that's basically that element of Matt Fraction's run rolled over into the movie. At least I'm pretty sure Matt Fraction's run happened before then, but Stark Resilient was a new name of that company. So it focused on new forms of technology, different things like that, phone development, so on and so forth, and all that served the purpose of just making the world a better place. The issue was that Tony Stark, realizing that Pepper was a person who would always be in danger at his side, moved her away from Stark Industries and put her in Stark Resilient. And so they basically run two different companies. Now the idea here is that with Pepper Potts basically running up on him, what we're introduced to is the new Iron Man armor, the Endosim armor. Now this is probably one of the coolest suits ever. Like it's one of the coolest Iron Man armors ever. Not only does it just look amazing, but it's an armor that actually responds to the psychic control of Tony Stark. Now again, that's not new. Extremis, the Extremis suit, did the exact same thing. But the whole idea here is that this is modeled and predicated on the Venom symbiote. Now the Venom symbiote is basically this symbiote that is sentient. It does think for itself, that works alongside the host. The idea here is that with this suit, Tony Stark as Iron Man can basically modify it in a litany of different ways. It basically serves the purpose of being an extension of himself. And so it just looks really awesome. Now there are some perks to it that we haven't really seen before, and we'll actually see those as this video progresses. But again, this is really him just being a dick. What he had basically done is he had used this Extremis 3.0 app in order to give everybody in San Francisco the ability to be beautiful. Now this is where we start coming out of the whole Arno Stark storyline. And that's the biggest issue with Superior Iron Man, is at the end of our last run, when we had talked about the Rings of the Mandarin, different things like that, Arno Stark, the brother of Tony, had basically taken the Extremis technology and then modified it to essentially become something that could be used to like heal people. It was basically this like humanitarian technology. What Tony did is he took that Extremis tech from Arno and then he in turn modified it just for selfish means. And what he did is he distributed this app among the entire population of San Francisco, granting them what they perceived to be the perfect life, meaning they were all beautiful people. The problem with this is that the app only has a trial period, and when the trial period ends, they go back to looking like their normal selves. Well, this progresses exactly as we would think it would, in the sense that people just start freaking out, because for them, now it's like an addiction. Not only that, you have those who see themselves as beautiful and those who don't have the app. They don't have, a phone to tap into it or whatever the case may be, but it's not activated for them. And so the result is that it's basically creating this social clash, this social war among the various classes that exist. Now, of course, this also brings into the equation Daredevil. Now, historically speaking, Daredevil has almost always operated out of New York, but when writer Mark Waid took over with Daredevil Volume 3, with issue number 36 or 38, I believe, what he did is, as part of the second rollout, the second phase of the original Marvel Now event, he basically moved Matt Murdock to San Francisco, and that basically saw the dissolution of Nelson and Murdock as a lawyer team, and so it essentially just kind of sent Matt Murdock back along his own way. But the idea was that with Mark Waid, it was changing things up. Now, again, Pepper Potts really kind of panics here, and that's the cool thing, because remember, in the Iron Man landscape, Pepper Potts is consistently the voice of reason. She's like the responsible parent, and Tony Stark's just the irresponsible teenager. And so with this app grace period ending, Iron Man is charging people $99 a day in order to be able to continue using this app. It's absolutely crazy. It's like an Apple product. So because of this, what we end up finding out is that somewhere along the line, the mind of Tony Stark was backed up in a digital form. What we actually end up doing here is taking this segment where we wind all the way back to like 1972 with Iron Man number 53, and I want to say all the way up to 1975 with Iron Man issue number 72. I'm not going to swear to that, but there was a villain that was named Black Llama. And of course, we'll talk a little bit more about this, but he was a guy that was created by a dude named Matt Friedrich. Essentially what had happened is that the mind of Tony Stark, at least when Tony Stark had been defeated, because he was almost guaranteed death and escaped by the skin of his teeth, his mind was backed up. And so the result is that this is basically Pepper Potts talking to a earlier version of Iron Man. Now, of course, at the moment, we didn't know this. All we knew is that it was somebody donning the Iron Man suit. But because of the actions of Tony Stark in swindling the people of San Francisco, this leads into a direct conflict between himself and Daredevil. Because of the fact that, Tony Stark is really just kind of turning a darker approach here, the idea is to basically start weeding out people that might try to defy him. And so what he does is he actually gathers the entire city of San Francisco, which is just an insane number of people, and actually says, hey, look, show up at this location at such and such, and you'll all get like a free sample of the whole Extremis tech. Now, of course, this leads into a direct conflict with a guy, but of course, this again highlights another instance of what the armor's capable of, in the sense that it can basically turn itself translucent. It can make it appear as though he's not covering his face, which he actually is. But this also shows us the darker lengths of Tony Stark. Remember, Tony Stark had always been a guy who was teetering on the edge, and for years and years and years and years, alcoholism was always a major part of his character. It was always this thing where it was like, if anything was going to bring the Empire of Stark crashing down, it would be his addiction to alcohol. Now, of course, this really seemed to culminate in the Demon in a Bottle storyline. Fun fact, it wasn't until the final issue of the story that it was actually called Demon in a Bottle, where his alcoholism almost did cost him his entire company, but coming back from it all, it basically resulted in him kind of moving forward and trying to be a good guy. And so for the most part, while I wouldn't say he was like a humanitarian, he was certainly falling more in line with what a traditional hero should be, as opposed to the way he was before, which was more geared towards capitalism. And so because of this is a stark contrast, no pun intended, with how he used to be, in the sense that now he basically tells this guy, look, your son literally ran up on a chick and tried to rob her, and so I can make this go away. The only thing you need to do is go down there and tell people that you agree with my ideas, my motivations, and Extremis tech. Now, on the surface, it doesn't seem like a huge thing, but it is, because this is basically a superhero blackmailing a small-time guy just for the purpose of trying to make sure that the world believes that what he's doing is actually right, and that's why it's so nefarious. In the aftermath of this, and with Daredevil watching all of it unfold, it leads to him kidnapping Tony Stark. Now, of course, this is really Daredevil just trying to interrogate him. As soon as Stark wakes up, he immediately recalls his Indocim armor to himself, and then in turn tells Daredevil, I'm giving you a gift. And this is one of the most mind-blowing moments of the story, because when Matt Murdock wakes up, what he ends up finding is that he can see. He has his eyesight back. Now, this was a huge moment in the story, and it's really one of the biggest moments for Matt Murdock's character. And the reason for this is because his lack of eyesight has been the defining attribute of who he is as a person. In the comics, it was always a cornerstone of every writer who ever focused on Daredevil, how he deals with the world around him while simultaneously trying to be a blind superhero. And in fact, there were years and years and years and years when no one knew he was blind. And even now, in the Marvel Universe, at the time this story was written, a large bulk of it don't know that he's blind. And so in this instance, with his blindness being one of the most defining attributes of his character, considering it's been part of his life since he was a child, it's been how he's learned to cope with the world, to suddenly have his eyesight back is this temporary gift. Now again, he's told by Tony Stark, you're not going to have it forever. It's a temporary thing. It's a very short thing, but I want you to experience this. I want you to see what the world is like, and then ask yourself, are you really willing to give that up? Now the other half of this is it really shows us how far gone Tony Stark has come when he basically says, look, that whole thing with Axis, the whole thing with the Red Skull, so on and so forth, that showed me who I truly am, that I've basically been dumbing myself down in order to make all of you out there feel like you're intelligent. Instead, why should I do that? And so he's run drunk on his own power, his own abilities, his own intelligence, so on and so forth. And so again, this is a pretty dark fall for his character, because what this does is it leads into this quote-unquote return of Teen Abomination. Teen Abomination basically breaks out of S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, and then when Iron Man shows up, he just kind of whisks him away and says, look, you know, I will take you under my wing. I'll basically try to help you as best I can. Now, this comes out of the fact with this revelation that Teen Abomination is actually just a 13-year-old kid. That's really all it is. He was just blasted with gamma radiation somewhere along the line, and that was really about it. But with Matt Murdock's character, again, this is one of the saddest moments, because switching back to him, he goes and he sees Foggy Nelson because he just wants to see what he looks like with his own eyes. If only ever one time, if only ever for a brief moment, for a few seconds, he wants to see what he looks like. Of course, his eyesight fades away. He ends up going back to seeing the things the way he normally does. But this is a huge situation for Matt Murdock, because it's this very tempting thing. Okay, I give in. Like, I'll take my eyesight. I'll fall in line with the whole, you know, Stark ideology. I'll do whatever it takes in order to make sure that I can continue seeing. Literally sacrifice his role as a superhero in order to go back to being able to see again. And so continuing on with Tony Stark, this is when we start to get into this really nefarious aspect of his character and what's really going on with the Extremis tech. In this instance, it's basically this idea that he has now implemented these cameras, so to speak, you know, the iron drones, whatever it is that he calls them, that are basically parading around the city of San Francisco. And because of this, what they're doing is they're watching everything everyone does all the time, basically declaring the place to be a crime-free zone. And so it's really Tony Stark setting himself up to be a dictator, becoming a villain. He's really just becoming a bad guy. And so in this moment, when Matt Murdock basically makes his return on Tony Stark and essentially says, I'm not willing to take in my ability to see in order to fall in line with what it is that you do. I'm not okay with that. In return, Stark basically takes him prisoner and then wipes his mind, basically just takes away Matt Murdock's knowledge of everything that's happened over the course of the last day. So again, this is a huge moment. These are the kind of things that Tony Stark's doing now, wiping people's minds, spying on people all the time. It's very dictatorial. It's very bad guy. And so again, it's interesting to see it happen because it's just such a change. But God, man, he is a total jerk. He is a total bad guy. And so from here, what we end up doing is we actually pick up with a woman named Katrina. And this falls in with the whole origin to a degree of Teen Abomination, but it also falls in with the idea that Tony Stark has always had this under the surface. It's just now showing itself. In this instance, Katrina was basically in a relationship with Happy Hogan, essentially the assistant of Tony Stark. But in this scenario, there was a process that was being undertaken that involved gamma radiation, but the shielding for the lab was not what it needed to be. And so what they ended up doing was basically seeking out Tony Stark and saying, we need more money to improve this. And Tony Stark's response was no. It was basically, you're not going to get what you need. That money can be spent better elsewhere. And so when the whole experiment ended up taking place and it all went awry, things played out exactly like we thought it would. It resulted in Katrina being blasted with gamma radiation, her son being blasted with gamma radiation, which explains how Teen Abomination got his powers. But then it starts to fill things up a little bit more when we end up learning that in this instance, with everything kind of going under, with the whole project basically being scuttled by Stark Industries and Katrina being put out of work, that in the moment when, you know, her son asks for something that he can't get, he lashes out, he freaks out, and he in turn turns into Teen Abomination, destroys the house, and kills his mom. And so because of this, Tony Stark is effectively responsible for the creation of Teen Abomination and the death of Teen Abomination's mom. This also explains the whole backstory when it comes to Tony Stark's mind being backed up. And it's basically him talking about fighting a villain named Black Llama. But the idea was that when it runs over the whole event of him basically facing off against Black Llama and then ultimately having to back up his mind in the process, what we end up learning is that he essentially forgot everything that had happened. His mind had been wiped from the time that he arrived back home until whatever it is that happened the next day. And so what ends up happening is when he basically sends Teen Abomination off, when he says, yeah, sure, we'll get things sorted out, we'll get you returning back to normal, what he begins doing is asking the question, who wiped a day out of my mind? Who made me forget what it was that happened over the course of that day? And so that's where the second half of the story picks up. Who was it that screwed over Tony Stark? Who is it that wiped that day during his mind? And what was it that happened during this day? And of course, you know, how did things end up progressing over the course of Superior Iron Man? But Okay, so getting into Superior Iron Man, really into the conclusion of this story, I told you guys previously, this is pretty short. Superior Iron Man is a very short story, but it's also really cool because this is really just kind of like place filler leading into Secret Wars. But the idea, for those of you guys who have not seen the first video, which you'll find the Iron Man playlist down in the description, but the whole idea behind the first video was that this basically served the purpose of giving us this really dark and sarcastic and really kind of sadistic version of Tony Stark after the events of Axis. Of course, Axis being the event where it basically saw the personalities of a lot of Earth's superheroes being inverted, meaning good guys became bad guys became good guys. Now, where the spell was eventually reversed, Tony Stark shielded himself from the spell. He's basically a bad guy now. And as it unfolds, it's actually not going to be one of these things where it's like, well, I mean, he's kind of a bad guy depending on how you look at it. He's actually going to be a bad guy. And again, the way this really starts out is with the idea of him meeting up with the federal government. Now, remember, when it came to Superior Iron Man in the first video, we had talked about how he had basically launched Extremis 3.0, which is to say the third iteration of this Extremis tech that could be used to biologically alter people. Now, he had done this for the purpose of making everybody in San Francisco beautiful and then charging them $100 a day in order to basically stay that way. But the idea is that he's shooting for much bigger here. And again, that fits in line with Tony Stark, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. But of course, what he ends up doing is selling something to the federal government, which is worth about $200 million. But of course, he also tells the US military he has an offer for China and for Russia as well, presumably for the same thing. Now, we're not told explicitly what it is that he's selling, but whatever it is that he sells, it's worth $200 million. Now, what he sells is not relevant. What is relevant is the fact that he's got $200 million bucks, and the question is being asked, what's he gonna do with it? Now, of course, this question is being asked by Pepper Potts as well as classic Iron Man. And that's the other half of the equation. Because of the fact that Tony Stark had basically become a villain of sorts, what we ended up finding out is there was an instance whereby he fought a villain called Black Llama. And because of the fact that the battle almost cost him his life, on the off chance that he ended up being killed, Tony Stark actually backed up his own mind with his memories, experiences, the whole 9 yards, so that if he were to die, that backup could be used, presumably thrown into a cloned body or something along those lines, and he in turn would be able to continue on his normal life. And so because of this backed up version, this classic Iron Man, is basically his original self. It's the way he was before the events of Axis ended up taking place. Now, of course, what this does is it makes things kind of strange here, because what we'll actually find out is that because they're basically the same person, that this classic Iron Man is actually going to have some pretty nefarious motives. But what we also end up learning is that with this $200 million, the goal of Tony Stark is to actually travel to one of the biggest media mongols in the world, buy them out, and then use them for his own purposes. Now, with this instance, it's all done for the purpose of him basically forcing these guys' hands. Now, this is a publicly traded company, and what that means is that he's actually able to go through and just take it over with a hostile takeover, buy a massive amount of shares. But in order to basically force their hand, what he actually ends up doing is leaking to the press the idea that he wants to buy this news outlet. Now, it puts these guys in a rock and a hard place. And the reason why is because while this guy is the CEO, and while he is basically the guy that helped to build the company, he's beholden to the shareholders. His company is only as valuable as its stock value. And so if the stock price begins to fall, then suddenly his company will become virtually worthless. But because of this, Tony Stark uses that to his advantage to basically say, people are going to start pulling out if you don't give them answers. So either you can accept my offer or you can turn down my offer. But my offer is going to go through one way or another. Now, of course, what we end up finding out here is this company is not going to sell out to Iron Man. And the reason why is because they already have a buyer. And that buyer is in the form of Pepper Potts. Now, in the last video, we had talked about how Pepper Potts' massive amount of wealth that she has at her disposal comes by way of Resilient. Resilient was basically this company that was formed by Tony Stark, in which Pepper Potts was put in charge of just because of the fact that with her close proximity to Tony Stark, to Iron Man as part of Stark Industries, it constantly made her a target for the various villains that he was facing. And so the idea of Iron Man was to basically form this company called Stark Resilient that would serve the purpose of creating all these different products for making people's lives better, phone products and different things like that. And then in turn, Pepper Potts would be put in charge of that company. That way, anybody coming after Iron Man would have no reason to believe that she was attached to his company. And so because of that, she has this massive corporate wealth behind her. And of course, she ends up buying out this major media outlet because she had really just kind of guessed that's most likely what he was going to do. But what this also does is this brings classic Tony Stark and superior Tony Stark face to face. And so what ends up happening is this suit, of course, takes off. It ends up battling superior Iron Man for a little bit, but then almost immediately takes him prisoner. And what ends up happening here is this suit of armor reveals its own purpose. This classic Iron Man, or this classic Tony Stark, basically says that superior Iron Man Man is a bad guy. The world is better off without him. And so what this classic Iron Man intends to do, against the wishes of Pepper Potts, is to actually wipe the mind of Superior Iron Man and put his own mind in its place. Again, basically achieving this ulterior motive for its creation in the first place, albeit against the wishes of Superior Tony Stark. And so once they actually enter the mindscape, it's really kind of cool, because what this does is it gives us this perspective of how Superior Iron Man actually sees himself. I mean, as we would expect with Tony Stark, he's all about himself. When they go into the mindscape of Superior Iron Man, it's exactly what we think it is. It's just super hot chicks, parties all the time, everybody thinks he's the most important person ever, and people idolize him. That's really about it. But what classic Iron Man does not know is that Superior Iron Man's actually using his armor, using his Endosim tech, to actually infiltrate the classic Iron Man suit. Now remember, this would be like if you faced off against a version of yourself from 10 years ago. The version of yourself from 10 years ago does not have all the experience that you gained over the last 10 years. And so because of this, the immediate goal is to seize control of Superior Iron Man, and then in turn just kind of move forward from there. Now, of course, what this also ends up doing is it leads to Superior Iron Man, of course, destroying this armor by virtue of using his own Endosim suit. The problem with this is it's like the Terminator series in trying to destroy Skynet. Skynet was everywhere. It's like trying to stop the internet. The internet's all over the place. Because of that, this digital backup cannot be destroyed through conventional means, which is to say, it's not housed in a suit. Instead, as long as this suit's destroyed, another one will come for Superior Iron Man. It'll always work that way because it's a digital backup. And so the idea of Superior Iron Man, of Tony Stark, is to basically figure out where this AI is being stored and then destroy its location, deleting the artificial intelligence. The problem with this is that trying to locate Tony Stark becomes infinitely more difficult. And the reason for this is because of the fact that he actually takes refuge back in San Francisco and literally just starts this massive party. Now, this is important because if this were Superior Iron Man going for somebody else, it would just be collateral damage and he wouldn't care. That's how his personality is now. That's how it's been inverted. But with this classic Iron Man, collateral damage, it's not something to consider. It's better to simply not attack than to attack where innocents are present. What this does is it allows Superior Iron Man the chance to basically begin going through all these documents, going through these databases, chasing down information as best he can until he manages to come across where it is that this digital backup is being stored at. Now, of course, with him making this declaration that he knows what's going on, that he knows where everybody is, taunting this classic version of himself to come after him, what it does is it leads to the Endosim armor facing off against all the previous suits of Iron Man. And that's cool because what this does is it's designed to highlight just how far Tony Stark has come in the development of his Iron Man suits. Now, the idea here is that with the Endosim tech, it was designed to be superior. That's how Iron Man operates, and it just makes logical sense. Each suit is supposed to be better than the last. And so because of this, the idea of Iron Man is to basically use the Endosim armor to take out every single one of these suits, which he for the most part successfully does, but not without having to bring out the big guns. Because of the fact that he's facing off against suits like the Hulkbuster armor, stealth suits, different things like that, what he ends up doing is actually utilizing the Endosim armor to its fullest capacity. And that was the purpose of it, right? Like the purpose of the Endosim armor was to be this all-encompassing suit. It was literally a Swiss Army knife. It could be anything for any given situation. And so because of that, he literally just cuts a swath through every single one of these armors that he has. It's no real contest. He's able to take every single one of these guys out until Pepper Potts emerges in her own Iron Man suit. Now, this gives Tony Stark pause to stop. And the reason for this is because on the surface, it actually looks like he still cares about Pepper Potts. He basically says, look, okay, I'm not going to attack you. Now, of course, where he refuses to stand down, Pepper ends up using a sonic device on his suit. Now, the reason why this seems to work is because the Endosim armor is designed and modeled after the symbiote suit, which is to say Venom, Carnage. With the Venom and Carnage symbiotes, sound is one of the biggest weaknesses they have, as well as fire. I do not believe fire is a weakness for Carnage, but I believe it is for, I know it is for Venom. But regardless, because it's based on symbiote tech, it just made logical sense with Pepper Potts knowing about the history of Iron Man, being well aware about all the villains that exist out there, to basically use whatever ability she can to her own advantage to take out the suit. Now, of course, this knocks Tony Stark out, brings him back to Stark Resilient, that kind of a thing. But because of the fact that he had figured out where the database for these Iron Man suits are at, where this digital backup was located, what he did is actually instill a virus inside Stark Resilient. And what this does is it literally sources out and it goes through every single thread of code. It goes through every database, every hard drive, the whole 9 yards, and it seeks out every little bit of this digital backup of himself that exists out there and deletes them all. And so because of this, once it's done and once it's pulled off, he literally just says, and we're finished here. Of course, he dons a superior Iron Man suit and walks away, but not before throwing a cherry on top. What he basically does is where Pepper Potts believes he can still be redeemed, what he says is, no, I tricked you. I led you to believe that you could defeat me. When Pepper Potts makes the case of saying, hey, I stripped you of your armor once before, I could strip you again, he basically says, look, do you really believe that I would have made a suit that had a weakness to loud noises? All I would have to do is fly through a construction site and suddenly I lose everything. Suddenly the suit comes crashing down or something along those lines. And so what he basically reveals here is that Pepper Potts is not someone he cares about. Pepper Potts is a means to an end. Now this is huge because historically speaking, when it came to Pepper, while there was some sort of a, strained romantic relationship between the two of them, where were always those instances where Tony Stark basically indicated he wanted to get with Pepper, they never really did. And so because of that, Pepper feels a huge betrayal because despite all that, they were still extremely close friends. Pepper was like the one person in the world that Iron Man trusts, and she trusted him more than anybody else. And so because of that, for him to basically say, no, you're a means to an end, you're just a way for me to basically achieve my goal, it destroys everything that she believes about herself. It destroys the idea that she felt like she was actually a friend to him. And so what this does is it basically picks up, of course, with Tony Stark at Stark headquarters, and then it segues itself into Secret Wars. Now, the problem with this is the continuity of the story. We could argue this story resides just before the incursions. We could argue this story resides before the incursions even started happening. We don't know the exact placement of this, or at least I haven't been able to find it. I mean, there's reading orders, and all the reading orders simply say this is the story before Secret Wars because the last page says on to Secret Wars 2015. Let's go check it out. But in terms of the events of the story, all indications seem to be that in Secret Wars issue number 0, where Captain America and Iron Man fought for the last time, that version of Iron Man, that version of Tony Stark is superior Iron Man, that he's still basically the bad guy. But again, it's just kind of the things that he says that leads us to believe that more so than a declaration of I am superior Iron Man and I'm fighting against Captain America now. But all right, so I am starting to come down with a cold, and that sucks because no one ever says, yeah, I got a cold. Life in Kentucky sucks. Like, I need to rent an apartment in Florida and just like live in Florida for the winter time, and then come back to Kentucky in the summertime. That's what I need to do because Kentucky sucks in the wintertime. Anyways, so we're covering Civil War. The problem, or I guess Civil War 2. The problem with this is that Civil War 2 is massive. I mean, it's 8 parts. It really feels like it could have been like 16 parts, 16 regular issue comics, but it still works out pretty well. I mean, maybe closer to like 10 or 12, but it still comes out pretty solid. And so what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna split this into 2 parts, and both parts will be out today. So I won't make you guys wait like a week, for part 2. But there was actually an interview that was done with Axel Alonso and I think Joe Quesada. They were 2 separate interviews, and both of them basically said that like Civil War 2 was done to capitalize on the movie. Like that was really the only reason why it was written. They had to plan it out in a really short amount of time in order to capitalize on the film. Now that didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me because Captain America Civil War was based on Civil War 1. But in any event, what the story does is it actually opens up with the introduction of a new Inhuman named Ulysses. Now, for those of you guys who are just now getting into Marvel Comics, and I imagine there's probably a lot of people who are just now jumping on board, Marvel's kind of been doing this push of the Inhumans, not really like eclipsing the X-Men because the X-Men are getting their own solo stories, so it's not like they're being shunted off to the background, but the Inhumans are certainly being moved out of the realm of obscurity because that's really the way it used to be. Forever and ever and ever, the Inhumans were backup features in like Fantastic Four. They were backup features in like Thor stories. They would have miniseries like Inhumans Volume 2 by Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee, but it was never like, an ongoing thing. The Inhumans never really had like top billing, I guess, in Marvel Comics. And so because of this, during the events of Infinity, when Thanos invaded the planet Earth looking for a son, the conflict between Thanos and Black Bolt led to the detonation of the Terrigen Bomb, which allowed the Terrigen Mist to spread across the world and start awakening new Inhumans. But what it also did is allow writer Charles Soule to start expanding on the Inhuman mythos, telling us that where we previously thought it was just the Inhumans in Attilan, that there were actually Inhuman camps all around the world that nobody knew about. And they had been existing for hundreds or thousands of years, but they were just operating in secrecy. It was actually kind of a cool concept. But it also allowed Marvel to come back and to basically bolster the roster of the Inhumans. Now, things were also kind of shaping up too and changing around a bit in terms of all new, all different Marvel. For example, Johnny Storm is back. He was one of the first members of the original Fantastic Four to reappear in Marvel Comics, but he's currently with Medusa right now. Of course, we have Beast with them and so on and so forth. But the Inhumans are really kind of split into 2 groups, right? I mean, it's basically kind of like the situation where you have one group that does field stuff, where they go out and find new Inhumans, and then you have Medusa just kind of ruling from the Inhuman city and taking those Inhumans who have been discovered and then giving them leadership, giving them direction. And so it's kind of a 2-sided operation. But But from here, we basically pick up with New York and downtown Manhattan. And the reason why is because we essentially have all the Avengers, or at least all different Avengers, not to mention the Inhumans, and we have Thor. We have a multitude of different heroes all coming together for the purpose of fighting off this celestial destroyer. Now, this destroyer is a plot point. I mean, it's not like something that we're going to see later on. I mean, it's not a major focal point, but what it does do is it shows us how dangerous things could be, and it shows us how important Ulysses is, at least the way that Brian Michael Bendis is presenting him to us. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, while everybody's kind of celebrating and everybody's like, yeah, you know, we did a great job, guys. We defeated the celestial destroyer and sent it back to its own dimension and so on and so forth. The question is asked by Tony Stark and Carol Danvers and a few others, how was it, you know, who tipped us off? I mean, because at the end of the day, they were all just kind of called to this location to fight this celestial destroyer. There was no real answer in terms of, you know, who it was that brought them all together. And what happens here is Medusa of the Inhumans introduces them all to Ulysses. And this is where things start to spiral out of control. Now, a lot of people will say that Civil War II lacks the grandiose nature of Civil War I, in the sense that Civil War II was like super rushed. But one of the things a lot of people tend to forget is that Civil War I, it was one moment Tony Stark and Captain America were friends, the next moment they were enemies. I mean, it was literally the instance where S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to arrest Captain America and he jumped off the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier and went underground, that suddenly he was a bad guy. So it was the turn of a page that Captain America was now a vigilante. And that's really what Bendis is giving us here. And this is kind of the cool thing, because for me, in Civil War II, Bendis really invokes like these fundamental emotions, right? Like, as we go through this, you're going to hate Carol Danvers. There's no two ways about it. You are going to hate her character. But the fact that Bendis can craft this story in such a way that you just hate her, that you're just like, all right, Carol Danvers is the worst person in the history of Marvel Comics, shows us how good of a writer he is in terms of situational storytelling. And that's why I say I think Bendis is a better writer when it comes to developing characters than he is doing major crossover events. I feel like he's really, really good at creating a character, developing that character, and then setting that character loose into the Marvel universe. I think he's super good when it comes to that kind of thing. But again, you know, the idea of Ulysses, a mutant who can see the future, raises a lot of questions. And so one of the first things that the superheroes do is they basically grab Jean Grey. Now, keep in mind, this is all new X-Men Jean Grey, right? So this is Brian Michael Bendis' all new X-Men before Secret Wars happened, when Beast went into the past and grabbed the younger X-Men and brought them into the present day. And so it was basically a way to kind of reinvigorate the X-Men series without, you know, going all the way back to the very core roots of it all. And so because this is basically the young Jean Grey, the one that Old Man Logan's really creepy about, where he's like creeping all over her. It's weird. Like it's weird. That's the best way to put it. It's weird. In any event, Jean Grey is kind of like the go-to psychic, you know, the go-to telepath. Because remember, Charles Xavier isn't here. We have no idea where Charles Xavier is. As far as I know, he's gone. And so because of this, with Jean Grey going through, what she says is, I am essentially going to cordon off a part of your mind, at least a part of your mind that deals with these visions. You're going to have a vision, and then I'm basically going to act as an anchor, and I'm going to allow everybody else to see these visions that you're having. The problem with this is that when Ulysses tries to undergo the process of creating a vision, in the end it's revealed that his mind simply can't be read, that it's not possible for Jean Grey to tap into it. Now, this raises even more questions than it answers, because the issue now is, well, is Ulysses immune to telepathy? Is he like a cosmic entity? Is he some wildly powerful equivalent of Omega level mutants when it comes to Inhumans? You know, what's the whole deal? Now, because of this, because of the fact that he's essentially like a black box of information, it creates some very serious trust issues, because right off the bat, Carol Danvers is like, yeah, man, like we trusted him, you know, and he told us the Celestial Destroyer was going to show up, and then it did, and then we defeated it, and it was only possible because of him. Like, he is the future. He's going to be a way for us to stop crimes from happening. But Tony Stark's like, man, I don't know. There's this Inhuman that we know nothing about. We can't read his mind. We don't know his motivations. We don't know how his powers work, and we're going to take it as an absolute truth that what he's telling us about the future is actually going to happen. It creates a really, really cool situation, because again, this is very much the idea of, if I go to you, if you know, member of the Rob Corps, you watching right now, let's say your name is Steve. I have no idea if your name is Steve or not, but let's say your name is Steve, and I say, Steve, you're going to win the Powerball jackpot of $100 million on Saturday. Now, if you go and you buy a Powerball ticket and you win, did you win because you were going to, or did you win because I told you would, and you wouldn't have bought a ticket if I didn't tell you that? You know, that's the situation that's being presented here. Is, which one is it? Is it chicken come before the egg, or did the egg come before the chicken? And so it creates a really weird situation for all the superheroes, because they're trying to understand how it all functions. The other half of this is that we essentially get the backstory of Ulysses. Now, there's not a whole lot to offer here within the confines of the main Civil War story itself. I think we actually got a tie-in, more or less, to the Civil War event that focused heavily on Ulysses. He's an interesting character, but he's kind of a one-off. I mean, it's one and done with him. But all it really says is that, you know, he was at his Ohio University, or I guess at Ohio State, the Terrigen Mist came through, he emerged from his cocoon, he didn't feel different, but then suddenly he started having visions of the future. And this is why I say things begin to switch around, and things begin to create a rift between Carol Danvers and Tony Stark. Now, the cool thing about this is that Bendis does not make this rift immediate. I mean, it is to a degree in the sense that they don't really see eye to eye, but it's really more of like a disagreement or like a heated debate, as opposed to, if you go through with this, Carol Danvers, I'm going to kill you. It's not like that. You know, it's not that violent, but it is enough for us to know that things are going to be going in a screwed up direction. Now, from here, we jump back to New Attilan, again, off the coast of New York, and we basically have, you know, Ulysses having another one of his visions, and he ends up, you know, calling in Medusa and says, we need to grab the Ultimates. Because remember, the Ultimates are like the Ultimate Avengers. They are essentially the Ultimates from the Ultimate Universe, which was like the Ultimate Universe version of Avengers. They were the Ultimates rolled over in all new, all different Marvel with the same name, but given a different role. They were just more on a cosmic scale kind of situation. But the idea here is that with Ulysses calling in the Ultimates, we know something huge is going to happen. And so what we do is we transition over to Tony Stark's laboratory. Now, keep in mind here, he's still dealing, or he still has his AI Friday. And Friday actually came before Secret Wars. She was a really cool concept, but then we still, or I guess we also have Mary Jane Watson running the show. Now, Mary Jane Watson running the show was part and parcel to the events of Invincible Iron Man under Brian Michael Bendis, I think. And it was really just a situation, I can't remember what it was that Tony Stark was doing, but he had done something and he screwed things up, and the board was trying to kick him out. And what they needed was somebody who can operate in his stead in a business capacity. And then Mary Jane Watson was brought on board to basically say, I speak on behalf of Tony Stark, and you guys need to get the hell out of here, or you guys are all going to end up being broke. That's the reason why Mary Jane Watson is here at the moment. I know that part of that is like the Amazing Spider-Man. I know that in Amazing Spider-Man a lot of that was covered, and it was kind of a back and forth between Spider-Man and Iron Man. But you know, having his attention drawn by Friday and Mary Jane Watson says, you know, Rhodey's basically gone. You know, it's the message, Rhodey is dead. And so from here, this is where the rift really begins to grow. This is the point at which it's the event horizon. It's the point of no return. It seems like there's really no way that this rift can be mended between Tony Stark and Carol Danvers, because remember, Rhodey is the closest friend that Tony Stark has had for quite some time. And so what we learn is that Ulysses had told Carol Danvers, look, you know, Thanos is coming. And when they went to go ambush him, it resulted in all of them being crushed, a lot of them being defeated. Now, of course, Thanos was defeated, but the issue is that Thanos is not a cakewalk, you know, even on his weakest days. Even when Thanos is at his weakest, he is still wildly dangerous, because you're talking about a guy with thousands of years worth of experience. You're talking about a guy with some of the most advanced technology in the universe, a guy with all kinds of battle-hardened tactics. I mean, Thanos has fought Galactus and survived to tell the tale. So you're talking about a very formidable threat, you know, with intelligence on the whole 9 yards. And during this conflict, James Rhodes had basically been killed, and She-Hulk was injured to the point that she had to be hospitalized. Now, this is why the rift is created, because on the mind of Tony Stark, Carol Danvers is at fault here. You know, Carol Danvers led them into a conflict against Thanos, against one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe, you know, and because of her foolishness, because of her foolhardy nature, because of the fact that she just trusted the vision of a guy that she knows nothing about, she effectively got James Rhodes killed. And so because of this, what we end up doing is we actually switch over to Tony Stark that night when he ends up traveling after and trying to find Ulysses. Now, for those of you guys who are reading Hydra Captain America, this is why I say Nick Spencer changes the entirety of Civil War. Hydra Captain America was a storyline that came after Avengers Standoff, when the Cosmic Cube basically reformed into Kobik, this young girl that was used by the Red Skull to effectively warp the past of Steve Rogers and alter it so that he was always an agent of Hydra. Nick Spencer, while all this is going on right now, you know, while Tony Stark is fighting Medusa, it's in the home of the Inhumans, you know, while he's trying to kidnap Ulysses, all of this is being watched by Steve Rogers. And we don't see it here. It all happens off panel. That's why I say, like, Nick Spencer's Captain America is a really, really cool thing, because it gives us the other half of this and it really bolsters this. As a Hydra agent, this is what Captain America wants. He wants the Avengers to effectively fall, or at the very least, to be fractured to the point that they can never really be whole again. The problem with this is that Tony Stark's still wildly intelligent, and to be honest here, with the exception of Hank McCoy, there's really no one here right now among the Inhumans or the Avengers that really matches up to his level of intelligence. I mean, the smartest people in the Marvel Universe right now are really just Tony Stark, Hank McCoy, and Black Panther. I mean, that's really, you know, Reed Richards isn't here. I guess you have Dr. Doom, but he's off doing his own thing right now. He's not really part of the equation. But in terms of the Civil War II event, those are really like the three top guys. And Black Panther doesn't care what happens as long as nobody attacks Wakanda. And so because of this, it really just leads, you know, the idea that Tony Stark would have broken into New Attilan, the fact that he basically kidnapped Ulysses while tricking the Inhumans into believing that he was fighting them, basically creating a decoy, it's essentially created a circumstance where he's effectively waged war against the Inhumans. Now, the reason why he did this is because for Tony Stark, just accepting the visions of Ulysses as an absolute truth is not good enough. Tony Stark is a man of science, all right? Tony Stark wants to be able to sit down and say, this has to be able to be traced. I have to be able to find a way to verify that that this is true. You know, if I can do that, then I can say, okay, let's trust this. But if I don't know how it works on a very core, very fundamental level, you know, at its very essence, then I won't take it as absolute truth. And so what he begins to do basically is he doesn't really torture Ulysses so much as he begins the process of trying to stimulate him in such a way that it'll produce villains. So, you know, scaring him, threatening to beat the hell out of him, different things like that. Now, he doesn't really have like a vision per se, but the part of his brain that basically controls these visions, the frontal lobe, or at the very least the part that would see these visions, begins to light up more so than it should. And so at the very least, Tony Stark's been able to deduce that the activation of these visions are based on his emotional state. Now, this will actually become a very important thing later on down the line as we get further into the story, but what ends up happening is, of course, Carol Danvers basically shows up and says, hey, look, you kidnapped a member of the Inhumans. You effectively waged war against the Inhumans themselves. We want to try to keep this tone down. We don't want things to get escalated, but what we do want to do is effectively take you into custody for kidnapping. Now, while this whole debate is going on, while this whole argument is going on, Ulysses begins to have one of his visions. And the vision that he has is of the Incredible Hulk basically just rampaging and killing everyone. Now, something else I'd like you to keep in mind about these visions of Ulysses is that all these visions are apocalyptic in nature. That's something that I hope you've seen so far. The vision of Thanos attacking everybody, the vision of the Celestial Destroyer, the vision of the Incredible Hulk. It is people just losing their minds, you know, villains coming in or some entity from another dimension coming in and laying waste to everyone. And there's a reason why Brian Michael Bendis is doing this, and we'll find out at the end of all this. But Ulysses, you know, when he has this vision, for the first time since he began having them, he's able to share them with people so they feel what's going on. They see what's going on. It's like they're in the vision alongside Ulysses. And so what they basically discovered, or at least what they've been led to believe, is that the Incredible Hulk has reemerged from Bruce Banner and basically killed everyone. And so because of this, it leads Carol Danvers to again stay proactive and to say, okay, we're going to be going after Bruce Banner. Like, we got to find a way in order to curtail this whole thing. Now, what this does is this actually picks up in a courthouse. Now, the cool thing about this is that Bendis starts jumping back and forth between this trial and the events as they've unfolded. So basically, we're being told what's happened by way of this trial. But essentially what had taken place here is Carol Danvers had shown up and said, okay, Bruce Banner, you need to come with us. Now, this is where when I really just started hating Carol Danvers, because I'm just like, well, the guy hasn't done anything. Like, you come knocking on his door and you're like, you're under arrest. It's like, why? It's like, well, because somebody said you will do something later on. Because that's really what Carol Danvers is going on here. She's going on hearsay. That's really it. This guy Ulysses is like, hey, that guy's gonna do something, and then Carol Danvers is like, okay, let's arrest him. That's really what it is. I mean, that's she's just going on the belief that what Ulysses is predicting is actually true. Now, the other half of this is that Bruce Banner is experiencing an insane amount of betrayal. Because keep in mind, despite the fact that he has been the Incredible Hulk, although at this point it's really like the Incredible Hulk essence has kind of been transferred to Amadeus Cho, and so Amadeus Cho is the Incredible Hulk. Because of the fact that he's been the Hulk in the past, there is some measure of distrust in the sense that people don't know if the Hulk is going to reemerge again and what'll happen if it does. But as Bruce Banner, he's one of the most respected people in the entirety of the Marvel Universe, one of the most respected people among all the scientific community. I mean, there have been instances where people who distrust him because of the fact that he's the Incredible Hulk would go to him and ask him for help. And in fact, that's the whole crux of the Red Hulk storyline that we're doing right now in World War Hulks, is that Thunderbolt Ross doesn't trust Bruce Banner, but he does need his help. And so again, it creates a really interesting scenario here. The problem with this is that as he's basically being interrogated, you know, when Carol Danvers is coming along and saying, look, we have reason to believe that you're going to turn back into the Incredible Hulk again, when they basically have Hank McCoy hack the files of Bruce Banner's computer and discover that he's been experimenting on himself using dead gamma cells, all arrows seem to point to the idea that Bruce Banner is trying to find a way to reactivate the Incredible Hulk. Now, we don't know the full story here. You know, Bruce Banner tries to explain and say, hey, look, these experiments that I'm doing are the only reason why the Incredible Hulk hasn't emerged over the last year. And so it's entirely possible that Bruce Banner was using these dead gamma cells to verify that the cells are dead and that they're staying dead, or at the very least to understand why those cells are dead and how to keep them from reactivating so the Hulk will never come back. We don't have the full story. Instead, in the midst of being interrogated by Carol Danvers, in the midst of being betrayed by a lot of his friends, he's suddenly killed by a rogue arrow. Now, at this point, this is where we learn the basis of this trial. The reason why this trial has been put together is because Hawkeye killed Bruce Banner. He shot him through the eye with an arrow. The reason why Clint Barton did this, though, is when he basically says that Bruce Banner asked me to. Now, this is where things begin to get a little iffy, because according to Hawkeye's testimony, and as far as they know at this particular moment in time, Hawkeye's the only one that can verify this, or the only one that really has any information on this. What he says is Bruce Banner sat down with him one day and said, hey, look, on the off chance that I ever turn into the Incredible Hulk again, here is an arrow of my own design. Use it to kill me. You know, take me down and keep me from being able to Hulk out. Now, Bruce Banner didn't specify, as far as I've been able to tell, he didn't specify if he meant for Hawkeye to wait until he became the Hulk, or for Hawkeye to be in a situation where it looks like he's going to become the Hulk and then take him out. It seems like it was really just kind of left at Hawkeye's discretion. And that's what Hawkeye says. You know, Clint Barton says, look, Banner told me that if there were ever a circumstance where he looked like he was going to Hulk out again, put him down. I made a judgment call based on what Banner told me. Not only that, when Hank McCoy is called to the stand, Hank McCoy says this custom arrow tip was basically designed by Bruce Banner. It looks like it was invented by Banner himself. There's also a video diary where Banner basically says, I have asked Clint Barton to kill me if I ever end up becoming the Hulk again. Now, this is where the subtleties of law begin to come into play, because the question that's being asked here is, okay, if Bruce Banner told you to kill him if he ever became the Hulk, does that mean that he wanted you to kill him if he was going to become the Hulk, if it looked like it, or to kill him after he became the Hulk? And Hawkeye basically says, I was never given a definitive answer here, but I did what Bruce Banner asked me to do. Bruce Banner said, if it ever looks like he's going to become the Hulk, I should shoot him. And so because of that, he basically killed him. Now, the reason why this is important is because this is going to be one of the things that creates a rift in the superhero community, but it's also going to be one of the reasons why Hawkeye becomes very popular among the Avengers. Not only that, the question is asked of Carol Danvers regarding, you know, this whole use of Ulysses as, you know, as part of this pre-crime initiative, whether or not it's actually successful. And what she says is, yes, it's been successful more often than not. There have been a couple instances where Ulysses hasn't necessarily been right, but they have been able to use this to prevent crimes from happening. Now, the other half of this is Tony Stark steps up and Tony Stark says, that doesn't matter. We don't exist here for the purpose of being proactive. You know, we don't exist here for the purpose of taking people out before they commit crimes. You have to let them commit those crimes and then arrest them. Otherwise, anybody could be arrested for anything. You don't actually give them a chance. You basically remove free will. Now, a lot of people will look at Tony Stark from Civil War I and say, well, it seems like he's just reversing things now. You know, he's ignoring his own past. That's actually not true. Tony Stark during Civil War I was reactive. You know, he was reacting. All he simply said was superheroes need to be registered. They have to hand over their identities. They have to hand over what their superhero names are. They have to hand over what their powers are, and they have to operate on behalf of the government. What he wasn't saying is, let's arrest people before they commit crimes. Now, they are two separate arguments in terms of the impact that they have, but in all honesty, I would say that Tony Stark wasn't wrong, and I still say he's right when it comes to the first Civil War event, because my argument's always been, of what use is free will to a society that would use that free will, you know, use that freedom to destroy itself? If a society uses freedom to destroy itself, then freedom was pointless in the first place. You know, keep society going, even if it means that you make them live in conditions they otherwise wouldn't want to live in, a totalitarian kind of government. And so because of this, I always kind of sided with Tony Stark on that. But again, I'm kind of digressing here because I really love the moral arguments of Civil War I. But for Tony Stark, you know, looking at the death of Bruce Banner, for him, he really looks at this as Carol Danvers is screwing up all the way. And in a lot of ways, he says, look, Carol Danvers has a hit list. Carol Danvers is taking out heroes that she thinks are a threat to her. She took out James Rhodes. She took out the Incredible Hulk. Who else is she going to take out next? Is she going to take out Captain America? Is she going to take out, you know, Nova? Is she going to take out Spider-Man? You know, who all is she going to take out next? And again, this is really just Tony Stark being angry. This is him lashing out just because of the fact that he's still so emotional about James Rhodes. But what also happens here is the Friday AI sits down and says, look, I've been analyzing the brain of Ulysses. I'm not 100% on what it is that it's capable of yet, but I do have a reasonable argument that I can make here. And what seems to be going on here is that Ulysses' brain is not 100% accurate. It's not 100% perfect. Now, this was also something that was covered by way of Captain America Steve Rogers, because Steve Rogers discovered almost right off the bat that Ulysses' predictions were not 100% accurate. Because when it came to someone who said, I could see the future, and here's the future that's going to happen, all it takes is one incorrect guess to verify that he's not 100% accurate. Because when you're dealing with absolutes, the instant that absolute stops being absolute, it throws in doubt. And so Steve Rogers had discovered somewhere along the line where Ulysses was basically wrong. And so he said, okay, fine, let's use this and let's turn the Avengers against each other. So keep in mind, behind the curtain and all this stuff, you know, the man behind the curtain is Steve Rogers, and he's pulling the strings. He's the reason why these Avengers keep going against each other. He's the reason why they keep fighting one another, because he's basically engineered this entire situation. Again, you can find my Captain America video down in the description. At this point, we basically pick up with Carol Danvers breaking the news to She-Hulk, you know, and she tells She-Hulk, look, you know, Bruce Banner's dead. Hawkeye killed him. Hawkeye said that he was asked to kill Bruce Banner by Bruce Banner himself. He's been put on trial for it. And when She-Hulk says, what was the verdict? Was Hawkeye found guilty or not guilty? We learn that Hawkeye basically walked, that Hawkeye was free. Now, the cool thing about this is that Miles Morales provides some insight here when he basically says that there's never really been a case this riveting before, because a lot of people looked at the situation as it was and said, well, I mean, Bruce Banner asked Hawkeye to kill him. It was a mercy killing. It was, you know, he euthanized him basically. You know, it was assisted suicide. You know, it was Bruce Banner asking for something and Hawkeye giving it to him. Who is anybody to say that it's wrong? Now, the idea that creates a really compelling argument in and of itself. You know, the moral philosophical argument of, if someone asks you to kill them, is it okay for you to do it? You know, you're literally granting a wish that they want you to hand over. But again, it creates kind of a weird situation, because what this is doing is adding in so many themes. But this is one of the reasons why Civil War II was kind of hard to follow, because it was so much stuff packed into a really small story, packed into a really short story. Honestly, this should have been a lot longer than it was. But what we end up doing here is we basically pick up with Tony Stark, and Tony Stark could. My dog's dreaming right now. I really hope you guys can hear that. But for Tony Stark, this creates kind of I know I keep saying it's kind of a weird situation, but it really is in a lot of different ways, because for him, again, he's looking at this from a science perspective. It's not enough for Tony Stark to sit down and say, hey, look, maybe it's just a guy that has these weird powers. Everything has an origin. Everything has a function in terms of how it works. And what he says is this guy Ulysses, if he sees the future, then he wants to know everything about him. I mean, if these visions affect him emotionally, then it stands to reason that his emotions affect the visions of the future. And so if he has a vision of the Incredible Hulk, but he's scared, then does that mean that his vision will be a terrifying vision? It'll be a vision that'll reflect his own fear, in the sense that he's like, well, the Incredible Hulk is a very scary being. And so when I have a vision of the Incredible Hulk, I don't see the Incredible Hulk running around, like frolicking around in a field full of daisies. I see the Incredible Hulk killing all the superheroes, because that's the worst possible situation for me to see. And so that's what Tony Stark is asking. He wants to know if these are legitimate visions, or if these are visions that he's just kind of spouting out that reflect his own personal concern. Not only that, what Stark also says is that the mind of Ulysses works in such a fashion that it basically just draws on the existing energy around him, and then it basically spits that energy back out in the form of a vision. And so it is essentially like if you were standing in a room and you had pieces of paper all around you, and you gathered up all those pieces of paper, which are just forms of energy. It doesn't matter what kind of energy it is, it's just forms of energy. You gathered all those pieces of paper up, and then you handed it to somebody if you handed it to your brother or sister or somebody like that, and you said, this is a vision of the future. It's not actually the future that he's seeing. What his brain is doing is his brain is grabbing all these different energies that reflect what it is that's going on right now. So the conflict on the other side of the world between these two warring states, Bruce Banner, working on his research of the Incredible Hulk, Carol Danvers having it out for Tony Stark, all these different things that are going on right now, the energy they put off reflects their current state of where they are in their lives and how they're feeling. And so what Ulysses does is grab all those energies, put them together, and say, here's the most logical mathematic probability on what direction things are going to go in. It's not a future that he's seeing, it's just a relatively correct view. It's the logical outcome of things. And so I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys. I don't know if that clears things up a bit, but it's basically not the future that he's seeing. He's not actually leaving his mind and going into the future to see what happens. All he's simply saying is, well, Bruce Banner is working on Incredible Hulk research, and so the mathematical probability of the Incredible Hulk reemerging is 80%. And so that's what his vision ends up giving him, is the most logical mathematic probability. The kicker about this is that was actually not Bruce Banner, the Incredible Hulk. That was Amadeus Cho. But the entire explanation as it's being given here by Tony Stark is really being given to like Carol Danvers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, all these guys, and Carol Danvers still doesn't want to listen when he basically says, hey, look, he's not seeing the future, he's just spouting out a mathematical probability. The question you ask Carol Danvers is, what percentage would be correct for you to act on this? If Ulysses said there's an 80% chance that, I don't know, Galactus is going to show up on Earth and he's going to attack the Earth, is that good enough? If there's a 10% chance that Thanos wants to acquire the Cosmic Cube, at what point do you draw the line? And that's a really legitimate argument here, because for Tony Stark, again, he's a futurist, and so what he's basically saying is, you have to let people commit acts, you have to arrest them for what they've done, not what you think they're going to do, because then at that point, anybody could be arrested for anything. And so again, this just continues to make a rift, to create a rift between the two of them. It continues to create a rough circumstance, and the reason why is because during her dealings with regards to using the information of Ulysses, the first major error that had cropped up in his different views came from his belief that there was basically a woman or a banker where he saw her working as an agent of Hydra who was carrying a briefcase. Carol Danvers and S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped in, they arrested her for being an agent of Hydra, opened her briefcase, and didn't find anything in it. There's been no evidence to suggest over the course of her life that she's had anything to do with Hydra. She's, got a fiance, she lives a relatively quiet life, but Carol Danvers still believes she's guilty, and so because of this, she begins interrogating her. Now, of course, this woman's like, look, I have no idea what's going on. I'm not an agent of Hydra. I've never had anything to do with Hydra. All I want to do is go home. And because of this, or at least in the middle of all this, where Carol Danvers says she's guilty and all we have to do is just find the evidence to prove it, Nightcrawler basically teleports in and gets her out of there. And so what this does is this tells Carol Danvers that essentially Tony Stark is now taking up arms against her, that he's having his own guys go through and teleport people away, cause problems, and essentially lead it to a major conflict between the two of them. But with that being said, in the next video, we'll pick up on the actual war, I guess the conflict between the various characters themselves, the Carol Danvers team and Iron Man's team fighting against each other. But Okay, so recording audio with a head cold is like one of the toughest things to do because my mind is all over the place. What we do here is we essentially pick up with all these superheroes fighting each other. Now, the craziest thing about all this is that this is really just heroes fighting each other for a little while. I mean, there's really not a whole lot to it. It's pretty straightforward, but the other half of this and what Bendis focuses on is that Ulysses' powers are evolving and his powers are growing. That it's not just having visions anymore, that it's about his powers and his visions becoming a little more complex and in some ways a little darker. The other half of this is that Ulysses' visions are also getting to the point where he's able to discern them a little bit better and differentiate between those visions that are more likely to happen and those visions that are least likely to happen. The issue with this though is that as he goes through and he begins to witness this fight between all these different superheroes of Carol Danvers' team, of Iron Man's team, the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Extraordinary X-Men, the all new, all different Avengers, so on and so forth, what he does is he has another vision where he essentially shows everybody the idea of Miles Morales killing Steve Rogers. And so because of this, it's really Carol Danvers kind of panicking and actually moving towards the idea of arresting Miles Morales. Now, this is the point at which everybody turns against her because she's talking about arresting a kid. It's one thing if it's an adult. It's one thing if it is somebody who was more likely to commit a crime. But Miles Morales has done nothing but fight the good fight. He's done nothing but be a superhero. He's not like Hawkeye, right? I mean, Hawkeye was a bad guy before he was a good guy. And even then, he wasn't really like a bad guy per se. He was just kind of a victim of circumstance. He was more or less duped into being a villain when he first showed up. He basically rectified his errors and then became part of the Avengers. But with the rest of these superheroes looking around and seeing that Carol Danvers is talking about the idea of arresting a child for a crime that he hasn't committed yet, Tony Stark kind of loses it and says, look, you're talking about a kid. You're talking about arresting a kid and treating them like they're an adult. Now, in truth, the only person who really should have anything to say here is Captain America because he's the one that Miles Morales supposedly killed at some point in the future. And so, of course, Steve Rogers steps up. Now, remember, I can't keep harping this enough because I feel like it's something easy to forget. This is Hydra Captain America. And so while he puts on this show of, hey, look, like, let's be reasonable here, let's calm down. We have to make sure we're doing the right thing. This is all a show. This is all him acting the way he is for the purpose of creating a rift in the superhero and the Avengers community. And the way this comes about is when he basically says, hey, look, there may come a point where Miles Morales might kill me, but he hasn't done it yet. And until he does it, you guys don't need to do anything. In a lot of ways, because of the fact that he's so respected, Captain America's word is law. I mean, that's just the way it is. When Captain America says, we're going to do things a certain way, people are like, okay, let's go do it. Now, Carol Danvers doesn't want to listen to this. Carol Danvers is like, no. You can't just let him go like that. And Captain America's like, yes, I can. And he's going home. Thor, take him home. And Jane Foster, basically leaves, and Carol Danvers still wants to arrest him. And so because of that, because of all this, because she's basically turned to this point where nobody really seems to recognize her for, or I guess everybody's starting to see her for what she is, and somebody who's so dangerous, somebody who's willing to go to whatever lengths in order to make sure that her agenda is maintained, basically everybody begins turning against her. Of course, Tony Stark was already against her, but now Captain America's turning against her. S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to arrest her. T'Challa, Black Panther, he essentially sits down and says, I will follow Captain America to the ends of the earth. Captain America is a man that I look up to. He's a man that I idolize. Even if I don't necessarily agree with everything that he does, I do recognize that the side that Captain America is on is always the right side. And so he says, look, I've been around this long enough. I've watched you screw up long enough. I've watched you make mistakes long enough. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm siding with Captain America. This kid's gonna go, and I'm out of here. I'm no longer in your corner anymore. Not only that, Iron Man's team takes off. The Inhumans basically abandon Carol Danvers, and so it's really just her. Now, at this point, this is when we start to get into Ulysses' powers beginning to grow and beginning to expand, because the Inhumans sit down and try to talk to him. The Inhumans are like, look, we need to talk to you right now, but he's wildly immersed in everything that's going on. In addition to this, all the other members of the superhero community are trying to figure out what to do next. Now, this is really just Marvel kind of setting the stage, right? I mean, this is Bendis saying, hey, look, guys, after Civil War II is over, we basically get into Marvel Now 2.0. That's how things were supposed to happen. This was really kind of like the Secret Wars fiasco all over again, in the sense that Secret Wars was supposed to finish, and then we were supposed to just segue right into All New, All Different Marvel. But because of all the delays, the All New, All Different Marvel titles started coming out before Secret Wars ended. That's basically what's happening here, with regards to Civil War II. In the sense that because of all the delays, Civil War II basically ended before the Marvel Now 2.0 titles came out. So for those of you guys who were getting into like Ultimate Squared, or those of you guys who were reading Unworthy Thor, different things like that, or who were reading, the new Iron Man with Riri Williams, a lot of these things were supposed to come out after this was finished. And so this should provide some clarity in terms of where these characters are coming from. Something else to note here, though, is that Riri Williams is still a part of what's going on with regards to these all new, all different Avengers. She's kind of a weird situation. She's kind of a mixed bag here, in the sense that she was really figuring out, what it is that she was capable of doing with regards to her makeshift Iron Man suit while this whole Civil War II event was going on. That was one of the major tie-ins of her character with regards to the backup features and the Invincible Iron Man line of stories under Brian Michael Bendis. But something else that I want to point your direction to is Carol Danvers herself. This is why I say that Brian Michael Bendis is so good at developing characters, because again, if you have this very visceral reaction to Carol Danvers in the sense that you hate her in the story so far, then Brian Michael Bendis has done his job. And that's really the mark of a good writer. Because if you were kind of going through this and you were like, whatever, Carol Danvers, I don't care, then the story didn't really resonate with you. But if you were anything like me, you hated Carol Danvers. You were mad as hell with Carol Danvers. And so Bendis was basically doing his job correctly. Not only that, he shows us that she is remorseful. In her mind's eye, she sees the face of James Rhodes in his final moments. In her mind's eye, she sees Bruce Banner dead. And in her mind, it's all because of her. It's all because she basically started all this. Now, she would never admit that publicly. And in fact, she refuses to. When we have Storm and the Extraordinary X-Men along with, Jean Grey and a handful of others to show up, she never comes out and says, look, I'm the reason why all this is going on. But a lot of it's because of the fact that there's no time to, because things are basically moving a mile a minute. Where Steve Rogers had told Thor, get Miles Morales out of here, and then Miles Morales had Thor drop him off before he got to his home, he ends up taking off and showing up on the Capitol steps in Washington, D.C., which of course is where Ulysses had the vision of him killing Captain America. And so this is again Carol Danvers acting in a reactive way. Now from here, we jump back to Ulysses, and this is actually where the story gets kind of cool, because now we get Andrea Sorrentino's art being mingled in with the art of David Marquez. Now, at least I think it's David Marquez. With this bit of storytelling here, this is basically Ulysses kind of leaving this plane of existence, so to speak, and actually traversing and meeting Old Man Logan. Now, the first person he encounters is a member of the Hulk's family, but of course, Old Man Logan kills him. But Bendis doesn't really give us like an explanation of exactly when this takes place. All we know is that this seems to be in the Old Man Logan universe, or a universe that is similar to it. But keep in mind, when it comes to those realities, when it comes to the stories, the future of the Old Man Logan universe, when it comes to Days of Future Past, those are all alternate realities. At some point along Marvel's timeline, that was the future. At some point along Marvel's timeline, Days of Future Past was the future until it was stopped, and then it became an alternate reality. At some point along the line, Old Man Logan was the future until it was stopped, and then it became an alternate reality. That's how that works. And so what Ulysses really seems to be doing is jumping into these different realities, all of which were at one point the future of the main Marvel universe. And so because of this, when he's talking to Old Man Logan, this is basically the future of the Marvel Prime, the main Marvel universe, if the conflict between Tony Stark and Carol Danvers keeps on going in its direction. The problem with this is that he doesn't really get a whole lot of answers here. While he's talking to Old Man Logan, he's like, what led to all this? Where are we? What's going on here? Old Man Logan says, well, it was Tony Stark that happened. Tony Stark pushed her too far. He doesn't say who it was, and even when Ulysses asks, who is it that you keep referring to when you say he pushed her too far? Logan doesn't respond. He doesn't answer. Instead, Ulysses is just kind of yanked back to the present day, and he's essentially just kind of talking to the Inhumans. So things are left a little ambiguous here. Not only that, we of course have Steve Rogers heading up to meet with Miles Morales. Now, this was also covered in the Nick Spencer Captain America Steve Rogers story, when he was basically acknowledging the possibility that going out and seeing Miles Morales here could possibly result in his death. But because of the fact that Steve Rogers is a Hydra agent, his goal was to bring down the superhero community and orchestrate the fall of superheroes in and of themselves, allowing Hydra to basically take its place. The problem with this is that in the midst of all this exposition between Carol Danvers and Miles Morales and Steve Rogers, we suddenly have Tony Stark making his appearance with his War Machine armor, or at least a more advanced iteration of his armor. The problem with this is that while Carol Danvers and Tony Stark are fighting one another, the indication here seems to be that Carol Danvers basically kills Tony Stark. Now, that's not necessarily the case in the sense that she does blast his armor, but the reason why Carol Danvers is able to do this is because, remember, she's still binary. Now, this is something that a lot of people don't know about when it comes to Carol Danvers, and I want to touch on this for a second. So way back in the day when she first showed up, she was just a woman who was part of the Air Force. There was nothing special about her, but she was enamored with Mar-Vell of the Kree, who operated as Captain Mar-Vell. Because of this, there came a point where she was basically exposed to the Psych Magnetron, and her desire to be the equivalent of Captain Mar-Vell resulted in her developing the powers that she had, and so she went forward as Miss Marvel. So that was really kind of the crux of her. That happened for quite some time, but Marvel really lost the ability to do anything special with her because they couldn't find any compelling stories. Now, eventually, she was rolled over to the X-Men under Chris Claremont, and he basically made her this person that had the ability to absorb all different kinds of energy and then use those energy for her own ends, energy projection, enhanced strength, so on and so forth. And so she wasn't really a mutant per se, so much as somebody who just had these cosmic level powers to a degree. And so because of that, following the whole era of her being binary under Chris Claremont as part of the X-Men franchise, eventually she was rolled back over, and the binary element of her character was rarely ever seen, but it was something that still existed. And that's why if you go through and you look at Carol Danvers in like the 1990s 90s, going into the early 2000s, and even up to the present day, every once in a while you would see her use energy blast, because that's something she's capable of doing. She doesn't use it very often, but she does from time to time. Now, having said that, and focusing again back on Ulysses, his continued experiences are really just tied directly into watching all these events unfold, and again, these possible futures. The problem with this is that as Carol Danvers and Tony Stark continue to fight one another, Ulysses' visions eventually lead him to the ethereal plane, to beyond the realm of normal existence. Not only that, he basically grabs the mind of Carol Danvers, Nova, Miles Morales, all these different heroes, and basically says, here are all the futures that I see. Here are all the things that could happen. You know, there's futures where monsters run everything. There's futures where the X-Men have taken over the world. There are futures where Steve Rogers was killed by Miles Morales. There are all these different futures out there. Days of Future Past. Ultron takes over everything. There's all these different realities that exist, and then suddenly he moves beyond this normal plane of existence and he encounters eternity. Now, something I want to clarify here, because a lot of people have been asking this question about Marvel when it came to the idea of eternity being chained. In the Ultimates line of stories, eternity is in chains. In this story, he's not in chains. There's a reason for that. In Ultimates Squared, I think it was, Galactus actually revealed that the eternity that's in chains is the multiversal eternity. And that was something that had never really been explored before. It had to a degree mentioned maybe like once or twice, but it was nothing Marvel actually went with. Instead, all they ever said was, well, every universe has its own version of eternity. What Ultimate Squared revealed is that there is a multiversal eternity. There's one eternity that represents the multiverse. You know, one eternity that represents all the different universes in the multiverse. That eternity is chained, but all the other eternities from within each universe, which are like these child units, so to speak, they're still able to operate accordingly. So again, it's kind of a weird situation with regards to Marvel in terms of what they're doing with their cosmic entities. It's a classic example of the left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing, and it's one of the reasons why, despite it being all new and all different, continuity errors still reign supreme. But the fact remains here that in this climactic battle, which does kind of feel a bit rushed, we basically have Tony Stark who's kind of left unconscious, and while he's not necessarily dead, he seems to be in this weird kind of catatonic state. Now, Bendis gives almost no explanation as to why this is. All he really has Beast say is that, well, Tony Stark's been experimenting on himself, and Beast is afraid to do anything because he doesn't know what kind of impact it'll have, and so they're just kind of leaving Tony Stark in this weird catatonic state. Now, we know by virtue of what Tony Stark has done that he's basically made himself a computer projection. We know this in the Iron Man stories and in Infamous Iron Man when he basically starts talking to Doctor Doom, when Doctor Doom becomes Iron Man. We also know this in the new Iron Man stories when he appears to Riri Williams as her new AI, or at least as the AI for her new suit. And so Tony Stark really seems to be kind of shunted off to the background right now, and he may come back at some point in time, but this is basically setting the stage for Tony Stark to be removed from the position of Iron Man, for Doctor Doom to take up the traditional Iron Man role, and then Riri Williams to have Tony Stark being her AI for when she becomes the Iron Man character. But again, things just kind of wrap up relatively fast. I mean, there's not a whole lot of exposition here. There's a lot of questions that are kind of left open-ended in terms of the fact that no one knows that Captain America is still a Hydra agent. We don't really know what direction things are going to go in with She-Hulk, but it's really kind of the situation where everybody's dealing with the fallout of Civil War II in their own ways. Again, you know, Riri Williams is becoming Iron Man. She-Hulk is still pissed off that Bruce Banner's dead. Captain America is still plotting for Hydra to take over the world. Miles Morales is still trying to deal with the realization that he was almost arrested for a future possibility of him killing Captain America. It's people really just kind of coming to terms with their own place in the superhero community, knowing the possible futures that could exist for them. But the story ultimately wraps up with some enigmatic phrase about Carol Danvers saying that she has some ideas for the future, but again, we don't really know what this means. But again, this story was kind of rushed in a lot of different ways, especially when it came to the ending. It really does reflect the notion that it was a story written for the purpose of just kind of being a cash grab on the main Civil War movie that was coming out, Captain America Civil War. But okay, so as a general rule, when it comes to comic books, especially Marvel's side, I really prefer more of like the darker and edgier stories. Stories like Champions, I absolutely love if you can look past all the social justice warrior stuff. It's actually a really good story. It's just sometimes it just kind of gets in its own way. But Infamous Iron Man this story is going to be a perfect demonstration of what happens when Brian Michael Bendis cares about what he's writing, because this story is amazing. It's so good. Now, the weird thing here is that Bendis split it up in an odd way. Usually when comic books are done, you usually have just story arcs, and a lot of times those story arcs will be collected in trade form, where you'll see like Infamous Iron Man Volume 1 or something along those lines. Now, for the sake of my channel, I just split everything up on story arcs and just call it volumes. That way it's easier to follow. It doesn't necessarily mean that what you see listed as a volume on my channel will be a volume on Amazon, but it does mean that it makes it easier for, to follow my story. So the weird thing is that Infamous Iron Man is actually 9 issues long, but Bendis and Marvel split it into 6 and 3. So the first story arc is 6 issues, the second story arc is 3, and then presumably it'll come to an end. But the cool thing about this is that what this does is this picks up previously in the history of Marvel Comics with regards to the Cabal. Now, the Cabal was an organization that, or at least as it seemed to exist here, was around the days of Dark Reign. And so this, of course, is when Norman Osborn had basically taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Tony Stark after Stark was ousted and Norman Osborn was put in his place as director, but it was also around the time that Osborn began to form Hammer. But the Cabal is a general name given to various groups who have existed throughout Marvel Comics that serve the purpose of just acting as their own little organization. I mean, it's not like, you know, the Cabal is a singular faction. It's a name that can be used at any point in time. For example, Thanos had his Cabal during Time Runs Out. When it was Thanos, the Black Order, and Namor the Submariner, which, by the way, we will cover the Black Order. We'll probably go through all that stuff. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to time things so that by the time, between the time the first Infinity War movie comes out and the second Infinity War movie comes out, we're covering all the Thanos cosmology, eventually leading up to like Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff. Because yes, I will finish that. For those of you guys who are asking, there's just other amazing stories that I want to tell. The fact remains here that this is basically Bendis kind of showing us who Doctor Doom used to be. And it's kind of interesting because it's almost like we don't really need a reminder. It's like we know who Doctor Doom is. Like we know what Doctor Doom is about, but it doesn't hurt. And it's cool because it's not like some grandiose display of power or something like that. What it actually does is it focuses on an interaction between the Hood, Parker Robbins, and Doctor Doom. Now, Parker Robbins is an interesting situation in Marvel Comics. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that he's basically this guy who has access to like a lot of weapons and stuff like that. And he's more akin to like the Kingpin than anything else, but he's also been extremely dangerous and powerful. For example, he has accessed and harnessed the powers of the Infinity Gems. So that shows you how capable he is. And it's just an instance where he's been able to attain absolute power for himself on more than one occasion. Not only that, he's very good at being a demagogue, which is to say rallying people to his side and positioning himself as this sort of warlord. The interaction between Parker Robbins and Doctor Doom here is basically a discussion about how Parker Robbins is asking questions that he has no business asking, in the sense that he basically asked Doom about his history. Is it true you gained the power of the Beyonder, you know, way back in the original Secret Wars event? Because keep in mind, Doom's had the power of the Beyonder before. That was the first Secret Wars story, and then he lost it, and then, you know, so on and so forth. But, you know, basically Parker Robbins begins asking him about the various powers that he's had. Now, Parker Robbins actually also makes reference to a story called Triumph and Torment, I think it is. And the way this works, and this is actually going to be a very important part of the story, and we'll delve into this a little bit more as we go on, but the way this works is basically it was Doctor Strange and Doctor Doom freeing the mother of Doctor Doom himself. Now again, we'll get to that as we get further into this story, but the fact remains here that because of the fact that Parker Robbins is just asking too many questions, Doom basically just whisks him away using his powers. And it's kind of funny to see, you know, because everybody's reaction is like, did you kill him? And Doom's like, no, I didn't kill him, I just whisked him away. But that's really how these cabals work, in the sense that there's this kind of unwritten rule that you don't go prodding when prodding isn't necessary. People don't start asking Emma Frost about her personal life. They don't start asking Namor the Submariner about what it means to be king. They don't ask Loki why he's a chick. And you do not ask Doctor Doom about his mom. And so because of this, it kind of jumps back to the modern day right now. Now, with regard to this a little bit, what I want to do is I want to kind of sidetrack from this story for a quick second, and I want to refresh some people, or at the very least get some people caught up who are not familiar with what's going on with Doctor Doom in Marvel Comics right now, because I imagine there's probably a little bit of confusion there. So Doom as we know him, or Doctor Doom as you think of him, the green cloak, which actually will look amazing on the Iron Man armor. Oh my god, that looks so good. Doctor Doom with the green cloak, with the, you know, the iconic suit, that Doctor Doom existed from the time he first appeared until Secret Wars. But what ended up happening is during the main Secret Wars event, when Doctor Doom was fighting Reed Richards and they were having as much of an emotional battle as they were a physical battle, Doom finally admitted that his greatest regret, or the one thing he hated most, was that he was not equal to Reed Richards. He didn't have Reed Richards' life. Doctor Doom did not have a Susan Storm of his own. He did not have a Johnny Storm. He didn't have a Ben Grimm. You know, he didn't have that family connection that he loathed Reed Richards for having. And so because of that, you know, the question was asked by Doom, if you could do it all over again, would you do it different? Reed said yes. And so what happened was the Molecule Man Owen Reese, who was basically the go-between for Doctor Doom to access the powers of the Beyonders, took that ability away from Doctor Doom and gave it to Reed Richards. And what Reed Richards did was set everything back, effectively resetting the universe. Now, of course, this was Jonathan Hickman setting the stage stage for Marvel to basically reboot, which of course Marvel botched in the extreme and didn't do. And so the result is that when Reed Richards set things back to the way they were supposed to be, instead of making Doctor Doom inherently a bad guy, instead what he did is he restored Victor Von Doom's face, and Victor Von Doom effectively abandoned Latveria and went on this role of basically trying to restore himself and trying to prove himself to being a good guy. Now on the surface, the premise might seem kind of lackluster, but the storytelling is anything but. This is some amazing storytelling with Doctor Doom, and that's why I'm kind of glad that Brian Michael Bendis is the one running the show here, just because of the fact that if it was anybody else, I'd be a little hesitant about it. But Brian Michael Bendis is amazing when it comes to developing characters. When it comes to writing characters, it's like the one thing that he's good at above all others. I mean, he's good at a lot of other stuff too, storytelling and so on, but if I wanted to see a new character created, I would leave it to Brian Michael Bendis to be the one to do it. But jumping back into the story again, what we end up finding out is that El Diablo has managed to capture Maria Hill. Now this is kind of weird because keep in mind, this part of the story takes place before the events of like Captain America Steve Rogers, The Oath, where Captain America becomes director of S.H.I.E.L.D. That hasn't happened yet, you know, as far as this part of the story is concerned. And so because of this, Maria Hill is still director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But the funny thing is that with Victor Von Doom basically walking around, no one really knows what his face looks like. All they can do is recognize him by his voice. Now, of course, Dr. Doom showing up, or I guess Victor, you know, showing up to El Diablo, there's no contest here. I mean, it's not even remotely close. El Diablo was a D-level villain at best. I mean, he was a guy who was so irrelevant that you've probably never even heard of him before, and it's not even worth explaining. It's really just, he's a guy who's like this genius biochemist and basically just starts making chemicals and things like that to allow him to perform, you know, magical stunts or what appear to be magical stunts. Now, this is the funny thing here, is because there's a difference between what El Diablo does and what Victor does. El Diablo is, you know, chemistry masquerading as magic. Victor Von Doom is magic and sorcery. He's the real deal. And so because of this, El Diablo is easily taken out, and in fact, he's eradicated by Dr. Doom. And that's the crazy thing, is because Victor's basically showing there's no holds barred here. But in the idea of him killing people, or really killing bad guys, it's a reflection of the idea that he's basically trying to revamp himself. He's trying to restore himself. Now, we don't know how it was that El Diablo took Maria Hill prisoner, and even then, Victor doesn't really address how it was that El Diablo took Maria Hill prisoner. He just says, look, you were captured by like a D-list villain, so I'll walk away, you walk away, I won't tell anybody. And then Maria Hill's just kind of like, what? And that's what makes this so cool. But something else that I also hope you notice here is that Dr. Doom, as he's being drawn in this story, looks a lot like Vincent Cassel. For those of you guys who don't know who that is, Vincent Cassel was the guy who played Night Fox in Ocean's 13, and I could imagine, Ocean's 12 rather, and I could imagine him playing Dr. Doom in like a movie that Fox didn't screw up. If Marvel got like the Fantastic Four back, I could see him playing Dr. Doom, and it would actually be pretty cool, to be honest. But what ends up happening here is Dr. Doom transitions over to a woman by the name of Amara Pereira. Now, Amara Pereira was introduced over the course of really, you know, the first Iron Man story arc as part of All New, All Different Marvel. And the way Bendis introduced her was really kind of like a what just happened kind of situation where, you know, she meets Tony Stark, the two of them, you know, have drinks and so on and so forth. She makes it clear right off the bat she's not going to sleep with him, but her genius level intellect is established in the fact that she's developed a cure for the mutant X gene, but has decided not to use it. Now, it's really just one of those Brian Michael Bendis things where he's just like, here's how smart they are, and we're never going to use it, you're never going to do anything with it, or we may down the line, we have no idea. But again, it's really just kind of establishing the intelligence of her character and what she's capable of. Now, from here, it's really kind of a discussion about what's going on with regards to Victor Von Doom himself, as well as what's going on with Tony Stark and Amara Pereira. Now, of course, we know there's no real romance between the two of them, or at least there doesn't seem to be, but in this part of the story, or at least in this segment, we've basically moved past the events of Civil War II, and what's basically happened is this is the aftermath of Tony Stark when he's presumably died. And so because of this, Doom really addresses, or really speaks with Amara about the feelings that she may or may not have had about Tony Stark, about even if those feelings were budding, at the very least, it's something that she can't act on right now because of the fact that Tony Stark is no longer part of the equation. And so what Doom is basically doing is he's effectively turning over a new leaf. He really just kind of goes to speak with her. Now, this is a circumstance where his reputation precedes him, in the sense that when he introduces himself, when he basically says, I'm Victor Von Doom, the first thing to come to mind is Dr. Doom. And so right off the bat, Pereira's initial response response is, this is a bad guy. Like, he's a villain. Now, of course, Doom isn't here for anything grandiose. He's not here for anything major. He's not even hitting on her or anything like that. It's him just basically saying, I came here because I know who you are, and you remind me of someone, and I just wanted to meet you. And so what ends up happening is he actually just kind of teleports himself away. And the reason seems to be that instead of him continuing a conversation, or instead of him just being here strictly for that purpose, he was more or less forced to leave. And the reason why he was forced to leave is because of the fact that almost immediately after he takes off, Ben Grimm arrives. Now, with regards to Ben Grimm in Marvel Comics, that's kind of, again, another one of these funny situations. Marvel has yet to reestablish the Fantastic Four, and we don't know if they ever will, just because of the fact that Marvel got mad that Fox wouldn't give them the rights back to the Fantastic Four, so Marvel took their ball and they ran home. So because of that, we'll probably never see the Fantastic Four restored unless Marvel gets the rights back to the Fantastic Four in film form. But in lieu of that, we still have Ben Grimm, we still have Johnny Storm. Now, of course, Johnny Storm's with the Inhumans, and Ben Grimm is basically an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's effectively their strong arm. He's the guy that goes out and carries out missions that require a kind of finesse that can't be found outside of somebody who doesn't have super strength and a really bad temperament, if you understand where I'm coming from. He beats people up. That's basically what he does. But it's still kind of cool, you know. But from here, again, we don't really know exactly why it's here or why he's here. All we really know is that he's here just because of the fact that he's presumably chasing Victor Von Doom. Now, at this point, we jump over to Victor when he actually begins the process of making himself Iron Man. Now, of course, again, because of the fact that Tony Stark's physical body was killed, more or less, I mean, he's really just kind of in stasis. What Stark had done is he had downloaded his mind into a computer program. Now, Marvel doing this served two purposes. The first was to allow us to continue to see interactions with Tony Stark, but the second was to basically separate the lock from the key. And what's going to happen here later on down the line is we're going to see Tony Stark's mind restored back to his body, and Tony Stark will return. It's just a really easy way of ensuring that availability is there, but also allowing us to see something that goes on with his particular character. Now, the discussion between the two is actually really interesting because it's half admiration and half, dear God, I hope you don't take my suit. That's really what kind of goes on here. Keep in mind, despite the fact that they've been enemies in the world of Marvel Comics, when it comes to people of a certain level of intelligence, there's a shared respect among all of them just because of what they're capable of. So Dr. Doom is hated by T'Challa because of the fact that Doom basically invaded Wakanda during Doom War. But there's still some measure of respect in terms of his intelligence and the idea that, you know, T'Challa would not underestimate the intelligence of Dr. Doom. It doesn't mean he respects him as a person. I mean, he despises him as a person, but he respects his intelligence. And it's usually like that when it comes across these different characters in the realm of Marvel Comics. Now, with regards to Tony Stark's conversation here with Victor, keep in mind, Victor's appearance and his role in Tony Stark's life, you know, really showed us how much Victor had changed in the first story arc of Invincible Iron Man, when Victor had basically established that he had abandoned his role as ruler of Latveria, and it actually helped Tony Stark to capture Madame Mask. And so, because of this, Victor basically says, hey, look, I mean, at this point, you're just a hologram, so there's not much you can do to stop me, but I'm turning over a new leaf. If you can't be Iron Man, someone needs to. And so because of that, basically what ends up happening is Doom undertakes the mantle of Iron Man and whisks himself away. But the crazy thing about this is that the entire situation is being monitored by Dr. Doom's mom, who's effectively, you know, who simply has returned to life. But there's also some disembodied voice that's communicating with her, someone that we can't see. So again, the idea of Dr. Doom's mom, you know, being alive here is a huge revelation. And the reason why is she was basically the basis behind Dr. Doom's character. I mean, she was really the origin behind everything. From the time that Dr. Doom was a little boy and his mom was convicted of witchcraft, you know, and then eventually was killed, he had always been on an effort to gain power in order to free her soul. And that's effectively what had happened. She had delved in witchcraft, she had sold her soul to Mephisto, who passes for the devil in Marvel Comics, and the result was that following her death, Mephisto was going to hold her soul forever. Well, eventually we ended up finding out that there was a bargain that was struck between Doom and Mephisto, that Doom would be allowed to fight for the freedom of his mother's soul once a year, and if he was successful, his mother would be freed. Now, this was Mephisto toying with Doom, and the reason why is because of the fact that the Demon Lord Mephisto is the most powerful in his own realm, and so it was almost impossible for Doom to win. And so this led into the Triumph and Torment storyline when Dr. Doom and Doctor Strange came together and then managed to fight off Mephisto and free Dr. Doom's free the soul of Dr. Doom's mom, which in turn went on to heaven. Now, that was the end of her character. That was that. I mean, it was done, it was over. From that point, it was just kind of fleshing out Doom's character without the holdover of his mom's soul being being held by the devil or by Mephisto. And so because of that, what this does is it comes back and it says somewhere along the line, presumably because of the events of Secret Wars, his mother's soul has been freed from heaven and she's basically been returned to her physical body. And so what this does is it changes everything, because now Dr. Doom's mom is alive, and the question becomes, what happens when they meet? Now, at this point, we transition back over to Ben Grimm. Him being in Latveria exists strictly for the purpose of tracking down Doom. That's really all it is. I mean, there's not a whole lot to go on here. It's really just him kind of trashing the place and then basically convincing the people in Latveria, or I guess the members of this ruling class, to basically tell him where Dr. Doom is. But they don't know. They really have no idea where it was that he went to. All they know is that he effectively just abandoned them. So again, you know, it's just a demonstration of the fact that there's a lot going on besides Dr. Doom becoming Iron Man. There's still some pretty nefarious things. Now, at this point, we actually pick up over at Cambridge in England, and again, we join Dr. Doom showing up to meet with Amara Pereira. But the funny thing about this is that he calls out her name, and then she turns around and shoots him. She shoots him in the shoulder. He's like, what? You shot me! You shot me in the arm! Why did you shoot me in the arm? For all you Austin Powers fans, what was that guy's name? Was it Mustafa? I can't remember what his name was. It was Will Ferrell who played the character. It was a really, really funny moment from that movie. But the idea here, though, is that, again, this is really just kind of Dr. Doom meeting with her, but it's also this idea that her life is drastically being changed because of the actions of Dr. Doom. And the reason why is because it's not enough for him to just kind of show up in her life and then start turning things all topsy-turvy by saying, hey, look, I'm trying to be a good guy, you know, and all that kind of good stuff. But Ben Grimm also has managed to track down Victor. And so because of this, the fight between the two of them is pretty interesting. It's pretty short, but it's pretty interesting. But the result of this is that we end up finding out that Dr. Doom had, of course, overcome Ben Grimm, but it happens off panel. Instead, what we end up doing is we actually jump directly to where it is that Amara Pereira has been taken by Dr. Doom, which is basically his own little base of operations, his own little refuge outside of Latveria. And what ends up happening here is he basically says, hey, look, you know, I'm here because I'm trying to be a good guy. Well, then Amara's response is, but why though? Like, what happened to you that's changed your entire view of the world? And this is when Brian Michael Bendis references Secret Wars. And that's one of the coolest things here, is because when All New, All Different Marvel first kicked off, there was almost no reference to Secret Wars. It was almost like Secret Wars never happened. We knew it did, and there were maybe a handful of people who remembered, but that was it. It wasn't like everybody remembered what was going on with Secret Wars and everybody was talking about, hey man, you remember that time that Doom got absolute power? It was like this dirty little secret that was swept under the rug, which of course, again, I kind of think was Marvel's response to the idea that they chose not to reboot. But with Brian Michael Bendis focusing here on Secret Wars, it's basically Doom just recounting his story to Amara Pereira, telling her, look, there was a time when I had absolute power. There was a time when I was God. But it's also Brian Michael Bendis injecting a little bit of his own history with regards to Doom, in the sense that Doom goes on to basically say, I've always tried to gain absolute power. Even after freeing my mother's soul, you know, I always continued to gain absolute power. And the reason why was because I thought I was living up to my potential. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought it was my lot in life, my role in life. But he basically says, time after time, I consistently failed. Whether it was capturing the power of the Beyonder the first time, whether it was capturing the power of Galactus the first time, whether it was harnessing a cosmic cube, you know, whether it was gaining just these insane abilities, you know, whether it was getting the power of the Beyonders the second time, when I invaded Wakanda and I forced Black Panther to render all vibranium on Earth completely inert. Every single time I went on these campaigns to gain absolute power, I always failed. And so his idea was, if I failed in that direction, maybe I would succeed in the other direction. And so for him, it's really just kind of logic at this point in time. Now, there's also a lot of things that Brian Michael Bendis doesn't say that he's really inferring here, in the sense that when Dr. Doom essentially remembers everything during Secret Wars, he also remembers this conflict with Reed Richards. He always remembers what he said. And it could simply just be the fact that there was a lot of catharsis that came out of Victor Von Doom admitting to Reed Richards that he always wanted to be him. Maybe it's just that was one thing that he was always holding on to, and the reason why he simply could not become a good guy. Again, Brian Michael Bendis, one of the reasons why I love the way he writes characters is because he treats them like people. And so he doesn't tell us every single thing they're thinking, because when you have a conversation with someone, they don't tell you every single thing they're thinking. You're just kind of forced to read between the lines if you choose to do so, and get a better understanding of where they're coming from by how it is they say things, why they're saying things, and their own, you know, their own body language. And so because of that, you know, Bendis basically just kind of says, look, you know, you got to infer a little bit here, but in the end, Doom is trying to become a good guy. Doom is trying to do the right thing. Now, of course, what ends up happening here is we end up having Ben Grimm actually transition over to the old lab of Dr. Doom. And when he gets there, we end up actually finding out like the little chunks of rock on his face and on his body start falling off. And this is when we actually find out the reason this is happening is because of the fact that Dr. Doom's mom is residing inside of his old laboratory. And so again, this is really, really cool. It's one of these really cool situations that begin to unfold simply because of the fact that we end up having Dr. Doom's mom showing that she's extremely powerful in terms of her abilities. Now, at this point, we switch back over to Maria Hill. And the funny thing about this is that Maria Hill, of course, if she was smart, would have kept this information to herself regarding the fact that she was somehow captured by El Diablo. But what she's basically done is she's more or less done that to a degree, but she also kind of has everybody out looking for Dr. Doom, or at the very least, Ben Grimm looking for Dr. Doom. This is the reason why Grimm's looking for him in the first place, is because Maria Hill tasked him to do so. Now, the reason why it was Ben Grimm and not all of S.H.I.E.L.D. is because it's really just Maria Hill trying to make sure that her capture by El Diablo and her being freed by Victor Von Doom is kept under the radar. If the world became aware of the fact that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's foremost intelligence gathering organization and peacekeeping force, was captured by a D-list villain, people would lose faith in S.H.I.E.L.D. in its entirety. They would say S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most inept organization ever, run by the most ridiculous person ever. We should not allow them to have the kind of power that they have. It would just bring S.H.I.E.L.D. crashing down to the ground just because of the fact that everybody in there would look like buffoons. And so because of this, Dr. Doom basically just arrives on the helicarrier, which is really kind of funny here because this is one of these are these little goodies, right? These little tidbits, these fun little things that we get with his character, the way he's written by Bendis. When he shows up here, Maria Hill's like, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "Well, I mean, think about it this way. If I had done something, if I had shown up on the radar somewhere, then you probably would have sent everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. to come after me. Maybe you would have sent, other individuals, Ben Grimm or somebody like that to come after me. But I appear here, which saves you all kinds of money. It saves you dozens of man hours. It saves you all kinds of time, and it keeps you from losing face, And so basically, it's Dr. Doom's kind of like, I did you a favor. But the question becomes, why are you having Ben Grimm coming after me? Why are you having him chase me? I literally saved your life. And so there's a little back and forth that goes on here, with regards to their discussion, and their conversations. But the idea here is that Dr. Doom basically says, look, I saved your life. You owe me for that. All right, take Ben Grimm off my tail and stop having S.H.I.E.L.D. monitor Dr. Pereira. Now, the question that also comes after this is, where is Ben Grimm at the moment? Where's he at this particular point in time? And the reason why this question is brought up is because Dr. Doom makes the statement that he basically defeated Ben Grimm. Well, because of the fact that Ben Grimm hasn't returned, Maria Hill's question is, where is he? At which point, we end up having one of her agents basically say he's in Latveria. Well, at this point, Doom whisks off. And the reason why is because of the fact that he knows no good can come out of Ben Grimm being in Latveria. The other half of this is that Ben Grimm may start stumbling around and asking questions that he has no business asking about the history of Victor Von Doom outside of the various, escapades that the Fantastic Four have been involved in with Dr. Doom over the course of his history as their main villain. And so because of this is when Brian Michael Bendis basically shows us the current state of Latveria. And the reason why this matters is because of the fact that in the first story arc of Invincible Iron Man, we saw what Latveria was about to a degree, but only insofar that the place was in ruins following Dr. Doom abandoning it. But we hadn't really learned how far it had fallen. And what we end up finding out is, again, it's basically, Brian Michael Bendis refreshing us on the fact that the general who was left in charge by Victor to basically restore Latveria or keep Latveria in check has essentially become corrupt, and he's more or less turned it into a totalitarian state, giving himself absolute power. Now, of course, Victor basically takes all this out. I mean, he basically goes, to Karadek, I think his name is, the general at the time, and says, look, you're not going to be the one that runs this place with absolute power. I clearly cannot trust you to do that. I clearly cannot trust you to be the one who controls things with absolute certainty. And so what he does is he says, go find a woman by the name of Angela Cror. Now, Angela Cror is an example of where Bendis just kind of injects his own little bit into individual stories, because Angela Cror is basically a new character. She never existed before. We've never really seen or heard of her before. She's been created by Brian Michael Bendis for the sake of this story in order to basically allow Doom to operate outside of Latveria and presumably return to his normal role without having to worry about rebuilding Latveria. Eventually it'll go back to its normal self. But what ends up happening here is Dr. Doom basically stumbles into Ben Grimm, only for us to discover that the little bits and pieces of Ben Grimm have fallen off all over the place, all at the hands of Dr. Doom's mom. Now, this encounter between the two of them is crazy, and it's one of the coolest things ever, because Victor's response to this is the most predictable response. And again, this is why I love the way that Brian Michael Bendis writes characters. Victor Von Doom's response is who are you and why are you acting as my mom? Well, of course, Cynthia begins to effectively say, hey, look, you know, I am your mom. Like, I am your mom in every sense of the word. But Victor does not want to believe it. And the reason why is because if he did, everything that he's worked for up to now would feel as though it's essentially been lost. Because remember, a majority of his life was defined by his mom's soul having been captured. And it's one of these situations where it's like, if everything that happened to me led to where I am right now, then would I go back and change it? And Doom would say no. I mean, we've had that conversation with the Mayor Pereira. He basically says, everything I've done over the course of my life and the motivations behind those actions have led me to this moment right now. If any of those variables were to change, well, then suddenly everything could change. It could be that I would wake up tomorrow and suddenly I have the Infinity Gauntlet in my hand and I have absolute power over the universe. So Dr. Doom essentially says, look, you know, if his mother is alive, then the question is, how did she come back? And if she is really back, then what role is she going to play? But it's also the idea that at the same time, and this is one of the reasons why I love this so much, at the same time, this is Victor Von Doom's mom. You know, for those of us who have lost a family member that's very, very close to us, what would we give to have that family member back? I don't know about you guys, but there are those individuals in my life that I've lost that I would literally sacrifice everything. I'd walk away from YouTube forever and I'd give up everything I owned if it meant that I could spend like another day talking to them, and I would talk to them for the whole day. I would literally walk away from everything if it meant that I could do that. So that's one of the cool things, is that's one of the other reasons why I love Bendis, the way he handles characters, is because it's Dr. Doom at his most basic. It's the idea that Victor, despite all the bravado, despite all the pomp and circumstance and all the power and all that kind of crazy cool stuff, at the end of the day, it's him, it's a son who is really kind of forced to believe that his mother may very well still be alive. But what ends up happening here is his mother actually says, look, I'm proud of who you are right now. Like, I'm proud of what you've become. I'm proud of what you've done at this point in time. But the other half of this is she's still very much a dark character. She's not evil, or at least doesn't seem to be that way. Instead, her initial response is, this guy, this Ben Grimm thing, needs to go away. We need to eliminate him. We need to get rid of him. Doom's response is, no, he lives, send him away. Just send him back to S.H.I.E.L.D., wherever it is that he needs to go to. But what ends up happening here, and what's basically taking place, is she basically just leaves. When Dr. Doom is, again, refusing to believe that she's alive, when Dr. Doom's refusing to believe that it's his mom, she says, look, fine, we'll get back together, we'll get our heads cleared, we'll get things sorted out when you're more inclined to be receptive. And so what ends up happening here is we switch back to Cynthia Von Doom, we switch back to her base of operations where she's, you know, engaging in all her magic, sorcery, different things like that. And what we find out is that the disembodied voice that she's been talking to belongs to Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe. So this is crazy, because what it means is that Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe is still alive. Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe is presumably going to be the main enemy of Victor Von Doom. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. If you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like and leave a comment down below and let me know what you think, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I love like Victor Von Doom as Iron Man. Oh my God, it's so good. It's so cool. I mean, it's gonna be short-lived. It's not gonna be something that'll last forever. And I think that's the most disappointing thing, is because it'd be cool to see him don the Iron Man armor like every once in a while when he goes into a conflict. I mean, I still want to see like the return of the old Victor Von Doom, but for this story, you know, for what we have at the moment, for the direction that Marvel's going in, it's a beautifully written story, and I really think it's probably one of the best that Brian Michael Bendis has done for a little while. But okay, so we are finally back into Infamous Iron Man. I've seen a lot of you guys asking for it. One thing you guys got to keep in mind is that when it comes to Marvel, and DC Rebirth has spoiled me so bad when it comes to this, one of the things when it comes to Marvel is they publish a story once a month. So when a story finishes, if it takes 6 issues, we have to wait 6 months. I can't make them print them faster. As much as I wish I could, which is one of the downsides to Marvel Legacy, is it'll probably be 6 months before a lot of the stories are finished, although they may be cranking out 4-issue story arcs, in which case it's only 4 months. But the fact remains, we've had to wait a while until this story got finished. But Infamous Iron Man is still one of the absolute best Iron Man stories ever. I love Doom Iron Man and I love Riri Williams Iron Man. Like they're great, I guess Ironheart, but I think they're great characters. But Doom Iron Man just brings this pizzazz, like a villain turned superhero, in such a cool way. So for those of you guys who are playing catch up with regards to this, if you guys never saw the first one, it'll be down in the description in the Iron Man playlist. But the idea of Infamous Iron Man all really came out of two things. It came out of All New, All Different Marvel, and it came out of the believed death of Tony Stark after Civil War II. So of course, Secret Wars 2015 basically dealt with the idea of Victor Von Doom becoming God. He had just an insane amount of power. I mean, he controlled Battleworld, and he had the power of the Beyonders, and he could do anything he wanted to. And it was like the culmination of everything from his introduction in Marvel Comics all the way up to Secret Wars. And the way that Hickman did it was absolutely amazing. But the fact remains here, with regards to the events after Secret Wars 2015, going into All New, All Different Marvel, it was somewhat of a redemption story. Doom had basically been reborn, more or less, by Reed Richards, with his face completely restored. That was a hallmark of his character, is that his face was scarred just because of his experiments and so on and so forth. But the idea is that during Civil War II, when Tony Stark had battled Carol Danvers and was believed to have been dead, Dr. Doom picked up the mantle of Iron Man alongside Riri Williams. So where Riri Williams followed the character as Ironheart, Dr. Doom basically became the new Iron Man in the form of Infamous Iron Man. And the way that he did this was really more along the lines of just using a combination of Iron Man's technology along with his own magic. And it was super cool because one of the first things that we ended up seeing was him basically going through and trying to convince everybody he was a good guy. But in the background, there was this subplot with the return of Dr. Doom's mom. Now, Cynthia Von Doom was this character who was largely intertwined into the origin of Dr. Doom. And this story will actually build off of an existing story called Triumph and Torment, which is amazing. It's a Dr. Doom, Doctor Strange crossover, and it's super cool. But the whole idea is that the origin of Cynthia was that she was basically a character who had dabbled in witchcraft. And the result was that she was basically ousted by the villagers. They really just kind of condemned her and different things like that. And that was the end of her. Her passing was a huge part of Victor Von Doom. But the idea is that going forward into his future's publication history, we ended up finding out that his mother's soul had been bonded by Mephisto, who was basically the representation of Satan in the realm of Marvel Comics. And the idea was that Dr. Doom had gone again and again and again in an effort to basically rescue her soul with no perceived way to be able to pull it off. Basically, Mephisto, being as powerful as he is in his home dimension, was seemingly unstoppable. Doom couldn't actually win, and so it seemed like his mother's soul was going to be bound for all eternity to the realm of Mephisto. Now, this led into Triumph and Torment, which dealt with Dr. Doom and Doctor Strange teaming up and then going to the realm of Mephisto, defeating him, and then freeing the soul of Victor Von Doom's mom. And so that's how things kind of resided, going all the way up until Secret Wars 2015. The problem with this was that when All New, All Different Marvel launched and Cynthia Von Doom showed up, we didn't really know what was going on because she's not part of the clutches of Mephisto anymore. She's out doing her own thing. And so it seemed like just kind of reintroducing her character in a way to tell new stories. The other half of this was that she was allied with Reed Richards, and that was a crazy thing. It was the Ultimate Universe Reed Richards, but Reed Richards nonetheless. And that's where the plot started to thicken, because it was the idea, what do these two characters have in common? And if they're working together, do they have an ulterior motive to get revenge on Doom as Iron Man? So the idea is that this basically results in Riri Williams and Victor Von Doom meeting each other for the very first time. And it's a really cool exchange because Riri's whole storytelling, everything that goes on with her character, is the fact that she doesn't really know what she's doing. She's experimenting, she's trying to figure herself out as a hero. She has the AI of Tony Stark to guide her as best he can, but when it comes to being a superhero, it's riding a bike. Sometimes you just gotta jump on, start pedaling, and hope you don't fall. Doom encountering Ironheart is a cool scenario because in truth, she's woefully over her head, because you're talking about trying to battle one of the most powerful sorcerers in all of Marvel Comics. And when I say the most powerful sorcerers, I'm talking about a guy who was able to steal the power of Galactus. So Doom is not just some guy who's really strong on Earth, he's powerful across the board. The other half of this is that it's more of a conversation than an actual battle between the two of them, partially because Ironheart's listening to what it is that Tony Stark's saying, but the other half is because she's just curious. She's curious about Dr. Doom, because with the two of them being as powerful as they are, really him being as powerful as he is, and then suddenly becoming a good guy, it begs the question, what could he achieve? And that's the cool thing about Infamous Iron Man. With Dr. Doom being one of the most powerful beings in existence, if he becomes a good guy, imagine what he could accomplish. Imagine what he could pull off. And so ultimately, this conversation between him and Ironheart leads to the idea of Doom basically saying that he had a spirit journey of sorts. He had this sort of vision where he communed with someone from the future, didn't know who they were, and they were in possession of incredible technology. And the idea is to regain that vision. Now, Bendis isn't just pulling this out of nowhere. It's basically Bendis building on all this stuff when it comes to Dr. Doom. Despite his arrogance and his hubris and all those aspects of his character that he displayed before, he was nothing if not methodical. And whenever it was that he came across something he didn't fully understand, it was research, learn everything there is to know, and then make a move. And that's what he does here. He's basically just kind of received this spirit vision somewhere along the line, and the goal is to duplicate the process, which was basically heightened adrenaline that led to this vision, and then in turn decipher it, find out what it is, and then see if there's a way that he can use it. The cool thing about this is that in order to pull it off, he basically just has Ironheart attack him. He's just like, attack me with all the energy you have. But the funny thing is that when this happens and he's presumably kind of knocked unconscious, he basically ends up finding out that the person he's communing with is Tony Stark. And this is crazy because it looks like Tony Stark with the powers of Doctor Strange. And so it's kind of weird because we have no indication of where this is going. It's basically just the idea that Tony Stark is communing directly with Doctor Strange from some point in the future in a city of New York that just seems to be wildly technologically advanced. Now again, this is one of the reasons why I love Bendis when he ties into continuity. He doesn't always do that, but sometimes he does. During Jonathan Hickman's run on Avengers and New Avengers, it was the first story arc when Captain America basically destroyed the Infinity Gauntlet. He tried to use it to stop the incursions, Earths crashing into each other. The Infinity Gauntlet couldn't handle it. All the gems shattered except for the Time Stone, which disappeared into the time stream. The idea was that when that happened, nobody knew where the Time Stone went. Eventually it popped back up again. It grabbed Captain America and a handful of others and started jumping them into the future. There was a point where Captain America ended up something like 50,000 years in the future, and the world was just a giant sentient mind. And so it's cool to see how those things play out in the sense that maybe this is a part of that time stream. And so this kind of thing is something that Bendis will probably build on. For the moment, it's basically just, you know, Tony Stark saying, you cannot be Iron Man anymore. You have to stop. But we don't know why. The implication is that he's drawing the wrong kind of attention from some external force out there, but we don't know for sure. The other half of this is what goes on with this version of Reed Richards, this Ultimate Reed. He really just seemingly popped out of nowhere. And it was the idea that he initially appeared to Ben Grimm. And that's kind of a big deal because remember, ever since Secret Wars ended and All New, All Different Marvel started, Valeria Richards, Franklin Richards, Susan Storm, and Reed himself were basically just out there in the middle of nowhere creating universes using the Molecule Man's powers and then just throwing them out there. And that's all they've done. Now we know because of Marvel Legacy, we know they're still out there doing their own thing. What it did is it left Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm back on Earth to pick up the pieces. And so they still are reeling from the after effects of being part of the Fantastic Four for so long, only to have no idea where Reed and Susan are at the moment, what they're doing, and why they haven't made their presence known. Now, of course, this is Marvel basically handling the Ike Perlmutter push to keep the Fantastic Four out of comics so long as Fox has the rights to them in film form. But it does make for some cool storytelling because it's basically the idea that Ben Grimm encountering this ultimate version of Reed does not believe that he's Reed, and it actually results in a fight between the two of them. But it also deals with the idea that Ben Grimm is still getting over the fact that Reed isn't there, that Johnny Storm is still getting over the fact that Reed isn't there. They're dealing with it as best they can. When Ben Grimm goes to Johnny and says, hey, some version of Reed showed up to me, I don't think it's our Reed, Johnny Storm can't handle it. He's like, look, it's too soon, it's too close, and he just leaves. It's the Johnny Storm bravado. It's the, whoa, you know, I've got to put on the big front and I've got to look like a tough guy instead of allowing his motions to kind of be exposed to Ben Grimm. That's a hallmark of their characters in the sense that when it comes down to it, they fight together, but in moments of peace, when there's no real conflict, they're very guarded in terms of how they relate to each other. With Doctor Doom having passed out after his Vision Quest and then being dropped off at a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier by Riri Williams because presumably it's the only thing she knew to do, what ends up happening is one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shows up and then actually kills a couple of agents and then goes to, at least seems to try to kill Doctor Doom. Now, of course, we end up finding out that this was basically mind control done by Doctor Doom's mom, which is really kind of cool because then the question becomes, what's her motivation here? What's her basis behind this? Now, with her bringing Doctor Doom back to her home, what it does is it introduces a little bit of a retcon here. In the origin story of Doctor Doom, he had the idea that his mom was practicing witchcraft, but didn't really know much about it. What this does is it injects the idea that his mom tried to get him to practice witchcraft. He was terrified of it and ran off, and his mom considered him a coward for it, but it's a little tiny retcon, but it's cool because it provides this really interesting context into how it is that Doom views his mom. That maybe his mom, despite the fact that she was practicing witchcraft, was not the great mom that we believe she was when it came to Doctor Doom. That she was basically witchcraft above all, and if my son won't do it, then my son is a coward, and basically just kind of cut him loose. And so again, it's interesting because in this moment is the question, explain to me what's going on. How are you here? I thought your spirit went to heaven. How are you back here? How can you exist in this realm? And a lot of these questions questions aren't readily answered. Instead, it's just kind of like, well, we'll meditate on it. You know, we'll get together and we'll just kind of meditate and we'll maybe have this discussion somewhere along the line, but that's it. There's no real answers given to him by Cynthia Von Doom. The only thing that she really hits at is that you are safe here. This is a safe place. She keeps hitting at the idea that she has greater plans for her son. Now, this also begins to show itself in the sense that she's teaching him more about witchcraft, and that's the important thing. When it comes to Dr. Doom, he's wildly powerful, but he doesn't know everything about everything. There's always something new to learn. That's the basis of his character. Ultimately, in the middle of all this, we end up having Reed Richards show up out of nowhere and basically say, we had a plan. He's not supposed to be here. And so that's why this is cool, is because the plot thickens. It gets more complicated because when Ben Grimm shows up in Latveria and Doom is just sort of sent flying out of this dimensional plane and says, dude, you have to run, you have to go. We end up finding out that Ben Grimm had transported him to a SHIELD helicarrier. And that's when Doctor Strange starts to come into the mix. One thing to keep in mind, when it comes to the Marvel hierarchy among the various characters, there are a lot of people that can use magic. Doctor Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme. Now, while there are other characters who may be more powerful than him in one form or another and at what point or another, for the most part, he is the authority on magic. Usually, Doctor Strange is considered to be the most powerful of all the magic wielders, but momentarily, somebody will pop up with more power than him. But because Doctor Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme, and because both Strange and Doom had fought together in freeing the soul of Cynthia Von Doom from the clutches of Mephisto, they have this kind of bond between the two of them. But Doctor Doom, despite the fact that he could leave the SHIELD helicarrier, chooses not to. And the reason why he chooses not to is because he's scared. Notice this moment when Doctor Strange says, if you're here, it's because you're afraid. And if you're afraid, then I am terrified. And that's why it's so cool, is because Doom has seen and done it all. If there's something out there he's terrified of, it's something either Strange has not encountered before, or if he has encountered it, it's of a level so extreme that it terrifies one of the most powerful sorcerers in the world. And so as they begin going through, and as they begin talking about what this threat may be, with Ben Grimm just sort of watching all these events unfold, suddenly Reed Richards shows up and immediately starts challenging all these different members of SHIELD. And as these conversations go back and forth, these two things are juxtaposed right next to each other. Reed Richards just like, you know, making his way in there saying, hey, look, I'm not here to attack. I'm here to just talk to Victor Von Doom, tell me where he is. And then it gets to the point where Von Doom says, I do not think that's Reed Richards. I think it's someone else. And then suddenly everything changes. And that's when we end up finding out this is not Reed Richards. It was never Reed Richards. This person is Mephisto. And that is cool. Brian Michael Bendis, kudos. When Mephisto reveals himself, but Doctor Strange starts putting the two together and basically begins to realize it's Mephisto. And so the question is, has he rebound Cynthia Von Doom's soul? Well, then we end up finding out that's not the case at all. Instead, Mephisto does not readily engage them in battle. He does to a degree, but it takes the combined efforts of Doctor Strange and Victor Von Doom to kind of run him off. What we end up finding out here is that Cynthia Von Doom was never there, that Reed Richards was never there. All of this has been a ruse by Mephisto. Revenge for freeing the soul of Cynthia Von Doom. Now, let that sink in for a second. We're talking about two of the most powerful sorcerers in existence, Doctor Strange and Dr. Doom. Both of them duped by Mephisto. That's how he works. Mephisto doesn't usually pop up and then just start saying absolute power and immediately start attacking everybody. He works behind the scenes to dupe people. He appears in immortal guise, presumably aiding you, and the idea is to trick you into asking for his help. And when you give it to him, he'll take your soul when you die. That's how it works with him. It's one of the coolest things when it comes to Marvel Comics, because he's a cosmic entity who's insanely powerful but doesn't readily delve in action and battle. And so the idea is that because people still don't necessarily trust Dr. Doom, and because Mephisto says this was all just a ruse for me to trick you, that's all it is, I'm just giving you a hard time and I will be back for more, then it puts infamous Iron Man on edge, because it's Bendis basically saying Mephisto will probably be a big part of his stories later on down the line. We'll see more of him here than we probably have anywhere else. But it's also infamous Iron Man trying to basically instill the fact in SHIELD and almost everybody that he is there to be a good guy. And so at the end of the day, they say, fine, then we'll just let you do that. We'll let you be a good guy. We really don't have any reason to stop you because you haven't done anything within recent memory that we can do anything about, because remember, not everybody remembers the events of Secret Wars. And so because of that, it's basically him just kind of going forward and him just being a good guy, continuing to be a hero. It's this great story dealing with how he became Iron Man. Some of the most important moments of his life come to bear, and Mephisto getting this little bit of revenge and then presumably coming back later on down the line. Okay, so we are picking up with the hunt for, or I guess really the search for Tony Stark. This is a big story. This is something like 8 issues long or something like that. And Bendis doesn't usually do stories that long. For those of you guys who don't know, more often than not in Marvel Comics, most story arcs are about 6 issues long. For Iron Man, this comes after the events of Secret Empire. Now, of course, Secret Empire, as most people know, is one of my favorite stories ever when it comes to the character of Captain America. Well, really, it actually goes as far back as Civil War II, when Tony Stark was basically killed by Carol Danvers. Essentially, Tony Stark had just kind of been in a catatonic state. He was just in a coma, and that was it. And it was a way for like Marvel and Bendis to basically put him on the back burner, and then bring in Riri Williams as a character who I absolutely loved. But the fact remains here, when it comes to Tony Stark being in a catatonic state, there were a couple things that happened. The first was that you really saw like Amanda Armstrong picking up, really Amanda Armstrong and Mary Jane Watson picking up at his place, and we'll talk about them here in a second. And then you picked up with Tony Stark basically turning himself into an artificial intelligence, and then basically becoming the trainer for Riri Williams when she became the new Iron Man, more or less, when she was Ironheart. And so what this does is this initially picks up essentially at the Stark Expo, this whole event that Tony Stark puts on year after year in order to bring together some of the greatest minds. Now, Amanda Armstrong is really the one leading the charge on this whole project since Tony Stark is gone. Now, Amanda Armstrong was introduced as part of International Iron Man, and that dealt with the idea of Tony Stark tracking down his actual biological parents, because that was a holdover from Kieran Gillen, who had introduced the secret origin of Tony Stark and revealed that Howard and Maria were not actually his biological parents, and instead he was adopted. And so Bendis had kind of continued that trend going forward in the future of the Iron Man stories. And so in International Iron Man, he tracked down his actual mother, who was basically a rock star from like the 80s, and then we still don't know who his biological father is, or at least we know now that the story's finished, but at this point in the story we don't know. And so basically Amanda's kind of going through and saying, hey,
guys,
look,
my
guys,
bad.
put on this whole Stark Expo.
I did not mean to sleep that long.
But from her perspective, this is a really crushing experience. And the reason why is because by and large, she never really got to know her son. And when it came to Tony Stark introducing himself and meeting Amanda for the first time, it was, hey, come back over here to Stark Industries, basically become the new CEO, which is something that he had implemented after he had...
Get my guy out of here. Oh man, my bad, but I did not mean to sleep that long. Oh shit. I must have been tired. So I just gotta brush my teeth, man, and we probably about to get on some let me see. Start off with some Dragon Quest or some probably start off with some O-Dub like we did yesterday. Get us started. What should we run to get the day started? I'm trying to think. Yeah, we can get it started with some O-Dub. I just need to edit it real quick. Let me see. Sweet. So yeah, guys, we about to get started. Just give me 1 second to go brush my teeth and get right. I'll be right back. I need to brush my teeth and get right. And wash my face. Oh man. Alright, gang. Let's get it. Hopefully our matches will be better than yesterday.
Welcome to Blizzard World. Prepare to attack.
Take this big ass
Select
jacket
your
off.
hero.
My bitch still go bang. Of course they got me healing.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
I do not wish to be feared, but to be left alone.
I don't like it. That gray hoodie is huge.
I'm definitely too old for a trip to the amusement park.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Catching you up.
Oh no!
I have a new plan this time.
Turn it up, we're here to be heard. Let the healing sound watch it.
Come on, Joe. Hit.
Amp up this beat.
No! I am trash, bro. Come on. Bro, what's my team doing? The only person that's doing something is Wrecking Ball.
Crank up the game. Healing food.
Finally.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
You can't hide.
And I heard the Venom trailer just came out too. I'm gonna check that out. Oh no!
Turn it up, turn it up!
This boy stay hitting me with that chain, man. Come on, man.
This music stops for no one.
Dang it!
Oh, you want to hear this?
An enemy here!
Oh, let's break it! Damn! Back on! Break up the game!
Life protects life.
Bro, I hate this character.
Louder this time!
Keep it on! Let's move. Muchísimas gracias.
Healing food!
God dang it. Look at these mother lovers. craziness. Complete, utter craziness. All right. It should just find one since we every row.
Traveling to Iconwell. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
A healer again? God damn. I said I can remember how to play with her.
I'll find my own path.
I prepped all night for this mission. Well, maybe I gained a little too.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Peace be upon you.
What's up?
4, 3, 2,
What's up?
1. Attackers incoming. Located. Defend objective A.
More daijoubu. Careful, we're outnumbered.
I don't know what I'm doing with this chick. I won't give up on her though. Let me try again.
Okay, I learned from that.
Objective.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Stop the payload.
This is an uphill fight. Careful.
Oh yeah. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. I got no idea what her.
I will not leave a broken world behind. Team, stop the payload. One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
Symmetra reporting. Moira by your side.
Enemy turret.
Come on, man. I suck now, bro. Come on, man.
Another day.
Payload
another
should
night.
be moving.
Walker's here. Immortality field deployed. Enemy turret destroyed.
subject.
Turret smashed. Stay near the immortality field. You'll be safe in here.
Bro, how many shots do that man got, bro?
They got us outnumbered.
Not every day gives you a second chance.
That could have gone better. Immortality field deployed. A little medicine goes a long way.
Nice to be the patient for a change.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Take a brief recovery. Oh, look at it. Round of healing.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Careful. We're outnumbered. Let them out.
She walked me down.
Pide mal suyo. Let's put a stop to that.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
Oh, look at this little story.
Fuck, man. That was bad.
Play of the game.
That was bad.
Огонь по готовности.
Play one more and then we'll do that mission on Dragon's Dogma that we was doing last night.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle.
Of course, I'm a healer.
Select your hero.
Fucking bastards. Try again.
I'll find my own path.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Be careful, Shimada. Kakayo?
The objective is now active.
Can't use her, bruh. I can't, bruh. Stick to what I know.
Another battlefield. Regenerated. Going up. Immortality field deployed. A little medicine goes a long way. I'm a fighting. Thanks for the help. You're outnumbered. It's not over yet.
It's time.
You're powered up. Get in there.
That boy got played just then.
Not every day gives you a second chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, my latest creation!
Wait me up. Rubber band, man.
Now you don't.
Yes.
Someone has to be alive.
What's your fear?
Let them up. Stay near the immortality field. Your case is definitely urgent. My ultimate is done.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
They don't know when to give up. Get in here. I'm the cream of the crop.
Damn.
Another go, maybe.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, my latest creation!
Best round lost.
وريهم قوتك.
Stop.
Score 0-1.
Gotta change that, team.
Over here.
Don't worry. I'll keep our medics safe.
Protect the point.
What's wrong, man?
It's nothing. Just beginning to think nobody likes me.
Maybe if you stop stealing and blowing up everybody's stuff?
Is it even worth it? If I don't get to do what I love?
One. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Over here.
Get into the field! Everyone feeling better?
Over there.
Just saying.
the hell? What kind of fucking shot was that?
How about I try that again?
Enemy in sight. No.
Reaching up. Stay near the immortality field.
Where the other people in the team at?
Everyone on duty. Don't let him take it.
My heart's still beating. So let's go.
Eyes on a target. You need this.
I'm on the objective. Stop me if you can. Shield activated.
Let them out. Sassy keeps on up there.
أنا ما حدش يقدر
عليا.
Honestly, you sound.
تمام.
There's the enemy.
Fortified. أهلا.
My ultimate is ready.
Nano boost administered. وليهم قوتك.
Immortality field deployed. I got you.
Round 2. 1. Score.
Thank you, some progression.
2-1.
Welcome to El Bafiq, the heart and soul of Oasis fine dining.
A mother's work is never done.
Tell Jack to stop chasing me.
I have.
Jack to
He
stop
wouldn't
chasing
listen.
me.
Isn't that just like him?
I don't understand.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Get out!
It's going.
Over there!
Now you see me? Now you don't. I'm the cream of the crop. Stay alive for me. Let's get you all done.
Thanks.
Fellas, we must protect the objective. Moragouish.
Over here. Get in here. Everyone feeling better? I'll be safe from here.
Pointed ours. They must not advance.
Feeling better?
Death stops for no one. Over there!
A taste of poison.
Step inside, you're live. Let them up!
How do you stab me?
Hordes of Crusaders!
Someone has to move.
Wow. I got shot down by a Mercy.
Ladies and gentlemen, enemy located.
Allow me to refill the Asuma.
I am on board.
Surrender to my will.
Purge the enemy from our
It's
objective.
not over until it's over.
Our olive brine is a secret recipe passed down for generations.
The point is vulnerable. Let us take it.
Got the victory feature!
Hordes of Crusaders!
What the freak?
Victory.
Dang, boy.
Play of the game.
He walked him down. Whoa. Get on some dogma and do that mission for that lad. Whoa, what happened? I was about to see what happened. Probably play some Dragon Quest today too. I gotta help this guy with this. His sister been kidnapped by like an ogre or something, so we finna go help him out real quick. Playing last night, the elfin dude, his sister got kidnapped. We gotta go help her out. Let me text my. So, we are about to knock this out. Give me 1 second. I smell some food getting cooked. I want to see what's going on with that. Oh, crap. Dang, zombie. Come on, zombie. guys.
Cannot leave Sir Glindo's sister to her fate. Let us make for the
I
cavern.
actually put my headphones on because I want to hear the.
Methinks I know where to find the person you're looking for.
I want to hear it.
The vanguard is yours. Lead on.
I can't hear nothing. Oh no, I can't hear nothing.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle, I shall follow your lead and prioritize support.
Okay, that's it.
Follow me, if you would.
Let's go save this girl.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises.
As a matter of fact, curious thing, one of my former masters chose to hire only women. I wonder why.
Now there's a thought.
I did not mean to kill that.
Hope the attacks will serve us well.
I'm trying to catch it. God damn, who was using all that freaking lightning?
You have my protection. Tremendous work.
Indeed, was enough to make one pity our foe.
'Twas enough to make one pity our foe. Oh, we already been over there.
Pray, follow me. This way, Master.
What the fuck? What the hell? How do I get back up there?
Have you a different destination in mind, Master?
No,
Very well.
I fell.
I shall follow your lead instead.
Perhaps the Arisen has recalled some more pressing business. Fret not. I'm sure we'll come back to this eventually.
I fell.
and not a moment too soon. We must find my sister and save her from the ogre's clutches.
Let's do it. I'm down.
Veninume, mormartir tel aldaka, Kiriandio.
Tayel ni sil arin fel. Nun morivin wi alcarwa menelume. Lis anandor.
Nando infa ekialis, pelinolwende, sinde, soron, ayele alvekil.
Moriven fendelnar itarondo vani. Valis tuliaf venenumen osto taralia osto telpe. Lungtene nun we fa atacher.
Ataher.
Tis in caverns such as these that monsters thrive.
What I wouldn't give for a map. Particularly one that could tell us where all the treasure lies.
Where all the treasure lies.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the world, as they say.
Stay with me, Arisen. Wait a minute.
Make sure we're picking up everything from these guys. I ain't gonna leave you hanging, big dog.
Over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unscathed.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
Hello.
Say the prison could have defeated this lot without it.
That was certainly worthwhile.
Hold on, where I'm at.
Choppers! Seems there's no escaping them.
Watch out, elf. Where'd his body go?
Would you mind coming over here? Are you coming, Master? Our path is here.
Why is it not attacking?
I shan't let
I was gonna say, what the heck is that about? That boy had a change of heart.
That was superb, Arisen.
Which way?
At once, Master. I would be glad to demonstrate the efficacy of my mage skills, should you desire magical assistance. Might I be of assistance?
We gotta explore instead of just running through here.
Follow me, if you would. What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but I have a feeling it will be worth the climb. Methinks I can make it over there. I would gladly be of aid, Arisen.
I hope you weren't expecting mercy.
It's like watching them work.
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
My bad.
I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to gathering items. I am confident and may act independently.
And may act independently. That's my dude.
Over here, if you please.
Hold up now, we just can't be skipping stuff, but see?
Arborheart, preserve me. Tis e'en more nightmarish a sight than I had feared. My father battles the ogre while my sister is clutched in his fist.
Oh, we gotta help her, but god damn.
There is still hope, if I act quickly. Listen, the moment the ogre relinquishes my sister, I ask that you lead her to safety. I have ne'er attempted to strike a target so distant before. E'en the trial of archery does not yet, for the sake of my sister, my arrows must fly true. Pray, keep Darren out of harm's way. We must make our escape, and quickly.
Quickly, Master. We must carry Miss Darren to safety.
A shameful result. There, Master, an ogre.
Oh shit. I gotta make some I gotta make some room, but alright, so we should be good now.
stumbles. Just one more push ought to bring it down.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall. Focus your strength, Griffin. Bear in mind that the brute will seek out women with unwavering resistance.
It is a tendency we might exploit, but to do so would be to court danger.
Stamina. Say he hit that corner and scared the shit out of me. Stamina. Shit.
Methinks the fiend felt that. Perhaps a few more for protection.
I've gained a hold of the beast.
Aptly said.
Almost dead. It's over with.
Route is very. Our only remaining task is to carry Miss Darren to safety and be quit of this place.
I'm afraid we were not at our best.
Yes, ma'am. Here I come.
Frey, follow me.
Where's she at?
Tis this way.
Oh, where you go? Where you go? Oh, my bad.
Our traits mesh well together. Each of us is suited to a different task.
Capable comrades are a boon indeed.
It is no great shock to me.
I thought they meant like we had to get her out of here. I didn't know we had to kill it first. But shit, my party, man, we fuck them things up on the regular.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
We're gonna have to come back after we finish this mission.
Would you mind coming over here?
In truth, I'm unready to part from this place. Might I not be allowed to explore it further?
Oh, my heart.
Yeah, we can.
There can be no gladder tidings in all the world. Words shall ne'er suffice to express my gratitude, friend. None of this would have been possible if you had not gifted me this bow. You are my sister's savior. I am forever in your debt.
Eteler, lea fermor Eldalia Iralotte.
Finlenar.
Karilm ilmen Arkael. Silfa Nambawe nun Kalael Alame. Angadur Sindi. Kemenindor Kanyan Irils Aldekar. Fionar Elwe Arfarne Nenwen Sur Orne. Eteler, lea fermor Eldalia Iralotte. Ondvana Alvekil, eteler ne anler Ailame. Lungtena peli telume. Ane martir, tindume ingarina fa alme alcarwa. Nenwen mor Aiwanon, artahir curir, mor fa erando, aman kiriando anmaindor hiroth. Artahir curir, morfa erando, amanda kill. Vanalin hyror soron, sorne an famelton. Nundis amanda kill, angadu. Kasinke telpi nun finaler. Lera nefir heranon, anne
Finlenar. Lundena we fear nosto. My gratitude to you knows no bounds, friend. 'Twas your kindness that altered my plight as much as this bow. Not only are you my sister's savior, but mine as well. By the by, if you are as passionate about mastering the bow as I am, perhaps you might speak with my father. His experience ought to be of benefit to you.
Okay.
Kalael Alame, Karilm ilmen Arkael, Aidalia Anandor, nun lintan. Heror anne oia palan hiarmenran, lis fa arnefane. Elorato ala, nun mor artaher. Firnis an eruma laikazar an ils findop nefanamo lis kiriandio mor erlot. Iavstir lalasta. Nun Falasmir, Maganano, Anamorlis,
We succeeded in rescuing
Nice.
Darren. Our efforts are sure to have earned the trust of the Elven people.
Not a bad idea.
And I got a cool bow for that. I'm finna have to change my vocation back to archery, bruh. Alright, so we about to actually get up out of here. Where's that cave? Is this the cave that we just came out of? Yeah, it is. Alright, guys, give me 1 sec. My mom's is calling my name. We'll be right back on that Dragon Dogma. I got so much stuff popped up. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah. We'll be RB, guys.
Switch. Nice work. I'll smoke it. I'll smoke it. Swish.
The switch card.
All the sources be calling us the sorcerers. The third world hillside, my ninja, and it's more of us. I swear to Tommy, you turn a ninja into a mommy. It's zombie diamond, but you could just call me zombie. Never threatened the weapon, I never had to check in. Not a teacher, but you could come through and learn a lesson. I might just burn it all down like it's Armageddon. Fuck the world unless it's the 3 planets. How you not with the squad? I don't know how you met. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. I had to kill this whenever I heard it. You know your boy Op, always on some nerd shit. The metal stronger than a motherfucking forklift. Can't stop until we on the damn Forbes list. I thought I told you to not approach us, your boy a poster. Child reppin' for the reckless and the wild. Out a number to the world whenever you feelin' doubt. I got some good news, something you should read all about. It's thorough this and thorough that, my guys got the clout on. Where y'all? All the rebels be calling us the rebellion. I feel like the bomb, so I'ma just keep shelling them. Lick after lick, I'm not talking about candy. The metal came in handy, I'm a savage like Randy. Who are those guys and what the fuck are they planning? Get up out the way or get kicked in the fanny. The full metal jacket, make racket in the daytime. And can't stop till I'm floating way past the ley line. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. That last stream was mad, you need that we did. This strike matters, this one I break a rib. This one smart, could destroy your inhib. This one kinda dumb, it don't even take skill. This technique concrete, it'll pay the bills. This one to make you stay still, stay sealed. All of that damage, can't believe that they healed. Throw with everything, got advantage on the field. We got the skies on lock, rapping like a pyro, but leave them all in shock. Mr. Scissorhands did it for the dividends, count it all up, we so brilliant. If you wanna join the world, just ask me. I know you smelled the gas on me when you passed me. My mind haven't been right since last week. My mind haven't been right since last week. Hello? 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 Yeah, I'm calling about my application. I had put it in, trying to join Third World, you know what I'm saying? I had talked to one of y'all members. I had spit some bars. And yeah, I remember. It sounded like y'all was laughing at me, man, when I was rapping. No! I ain't gonna lie. Never, and he hung up on me. But I was just trying to see what was going on with the application, you know what I'm saying? What I gotta processing it. Yeah, just hit me back. Hit me back when y'all can. Yes, sir. Alright, Third World.
I smoke it.
Smoke. Switch. Yo, look. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. On God, the streets need us. To keep it real street up. Yo, look. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. On God, the streets need us. To keep it real street up. I told him, fuck all that popcorn, play pen rap. Like daycare, I promise we strap. Diana Mana Pia, go click clack. Nigga, after that you gon' get clapped. Ain't gon' be no get back. Now this premeditated crime on wax. Tell them I'm talking grime on that. You snake niggas got no spinal track. I see you slithering. You like to tell behind the rat. Now niggas wanna kill me behind the rhymes I spat. The dimes I splat. You mad cause our styles don't match. Heisenberg science kid taught me how to stretch shit. Fuck a food stamp, I'll be rich by breakfast. The only way to stop it is to catch this. I'm slipping and sliding through aquariums like a shellfish. Ray gun, leave you ball melted. Roof blowing green like a Celtic. I'm so impulsive, I can't help it. I'm a megalodon, you a scalefish. Don't get cracked by the tail whip. I just took down a sail ship. You should've seen the way they bail quick. In shark territory, might as well quit. Keep your mouth shut, we don't care about your 12 cent. I'm the man, bitch, check the Third World pamphlet. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. Oh God, the streets need us to keep it real street up. Fuck you, fucking machine. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. Oh God, the streets need us to keep it real street up.
And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand. Got to help Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes, it helped Daniel get out the lion's den. It helped Hurricane get off the island. Lord.
Smoke.
Switch.
Yo, look. You a fraud, you ain't Jesus. On God, the streets need us. To keep it real street. Yo.
Switch.
My bad, I had to give me some food. So we finna go back into that cave. We about to definitely go back into that cave and keep exploring.
Oof. My pack's grown rather heavy.
If you've anything edible, I'll gladly lessen your burden.
Oh, right. Get up there right here.
Over here, if you please.
Where are you trying to take us?
I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide.
I'm sure there's a very good reason for this detour. We must respect our master's wishes.
We are not done exploring this cave. It is ought to be found. still have anything edible. I knew it was a good reason we came back.
I'll go and open the chest.
Let me see.
I'm attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain.
Let me see what you picked up there. Yeah, we'll go sell that, make some money. No, why is he wearing that? Oh, actually, I got a bunch of stuff that you don't want to go through the rubble, though.
We have found a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
He felt so smart when he said it.
To charge ahead may be to rush headlong into danger. Let us take care to move as one.
We'll manage whatever comes. We always do, don't we?
We cannot break it from this side.
So it goes.
I'm gonna break this box. I don't want to pass by anything. Oh, I see. Oh, shit. I was trying it the hard way. It's time we be out. Pretty much explored everything that we could here.
You're welcome to take whatever you like from my pack, Master. I'd gladly see you put what I find to good use.
Oh. Ah. Let's get it.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom.
That man
No few
slumped.
times has an overconfident step soaked my boots.
I dare say that's part and parcel of the adventurer's trade.
Let's get out of here. Before we leave, we need to go back to that elf village. Because, excuse me. Yeah, we need to go back to the elf village because we got some items stacked up that we could possibly sell there.
Now that was a satisfying bit of exploration. Though I should hope we need not always be so thorough.
I shall be proud to serve you, Arisen.
Which way is it? Map. I think that's it. I might be able to change vocations there too.
Hold fast, Arisen! I will be with you in but a moment.
How the heck?
Wolves brought in!
Your foe will recoil from pain.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe, well and true.
No doubt, this triumph will spur us into the next.
Yo, what up, what up, what up?
I've got wares of every ilk.
My money up.
Hope to see you again ere long.
No purchases to be made today, I see. I just hope the shopkeep understands. The Arisen is ever prudent in the application of coin.
What the hell is they over there doing?
One can see far to the distance from here.
Perhaps we might take a moment to savor the scene.
Right you are. Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
We on our way. I remember this. I gotta get my stamina right.
Aught fell from the beast as it breathed its last.
What's over here? We have not yet explored this way.
A cave.
Oh shoot!
Into the depths.
Let's be prepared to thank our light before we proceed.
I was like, what the fuck? That boy was just following me, bro. Jesus Christ.
Shall we make them prove their own emplacements?
If battle cannot be avoided, 'tis fight or die.
I would.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I shan't allow any further harm to come to you. First and foremost, you'll want to knock it off balance. It will prove a much easier target than lying prone.
Where is it?
Attempt such a feat alone. Together, I think we can manage it.
A crash combo foe!
Shank him up. Shank him up. Shank him.
You truly are formidable, Arisen.
What is around here?
I hope you weren't expecting mercy.
That was crazy.
A flawless execution.
Would that we might always be so in step, eh? Oft we will hear a foe before we espy them. A moment's warning can make all the difference.
Remain alert, and naught shall catch us by surprise.
What is Warden doing?
I shan't let them harm you. Nicely done.
You little fast motherfucker. Nah, we ain't done with this cage yet.
Pray, allow me to open yon chest.
Girl. She just shoved me out the way.
Oh, well spotted. Indeed. Good on you for being so observant.
Oh, this is what we came in at. I feel as though we pretty much just went into a circle. That's where we saw the ogre. Streesh. I'm trying to make sure we're not missing anything from down here. Which I don't think we are, but. Yeah, we pretty much got this on lock.
How are we to get through this door?
Oh. That's where that leads to, or this is where that place leads to.
Tis a chest. I shall take a look inside.
I'm so tired of y'all opening these chests before. See, we almost left. It was three of them right there. That's bread. It's cake.
Visibility is poor here. Be wary of enemies lying in ambush.
Keep your voice low, lest my heart leap from my throat.
Hold fast, Arisen! I will be with you in but a moment. I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
Let us ponder how best to proceed.
Ah, now here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught.
Definitely
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this.
looks like a dead end.
An ideal location for an ambush. Be on your guard that the enemy may not surprise you.
Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked.
Ain't no getting through there. What's that? All right.
Hang in there, Master. I'm coming to assist.
What's up in here? Oh, we just didn't. Alright, I see. It's time to go.
I feared we might never escape that place.
The air beneath the earth is stifling, to be sure.
Right you are.
Right you are.
A different path would serve us better now. I'll lead the way.
No.
Master, if ever your pack grows cumbersome, know that I would be glad to purchase any of your unwanted items.
Purchase? Dang, we out of Well, we gotta find
The
camp.
sky is radiant this night. I feel at peace to gaze at
That lag. First start to fix it.
on it.
No great shock to me.
Our lantern went out. We gotta find somewhere to camp. Stay for the night.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
Akayel fil Kalawin nun li arume fa in Itarond etele el dali.
Let's see. Yeah. No, don't sell that.
Ya nun we.
Nah, we ain't got a lot to sell. Enhancing equipment. what they got up in here. Let's see, man. I'm thinking about changing my vocation. I want to change my vocation.
Findamun. Jarmen ran soron.
In the night star, I like shooting stars. Oh shoot,
Trade. Allow me to.
Elelote and fear and osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum.
Vocation, change vocation. my boy Warden.
Shall we get some rest then?
Shall we get some rest then?
You'll not believe the journey I've had. I'll wager my...
Shall we hunt a few monsters to start the day off?
Come, we've much to be getting on with. Ready to forge on?
I got stuff I gotta do.
The language of the elves is entirely foreign to me. Yet, from their manner, I gather they're a proud people.
Let us endeavor not to give our hosts any reason to doubt us further.
Non liatilmo.
Akayel arume fa in Iterond, etel. Le Eldalia nun we.
Damn.
Vinantai.
I cannot wait to put this new equipment to use.
Let us hope it is not mere frippery.
Let us hope. Alright. Oh!
Herminra. Heru Arminda.
Silvod Fanon.
Svindemund Fionar.
We herua. Urtu ael.
Utu Ael.
Elelote an osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Angodo telpe. Sophians, alane alvekil kasinke.
Sweet.
Now to report to Captain Brandt. I happen to understand Elvish, Master.
We herua urtu ael.
Urtu Ael.
Alvekil.
Would you mind coming over here? I'll go and open the chest.
Telpe silfiu. Soron inarinka.
Oh. He said, I've had enough of all of you. Sweet. Oh, alright guys, we're gonna take a quick break. Little BRB. We might take a break from Dogma. You know, I'm glad I copped this game, man. I love this game. It's pretty awesome. We're gonna take a quick break. I gotta help my mom wash dishes. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty awesome. So while that's going on, we're gonna stay live. We live until tonight, guys. And just gonna play something. I had to go on the stream. Let's see what I can find. We've been live for 36 hours and 38 minutes, guys. We doing it. We knocking it out. We knocking it out. So, I gotta help my mom real quick. I gotta help her wash some clothes. And, just looking at the numbers and stuff. So I'm just gonna play something to have going till I can get done. And then we'll BRB. I might not jump right back on Dragon's Dogma. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna play while I'm washing the damn dishes. Your boy gotta wash dishes, man. So let me check my guy out, see what he got going on. We'll BRB, guys. What the hell? No.
This is where I'm gonna be living for the next however long. Oh gosh. Guys, look how cool it looks. Got here to Nate's property. Where can I set this phone, guys? This morning around 11. I don't even know what to talk about. Guys, Nate's property is, it's beautiful. I have so much to show you guys around here. He's got a bunch of projects that I'm gonna be working on while here. And I'm gonna be trying to survive here as well. With Walmart. I still need Walmart. I got reset in a new Minecraft world. Survival mode. It's like starting a creative world with cheats on. In Minecraft, if you don't turn the cheats on, there's a chance that you die. I don't want to die. I'm going to Walmart. It's 3 o'clock right now. Nate and Jen, well, first of all, they're amazing people. Well, you guys already probably know them. They're exactly how they portray themselves online. And I'm so excited. They showed us around a little bit, showed us this spot. We've been talking a bit, and now it's time for me to get set up because it's 3 and I have nowhere to sleep, and neither does Jesse. Jesse just went to the store, to Walmart, to get some totes so we can organize all of our stuff a little bit better. We brought a lot of things and have nowhere to put it because we're gonna be sleeping in the cars.
They start winching you up and you get to like 20 feet and you're like, ooh, that's quite high. And then you keep going up and suddenly you're at 65 feet in the air. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. It's
a lot.
Fucking scary.
Yeah.
And so he was playing the music to kind of get me in the zone, blaring out of the speakers, this beautiful, beautiful score. And I thought I was going to pee my pants. I was so scared. And if I looked down, Lin-Manuel was tiny, which was scary. If I looked straight out, I was taller than the trees. So I just waited for action and just was hanging, staring up, because then I had no point of reference, and it was very scary. And I did 3 takes, and then I felt my tolerance snap in half, and I went, that's it, I'm done. I will not go up there again.
Welcome to Alliance RV, where we believe that every journey is a story waiting to be written. Imagine the joy of togetherness, where families relax, kids play, and memories come to life, right outside our RVs. Your adventure begins when you choose to join the Alliance. Rediscover the delight of connecting and making cherished memories, leaving the daily hustle and bustle behind. Alliance is your passport to adventure. It's about the thrill of discovery and the joy of togetherness. When you join the Alliance, you discover a serene haven on the open road. Escape the chaos, find serenity, and revel in the beauty of the world, where adventure and comfort unite. Join the Alliance and start your adventure today.
I brought this load down right now. We got, I gotta drop this stuff off, go get another load of stuff, and then we also have stuff in the van. I don't know if the van can make it back here. Nate's homestead is that way, 2 to 300 yards that way. And it's a crazy path. I think we got ATV footage of the trails. There's trails going all over his property. It is so sick riding around on the ATV, and also just everywhere else. That's what people do out here apparently. Main thing is ATV riding through the woods, so there's going to be a lot of that. I'm super excited about that. Nate's cool with me doing bushcraft builds with his trees on his property. I'm just going to be asking him before every tree I cut down. I'm gonna be like, yo, can I cut down this one? Because I don't want to do anything that he doesn't want me to do. So the first step, man, I lost the tree. There's a tree house right there. He did not show me that tree house. What? There's a tree house right there, guys. Looks like we got some more exploring to do and more things to find. Nah, but there's a tree over here somewhere, guys. Let me try to find this tree. Ah, that one right there. Right in the center of the screen. I'm gonna cut down that tree, and the first thing I'm gonna build is a shed for all of our stuff, because I'm sleeping in the truck bed, Jesse's sleeping in the van, and we need somewhere to keep stuff. It rains a lot here. Way more bugs out here. Lots of mosquitoes, lots of spiders, lots of other things. It rains a lot more, and you can see by how it looks like a frickin' rainforest. And it's like this everywhere, dude. West Virginia is crazy beautiful. It's kind of nuts. Usually people, when thinking about like, is that a brown recluse right there? What kind of spider is that? There's brown recluse and black widow out here and all that. I don't like spiders, but bam, I'll punch them or something. Look at this field I'm in. This is where I'm gonna be surviving. Maybe in that treehouse. I'm a little scared to go up there. Probably send Jesse up first. No, just kidding. I already lost it again. But that's pretty crazy. I'm gonna unload right now. I didn't know what I was gonna talk about when I came on here right now, but I knew I had to talk about something. But I'll definitely think of more stuff to talk about. But right now it's get stuff done time. All right, YouTube. Load number 1 done. This is gonna be exciting because, guys, I have so much stuff and it all looks like trash. And it took me about 8 months to make it all look good at the last spot. And now we're gonna see if I can do it in 1 day. I want it to all look not bad. I don't want it to look bad. Load number 2, did it on the ATV. ATV honestly barely pulled it over here. But we're gonna leave it over here now. I think the plan is to back this up into the woods and level it and keep all the stuff on the trailer with a tarp over it for now, like for tonight. We still have more stuff to bring. The dogs are having an amazing time with Az. They just followed him down the road and followed him back. Also is a little slow. But they're super friendly. Az is such a good boy. Such a good boy. Big boy. And yeah, they've been doing good with the ducks. If they weren't doing good with the ducks, they'd probably be dead. Az would probably take them out. So it's good. It's good. They haven't been following me over to my spot. They've just been hanging over here at Nate's with Az. But that's good. They're having a blast. And they look tiny when Az is in the picture. It's kind of sad, but oh, they're living the life. They're living the life now, dude. On the back. What the shit? I'll tell you where we're doing our next music video.
Don't get outmatched by the outdoor heat. Reclaim your backyard with the Shark Flex Breeze. It packs a punch with a powerful breeze of over 70 feet. Its refreshing mist drops temps by 10 degrees, creating the ultimate outdoor oasis. Going inside, so is Flex Breeze. It transforms to cool where you need it most. Pedestal to tabletop, corded or cordless. With 24 hours of runtime, it works as hard as you do, while still being impossibly quiet. Outdoor or indoor, own your oasis with the Shark Flex Breeze.
Because I'm actually going to be keeping some. this bag. We ever gonna need this out here? So you know where the cords are for the solar panel? You don't, because I packed that up. 30 watts. Let's go. Okay, Starlink's gonna be the first thing we set up. Wait, are you videoing? And, but not today. Tomorrow. Yeah, that's all I need. Okay. Including the snow shovel, we have 6 shovels. Oh, that's not right. You getting eaten? Yeah. Guys, we're getting eaten. Is there an Eaton? Who am I thinking of?
Ashton Eaton?
Ashton Eaton. Where'd you put that trash?
Dude, I caught it and dropped the rest.
Guys, I've decided to let the dogs actually sleep up by Jesse and Nate. Brought these down, but gonna bring them back because I'm down here all alone with the dogs, and I think they'd be better, safer over yonder. Eventually we might move Jesse and the dogs down here, but right now the van can't make it down here, and the dogs haven't even followed us down here once. Dude, I can't do this shit when you're filming, dude. I can only barely do it when I'm filming. So guys, this is what we brought. Not much. But Jesse just went and picked up beef, more mac and cheese. What else you get?
Buns, cheese, and ice.
And ice. So we can keep all this cool. We haven't figured out our food situation completely, but it's not too hard to go get food. Guys, I'm not gonna be sharing location at all. I think all you guys are gonna get is that I'm in West Virginia. But we can go to a store there and back in a day. So we're good. I'm gonna have you stop recording me right now, actually. So, we have all of our stuff right on here on this trailer. I'll actually cover it first. Wow. Oh. You know what, guys? There's probably a ton of spiders in this tarp. I'm now realizing. Guys, there's black widows and brown recluse. Wait, did I already say this? I might have. But, like the other day, Nate saw 13 black widows in one day. I don't like spiders. Not much at all, really. But I have decided that spiders are better than mountain lions And wolves. No, they're not better. We should have mountain lions and wolves instead of spiders and mosquitoes. But I'm not tapping because of some silly little. I'm gonna shut up, dude. That is gonna be good enough for tonight. And I'm gonna build, and I'm gonna build a shed tomorrow.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face for the ultimate Gillette shave.
So I can actually do like all natural builds now, if I want. It was kind of hard up in the mountains with no clay and no moss. But Willie might not need tarps. There's probably some nasty beef in here or what? Guys, we keep 2 coolers. This one's for the dogs. Beef and salmon oil and honey and their treats and vitamins. Pretty cool, huh? Holy shit. You know, I wonder if these videos would be better if I didn't talk. Save that thought. Home. All it needs is a basketball hoop. Yeah. Oh, guys, check this out. What's up, guys? Amazing first day on Narrow Way Homestead. Guys, go follow. I haven't felt the need to say go follow Nate. If you're not already, because you guys are probably already doing that, but go do that. We're all set up to go to bed. We got everything we need covered. And the kitchen all set up. Oh yeah, you guys saw me set up my bed. I got my bed in there. Jesse's bed is set up in the van. He went to the store. Sorry guys, a little scary. I am in the middle of the woods. now that I'm thinking about it, probably more like at least 500 yards from the main homestead. Guys, can you see the fireflies on the video? It's pretty crazy. Lots of little lights flying around. So many mosquitoes, so many spiders. There's snakes. Didn't have any of that really up on the mountain. Man. Jesse went to go get, what did he go to get? Coolant for the ATV. Pots and pans. We left all of our pots and pans because they are nasty. Thought we'd start fresh. And he's also getting pizza because it's getting a little late to cook up. I'm trying to just eat and go to bed. It's been a long week, honestly, of packing up and traveling and getting unpacked and set up. But I'm feeling great, dude. I'm feeling ready. I told Nate I'm ready to start putting in work tomorrow. Hearing all types of crazy sounds, dude. This is gonna be so exciting. I'm in the woods, bro. I'm in the woods. Dogs are gonna sleep up with Jesse up at Nate's spot.
Either of you heard of murder mail? No!
Alright guys, I'm sorry about that. We back. Let me get this right. Sorry about that, guys. I had to run an errand for a friend, and then I had to do some cleaning and stuff. We almost there, man. We got a couple more hours of this, and we doing it. And I appreciate every single one of you guys for supporting and all that good stuff. We gonna make it. So let's see. Let's figure out what we're gonna do next. Let's figure out what we're gonna do next. I say we try our hands on some. This is crazy. I say we try our hands in some. Could get back on Dragon's Dogma. But we'll play some more of that later. O-Dub, I've been getting my ass kicked on Overwatch. Let's see. I would play some Rainbow Six Siege, but I'm not that good at that game yet. Forget it. Let's run some Rainbow Six Siege. Fuck it. Run some Rainbow Six. Some Rainbow Six. Should be popping up anytime now. Whew, guys. I had to turn some air on. Oh, we updating. Okay, I see. Alright, so it looked like it's updated, so it's about to start now. Then I can get it to pop up. Pop up power bomb. Man, been doing a lot of running around, boy. But not really. But feel like it. Make sure I share this to the Twitter. Get that shared. We good. Damn, is the game ever gonna pop up? Okay, there we go. All right. Look at my hair. I gotta get an edge, boy. Look at that shit. Look crazy. I might have to put my headphones on for this too, because you got to be able to hear the footsteps and everything. All right. Let's see. Is it popping up? Pop up power bomb. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have to wear our headphones for this one. Updating security measures. Downloading security measures. Installation completed. What the freak? Alright. Okay, there we go. Alright, Rainbow Six. Okay, there we go. I guess it just had to restart. That's it. All right, Rainbow Six. Gotta edit the info. Sweet. Let's do it. It's lit. It's lit. What is this? Oh, I guess I'm Bandit. Oh shit. Damn.
Frag out!
Leon. Leon? From fucking Resident Evil? Bruh. Nah, bye. This shit right here, but you gotta be something else. Bro, I just came. Fuck! Forget her. Bro, that shit is tougher than it look, bro. Tougher than it looks. Tougher than it looks. Death match. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Reload!
Fuck and A. Alright, book. Whoa, that boy zoomed by. Stay out of the fucking sight of the doorway rail. Bro, this she griefing me. Nah, bro. What you mean? I'll get on that league. That boy wanna see that league. Ah! Alright, my boy made a request. We getting on that league next. It's over with. Oh, you said we on that league when you get off. Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. I forgot today and Sunday, so you get off at 4. I'm down, bro. Hell yeah, we can run as many as you want, goddamn. I think I lost like 2 games. Well, actually, I think I did lose like 2 games. That boy Ian was bottom with me. That boy gonna take a Lowy everywhere, boy. That nigga was bottom with a Lowy. I'm down. Might run that. Gotta run that Lucian. Oh, I suck. I suck, but that was my kill. Oh, we won. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Hang on, I'm gonna play one more of these. I'm getting off of this shit, boy. You gotta know what you doing. I got a pack. That's her, that's her, that's her. Nice. Nice. Was that a good pull? Sophia. That boy Warden.
You're on the clock. Eliminate hostiles.
Swapping mags.
Is it raining? Is it? Thought it was raining. Bro, this same dude, man. It's the same dude. Get out of my head. That was my fault, you stand. Bro, I'm shooting her. course he gonna come after me. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm done with these motherfuckers, bro. This Rainbow Six shit is, you gotta be a real shooter. I'm sticking to Halo. Call it shooting. Got lag though.
Smoke out.
30 seconds.
Damn.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
I was trying to boss. Lara Croft. Yeah, that's it. They got that, man. Ooh, they can have that Rainbow Six, boy. That shit right there. Can I unlock somebody? How much does it cost to unlock? I don't have enough renown. It's all good. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. So we're trying to figure out what we're gonna play next. I ain't at Rainbow Six, bro. I gotta do some practicing off screen before I get back on that shit, bro, because that game is tough as nails. Let's see what we're gonna jump on. We are gonna be playing some League later. Probably play some Laylo maybe. Y'all don't know nothing about that Laylo. That name gotta be registered and placed on Neighborhood Watch. What we gonna do? Got a lot of stuff that we could play. Don't they know it's the end of the world? It ended when I lost your love. Man, we finna get on some either Dragon Quest or Fallout 4. It's up to y'all. So if he hollers, let him go. My mama told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it. It's the end of the world.